That time I became a magic teacher in another world. Volume 2, Akeksuhu, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Why Aren't the Number of Students Increasing? From the beginning, I was welcomed as a senior instructor, but I felt that both students and fellow teachers looked at me with strange eyes. However, as I earnestly gave lectures on magic and exchanged opinions, their view of me began to change. Yet, there was not only the issue with me, but also a deep-rooted problem of discrimination due to noble consciousness within the academy. I personally couldn't tolerate this, so I moved somewhat forcefully to resolve the discrimination issue. Also, I gained recognition for my magical abilities from 4, a senior instructor, and my magic theory classes became a topic of conversation among students and teachers. With this, I was sure that the number of students in my lectures would finally increase. I felt relieved thinking this, but the number of students didn't increase as much as I had expected. In the first class of the 2 magic theory courses, Basic and Advanced, there was 1 new student, followed by 2 in the next class, and then 1 more in the class after that. In total, only 4 new people came to the classes. The breakdown was 2 middle school students and 2 high school students. Although the strange looks decreased due to 4's softened attitude, perhaps people were still wary of me. Why is that? Eliza shook her head vigorously from side to side. I don't know, but recently the number of students has been decreasing in all classes. Agreeing with her words, Strauss finished chewing the bread in his mouth and nodded. Indeed, my classes have also decreased by a few people compared to usual. Turning to Strauss, who agreed, Eliza exclaimed, "See, it's the same for everyone. In fact, it's amazing that you've managed to increase your numbers even slightly in this situation." Is that so? I feel like I've been carried away. Well, it's fine. But why would something cause the number of students to decrease? When I asked, both of them crossed their arms and tilted their heads. Don't know. I wonder why. As the 2 were giving such responses, a deep sigh was heard from the left side. When I turned my face, I saw Space-Eyed walking towards us. He was a picturesque man. Strangely, I felt like the eyes of everyone in the dining hall turned towards him. Space-Eyed distorted his well-proportioned face and sighed once more. I wish you would take an interest in the students' movements. I don't think teachers should only be thinking about magic, he said with a hint of sarcasm. Says the one who blatantly favors royal and high-ranking noble students, Eliza muttered quietly. Space-Eyed furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards her. Eliza bared her teeth in intimidation, but I ignored it and asked again. Do you have any information? When asked, Space-Eyed shrugged slightly and opened his mouth. For now, I've heard that some groups are roaming the streets for fun. In the past, there were students who conducted magical experiments late at night when teachers couldn't keep an eye on them, so the academy has banned students from going out late at night. Despite this, there are students who don't return until morning. Some teachers are dealing with this, but no good results have come out. Also, it seems that Rox is investigating this matter on his own. However, I couldn't get any information from him directly. I'll catch Rox, let's get the information out of him. I decided immediately and stood up. Wait. What? The 2 stood up and raised their voices in protest. He hasn't been determined to be the mastermind. That's right, it might be a false accusation, added Eliza. I frowned at their excessively noisy reaction. I may have phrased it poorly, but I don't intend to interrogate Rox as a suspect. When I narrowed my eyes and looked at the 2, they averted their faces with such force that it could have made a sound. They were displeased. Well, fine. First, let's track down Rox's whereabouts. With those parting words, I began my search. Both Strauss and Eliza had classes after the lunch break, so I was the only one who could move. They both told me not to do anything rash, but I didn't reply. There were few people walking in the hallway. Recently, it had become more common for students and teachers passing by to take a step to the side and bow slightly when they saw me. Although I thought something was odd, I returned their bows. Amidst this, a person appeared who didn't distance themselves from me. Not only did they not keep their distance, but upon spotting me, their eyes widened and they came running over with an excited look. It was a man with distinctively long orange hair. Why you? No, Master AI, I'd like to have a word with you. The man who suddenly appeared, Balvini, dropped to one knee in front of me, assuming a position that looked like a half kowtow, and pleaded. What's this all of a sudden? Upon hearing this, Balvenie quickly looked around, took my hand, and pointed towards the end of the hallway. I can't say it here. I'm sorry, but please come with me. This must be what they call no questions asked. Before I could respond, I was dragged along by Balvenie to the courtyard. Given that I had hit his abdomen hard the last time, I thought it would be unkind to shake him off, so I obediently let myself be pulled along. Then, once Balvenie judged that no one was around, he grabbed my shoulders with both hands and quickly brought his face close to mine. Dangerous? Judging it so, I reflexively bent my elbow at a sharp angle and swung my palm upwards. It was an uppercut-like palm strike. Buffa. Making a strange sound, Balvenie's neck tilted 30 degrees and his posture crumbled. After looking down at him as he fell and rolled half a turn on the ground, I opened my mouth. That was an unexpected surprise attack. However, you're still naive. Your mistake was thinking I couldn't engage in close combat. What are you talking about? I didn't launch a surprise attack, really? Balvenie tried to explain himself while blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, perhaps having cut his lip inside. While looking at him suspiciously, seeing his desperate appearance, I lowered my guard. I'm sorry for hitting you due to a misunderstanding. So, what is it? When I asked again, Balvenie's face lit up in realization, and he dropped to one knee once more. I heard that teacher AI teaches magic that can manipulate weather. I wanted to confirm if that's true. Yes, the students who take my lectures can now create temporary rain clouds at the very least. What? His eyes widened so much they looked like they might fall out, and his mouth opened and closed like a carp. His pupils seemed to dilate slightly, but is he all right? As I watched the flustered Balvenie, I remembered the time I had met him before. Come to think of it, we had a similar conversation back then. If I recall correctly, Balvenie was researching rain prayer magic. Owen, whom I met again after a long time, was also concerned about this research. I'm sorry. I'm in a bit of a hurry, so let's talk next time. Saying just that in a rush, I turned on my heel and left the scene. Perhaps it's cruel not to deal with him, but the situation with the students and Rox's whereabouts are more pressing matters. Although I'm curious about Balvenie as well, the anomaly happening to the students is more important as a teacher right now. As I was thinking about this while walking down the hallway, a male student appeared, accompanied by 4 female students. The group of 5 was walking towards me, laughing and enjoying themselves. Then, the male student in the center noticed me. It was Hiram. Ah, teacher AI, it feels like it's been a while. Have you been well? Ah, yes, I'm fine. Thank you. Really, you look kind of tired, though. It's a waste for such a beautiful person. After all, we want beautiful people to be smiling, right? If you're okay with me, I can lend an ear to your troubles. His attitude and words were very casual. Well, this is probably Hiram's normal demeanor. Is it really okay for him to be like this, being the 3rd Prince of Maple Leaf? There are many things I want to say, but for now, I decide to ask my question first to avoid being thrown off pace. I have something I'd like to ask. As I said this, Hiram smiled happily. What is it? It's about some students wandering around at night recently, and about Rox's actions. When I asked, Hiram narrowed his eyes for a moment, then smiled again. You're asking me? Well, I don't want to lie to you, teacher AI. Let's just say that if I speak, it might put Rox in a difficult position. Well, you'd better ask Rox directly. I think Court probably knows various things too, but for the same reason as me, he probably can't say anything. Rox's position. Hiram only shrugs with a wry smile when I ask him to repeat some words. With no other choice, I continued searching for Rox's whereabouts. With an uneasy feeling, I walked quickly, trying to track down Rox. However, I couldn't find him. I thought he might be attending class, but when Strauss asked around, it seemed he wasn't even in the academy. He's probably somewhere in the academy city, but I have no idea where. Would asking a few people help? With that in mind, I tried asking Court and Felter, but all I got was that his whereabouts were unknown. Left with no choice, I headed into town. Still, I had no clues to work with. As a result, I ended up wandering endlessly through the streets and returned without finding Rox. The next day, after confirming Rox's absence at the academy, I immediately tried to head into town again. However, someone appeared to stop me. Ah, teacher AI, are you going to look for Senior Rox? It was Shenli who emerged from the shadows. I nodded at Shenli's words and looked towards the town. Yes. It seems he's in town somewhere, so I'm going to search for him. After replying, I suddenly looked at Shenli, who was also a student. Come to think of it, Shenli, have you heard anything about where Rox might be? I heard he's been going into town a lot lately. When I asked, Shenli nodded with a serious face. Yes, it seems Senior Rox is in the market in the northern part of town. There are even rumors that Senior Rox is running some kind of shady business there. The northern market. As I tilted my head at the unfamiliar term, Shenli hurriedly added an explanation. The south is full of merchant shops, so in the north, there's a street called the Northern Market where peddlers and non-merchants set up stalls. It's a bit unsafe, but some of the boys say they go there for thrills. Shenli answered, seeming reluctant to say more. Well, maybe it feels like tattling and makes them uncomfortable. But if there are students who have gone astray or are engaging in dangerous activities, it's time for a teacher to step in. Thank you. It's dangerous, so you stay at the academy. Saying that, I immediately left the academy. Shenli looked like she wanted to say something, but she saw me off in silence. Section. I hadn't been to the northern side of the academy city much, but it seemed quite different from the southern side. Compared to the bright and refined atmosphere with many shops in the south, the north had a rougher feel. However, it wasn't like a dimly lit back alley. It was full of energy, like a flea market or produce market. To me, who liked places like Chinatown, it looked quite interesting. However, among the stall vendors, there were also people who didn't look like ordinary citizens. Come to think of it, I'd heard there were underground casinos on this side of town. Given this streetscape, it made sense. Between the gaps of the stalls, narrow alleys could be seen. Unlike the lively main street, they were dim and deserted. The narrow alleys stretched straight back, giving an eerie impression. If there were casinos in these back alleys, there must be lookouts somewhere. I should be able to find them if I walk around. Thinking this, I stepped into the back alley. Just like the main street where various smells mingled, the back alley seemed to be a mix of countless odors. However, the crucial difference was that the smells in the back alley were damper and more unpleasant. Moreover, the ground was partly missing cobblestones or strangely dented with muddy water pooling, lacking cleanliness. I endured and kept going, but gradually the amount of garbage strewn along the edges of the road increased, and I reached my limit. Fly. I activated the flying magic. Floating up like a balloon with its string cut, I quickly reached a position higher than the roofs of the buildings. Whether it should be unexpected or as expected, the back alleys were quite extensive. I should narrow down my search somewhat. Quickly surveying the surroundings, I noticed several large buildings that appeared to be 3 stories high scattered among the back alleys. Why would such large buildings be necessary when they don't face the main street? They're unlikely to house large families, so these buildings are decidedly suspicious. I decided to try continuing my search while looking down at the alleys from the rooftops. Then, I discovered a corner where several people had gathered. I quietly landed on a roof and listened carefully. I hadn't dressed warmly today, so it was a bit chilly, but I endured silently. Although the sound of the wind and the bustle from the main street mixed in, I could still somehow hear the voices from the alley. It seemed that multiple individuals were arguing. All the voices were male. You bastard, do you understand? If you lie to me, I could have you executed for insulting the royal family. And no, that's not my intention. It's hard on me too, being suspected of lying when I'm not. Oh, do you have a complaint against me? Who do you think I am? Say it. In response to the hoarse male voice, a haughty voice could be heard spitting out words, and I recognized it. I descended silently from the sky, and after glaring at the group who had frozen at my sudden appearance, I approached the person I was looking for. Rox. When I called his name, the man beside Rox glared at me and lowered his stance. Meanwhile, Rox stepped back, sweating profusely. "AAI teacher, why are you here?" I drew closer to the greatly flustered Rox and looked up at him. "I've been looking for you, Rox." I said this in a low voice, conveying my anger. But for some reason, Rox turned to me with furrowed brows and moist eyes. "Looking for me? You, teacher AI, were looking for me. What's wrong?" I almost said that out loud in response to his unexpected reaction, but I swallowed the words. "You shouldn't be doing this." When I clearly admonished him, Rox's face suddenly changed, and he averted his gaze. That's you're telling me not to do dangerous things, no, but even so, for teacher AI, a woman to do dangerous things, I mean, if I continue like this, my father and mother will kill me. I need to show some kind of visible results. For some reason, Rox began to struggle internally. Why should I be the one doing dangerous things? Surely he doesn't think I would assist in bullying. I sighed and narrowed my eyes. I can't believe Rox is still using his royal authority to bully the weak. When I said this with a cold gaze, Rox opened his eyes wide in surprise. Be bullying? And no, that's not it. I, as a member of the royal family, should. As a member of the royal family, you were intimidating ordinary people. That's not it. This man is involved with an underground casino. When I heard that some students from the academy had become addicted to gambling and were drowning in debt, I started investigating. Rox desperately pleaded his innocence. Although the Fitic Academy is funded by the 6 major countries, territorially it's under the jurisdiction of the Verded Kingdom. It's certainly convincing that a member of the Verded royal family would investigate criminal activities within their territory. However, why isn't he doing this more openly? Looking around, there are only 2 men carrying swords who seem to be on Rock's side. I'm not sure if they're magicians, but their stance and eyes, clearly wary of my movements, undoubtedly come from rich combat experience. Thinking that far, I realized Rock's circumstances. The Magic Academy has many royals and nobles from various countries enrolled as students and faculty. In such a situation, if rumors spread that there's a large underground casino in the Academy City where students are racking up debts, it would be a stain on the Verded royal family's reputation. That's why Rox was acting secretly and discreetly. He must be trying to ensure that only vague rumors reach the other countries. I see. In that case, let me assist you. But still, to lead the investigation yourself, isn't that dangerous for a member of the royal family? When I asked this, Rox looked away with a complicated expression. No, I need to achieve something as a member of the royal family, or I'm in trouble. Hi. I asked him to repeat because his voice was so low, but Rox kept his mouth shut and didn't answer. Chapter 2. The Underground Casino. The Nevis family, a Yakuza-like organization, runs the underground casino. Among the various illegal groups such as theft rings, unlicensed doctors, slave traders, and violent organizations known as extortionists, they stand out as a particularly powerful force. The Academy City, where wealth, goods, and people from various countries flow in, is overflowing with those seeking ways to make money, regardless of good or evil. In such an environment, it's not surprising that some would turn their attention to the academy students. The Nevis family is one of them. They've taken in merchants expelled from commercial guilds and expanded into various businesses. Among these, the most profitable venture is their casino. Usually, their casino caters to connected nobles and merchants, but in their pursuit of even greater profits, they began seeking ways to increase their clientele. As a result, they set their sights on the academy students, many of whom are relatives of royalty and nobility. This information was revealed by a man Rox suspected and interrogated. Thank you for your cooperation. The man, who appeared to be in his 40s, nodded repeatedly while trembling slightly. Rox let out a dry laugh, his cheek twitching. Well, I suppose anyone would be scared if they saw a rock crushed before their eyes and then had their head grabbed by that same hand. He muttered something, shrinking back. While Rock's behavior was puzzling, I had grasped the outline of the case. Most of the kids drowning in debt don't know what to do. If you sweet-talk them, they'll do anything you say. Occasionally, some fool might talk about using their power to shut down the casino, but there's no way those nobles, full of pride, could actually do such a thing. The man said with a laugh, seemingly emboldened, I see. Indeed, most nobles would hesitate to tarnish their family name, especially those of higher rank. As I pondered this, Rox grabbed the man's neck and spoke in a low voice. Are you looking down on nobles, you bastard? For the sake of that pride, we'd cut off the heads of criminals like you, without hesitation. The man snorted at Rock's anger-filled voice and bloodshot eyes. If I'm caught, it's a death sentence anyway. When you know you're going to die, there's nothing to fear. Let me tell you something clearly, Prince. The royalty and nobility, they all look down on us commoners. Most of them think that's normal, but we're sick and tired of being treated like that. Rock's eyes widened at these words, spat out like venom. Still gripping the man's neck, he shoved him violently against the wall. "Don't mock us." The man's eyes bulged as Rox threatened him. Rox, while showing his anger, managed to control himself somewhat and released his grip, glaring at the man. "I have no intention of doing anything to you because you're a commoner, nor do I look down on you. However, criminals will be punished regardless of their social status. Remember that." Rox's response was clumsy, but it was passable. He was clearly different from how he used to be. I nodded slightly and looked at Rox's profile. "Please step aside." Rox obediently complied. The man looked at Rox's face, then at me. What's going on? Could you also be royalty?" I smiled faintly at the confused man. "You too are trapped by preconceptions about social status. I'm a commoner. However, if we're talking about titles, Rox is a student and I'm a teacher." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widened in shock, his mouth opening and closing several times without making a sound. "Now then, please lead us to the casino. I should warn you, you can't escape from me." Despite my gentle request for cooperation, the man swallowed hard with a pale face and nodded repeatedly. "Section, it's me. I've brought guests." As the man said this, after a brief pause, the door opened. Light leaked through the gap in the door, and we, standing in the dim alley, squinted our eyes. The man entered first, disappearing beyond the door. I turned back to check everyone's intentions, but Rox was already about to barge in, and the two men who seemed to be bodyguards just nodded at me. Come to think of it, these two clearly weren't students. Were they Rox's original bodyguards? Well, that doesn't matter right now. "You two, please focus on protecting Rox," I told them. They nodded again. Smiling at them, I turned towards the open door. Bathed in the dazzling light, I entered the building. A sweet scent tickled my nose, mixed with the smell of wood, iron, and fabric. It didn't feel like a casino. Come to think of it, there wasn't much noise either. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I looked around. It was a spacious shop that looked like a general store. Although the exterior was stone, the floor and walls inside were covered with wooden planks, and even the well-arranged shelves were wooden. Colorful fabrics hung from the walls and ceiling, creating a lively atmosphere. The products ranged widely from lamps, dishes, and vases to what appeared to be sweet confections. Welcome to William Trading Company. We have everything from daily necessities to rare sweets made with sugar." A merchant in robes appeared, wearing a gentle smile. He looked to be about 30 years old. He spread his arms wide, looking at us with a somewhat suspicious grin. "A trading company? Wait a minute, this place is. Hey, where did that guy go?" Rox finally noticed the man had disappeared. The soldier bodyguards looked around as well. "He just ran straight to the back of the store." Rox hurriedly turned his eyes to the back of the store. "Damn, a valuable source of information. Let's chase after him right now." "Yes, sir." As the three tried to push their way in, the merchant stopped them. I'm sorry. The hallway beyond that point is for the warehouse and employee break room. I'd be happy to explain our products to you, so please feel free to ask anything." "Shut up, we have no business with you. We're going to search the back." Rox shouted, but the merchant just smiled troubledly, still not budging. Even if he didn't know Rox, he should have recognized him as nobility by his attitude. Yet the merchant stood firm. Just then, there was a sound like wood striking wood from somewhere. Hearing this, the merchant raised his eyebrows and stepped aside. "Well, if you insist, I'll guide you. I don't want to antagonize nobility after all." As the merchant said this, Rox nodded, though somewhat bewildered. Fine, then lead the way, don't hide anything." Rox said this as if driving home a point, but he was completely in the merchant's palm. "I understand." The merchant bowed respectfully, but he was probably sticking out his tongue while looking down. "Now this way, please." The merchant said this and walked ahead, heading towards the back of the store. The shelves were arranged to hide the passage, but looking to the side, there seemed to be a single-leaf door. The merchant opened this door casually and turned to face us. "The employee break room is the room on the right. The warehouse is on the left." Saying this, he stepped back against the wall so we could see beyond the door. What lay before us was just a narrow passage and two closed doors. Entering the passage, Rox first opened the left door. But even after entering, all we saw were old shelves and wooden boxes lined up, nothing like the glamorous place a casino should be. The products stored on the shelves indeed looked like inventory items, which must be the other side. Rocks quickly turned back, returned to the passage, and opened the opposite door. "Whoa, who are you?" A rough man's voice could be heard. Peering in from behind Rocks, who had stopped, we saw about a dozen large men resting. Drinks and food were laid out on the tables, surrounded by a mismatched assortment of long benches and single chairs, each occupied by a man. Near the entrance, one man was standing, but startled by Rocks, he was backing away while turning towards us. As Rocks looked around the dimly lit room, the men made overtly displeased faces. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The men all stood up at once, glaring at us. Faced with the clear hostility of these sturdy adult men, even Rocks hesitated to speak. "This is the Nevis family, correct?" I stepped forward, gently moving Rocks and the two bodyguards aside with one hand. "Hi. What's this Nevis family you're talking about?" Mocking laughter erupted. "You've got a mean look, but a pretty face, miss. Want to work here? We'll pay well. All you have to do is take off your clothes a bit. It's an easy job, even an idiot can do." "Hadohate." One of them made a vulgar joke, and everyone started laughing again. It was an unpleasant atmosphere. Ignoring them, I looked around. The walls seemed to be stone and wood, but the interior was quite elaborate. The lighting was dim, with many unlit fixtures on the walls and ceiling. Also, the arrangement of the chairs was far too haphazard. Feeling something was off, I examined the room more carefully. That's when Rocks, his face red with anger, stepped forward. "You insolent fools, we are first-class magicians. If you don't want to be burned alive, beg for your lives and prostrate yourselves this instant." Rocks, bristling with rage, threatened them in a typical noble fashion. It was hard to tell who the villain was at this point. The men's expressions turned grim, and the atmosphere became explosive. I silently slapped Rocks on the back. "Ow." Rocks let out an exaggerated cry of pain, falling to his knees and groaning. The two bodyguards rushed to support him almost reflexively. This child has been rude. However, as the man from earlier confessed, it seems certain that this is indeed the Nevis family's hideout. "Everyone, please answer our questions honestly." As I said this, the men looked dumbfounded for a moment, then burst out laughing. "This child," she says. "The man from earlier. That guy left through there." The men laugh as they point to the wall behind them. As the three men standing by the wall move away, a black metal door is revealed. Perhaps a back entrance? What? Did that man just deceive us? One of the guards mutters resentfully. "No, please rest assured, that person is still here." I say this, pointing to the back of the room. At this, the men once again wrap themselves in a tense atmosphere and glare at me. Section side, Nevis family. What's with this woman? That was my initial impression. She looks younger than the red-haired brat claiming to be royalty, but she's clearly of higher status than Rocks. If the royal claim is true, Rocks must be the second or third son of a secondary queen. Is this woman the eldest daughter of the primary queen? However, Rox's hair is red, while this woman has rare black hair. What exactly are these two? I was thinking this, but the moment she crushed a rock in her grip and grabbed my head with that same hand, I understood. This woman is a demon or something. My head, firmly in her grasp, wouldn't budge no matter how desperately I tried to shake it off. Looking at the woman's face, smiling at me, I experienced the greatest fear of my life. Before I knew it, I had told her the location of the venue we're currently using. Normally, I would have guided them to a fake warehouse or store we use as a front, but out of sheer terror, I couldn't even manage such a simple deception. But usually, even if they enter the building, they wouldn't reach the casino. The deliberately constructed back entrance leads to a fake trading company. Even if they force their way in, they'll only be confused. Meanwhile, the report will reach the casino on the second floor. After that, we just need to escape through the back entrance with the customers. This building has 3 exits. The normal entrance to the underground casino would be the most suspicious, but the escape route is different. I quickly signaled with my eyes to a comrade playing the role of a merchant in the trading company, and silently ran from behind the shelves to the back of the store. Opening the door on the right side of the passage, everyone furrowed their brows at my flustered appearance. "Hey, what's going on? Did the night order show up or something?" Waving my hand at the gathering crowd, I headed further in. "Scatter, troublesome folks are coming. The casino is closed for today." As I answered, everyone started moving while speaking. What kind of people are they?" But we were having such good sales today. Hey, grab that side. While making a commotion, they efficiently changed the appearance of the room with practiced movements. I'm going to report to the boss. Saying just that, I hurriedly moved the shelf at the back and stood in front of the stairs. The stairs, painted completely black from floor to walls, look like just a wall from a distance. Climbing the stairs barely wide enough for 2 people to pass simultaneously, I immediately knock on the door at the top. 3 knocks, 2 knocks, 3 knocks, and the door opens instantly. What's wrong? I try to calmly relay the facts to my comrade, who opened the door with a puzzled look. Royalty, guards, and a demon-like woman have all shown up together. We need to flee. Hearing this, my comrade lets me in despite his bewildered expression. That's for the boss to decide. Tell him directly. I know, is the boss in the back? Yeah. Hearing the reply, I immediately head to the back. Card tables, roulette wheels, and other gaming stations fill the room, surrounded by well-dressed individuals eagerly losing their money. It's strange how dimming the overall lighting and spotlighting the tables draws everyone in like moths to a flame. Along the corridors and walls, people with various expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure try to escape the light, but their eyes are uniformly fixed on the illuminated tables. Most of these people are beyond help. Once gambling takes hold, there's no letting go. The same goes for those drowning in debt. At one table, 3 boys in Magic Academy uniforms sit with bloodshot eyes, sweating profusely. As expected, noble children are easy money. Nobles, bound by many social constraints, can't consult anyone. When they're drowning in debt, they fall for sweet words out of desperation. I can't give up such an easy business. I move silently through the room and stand in front of the door leading to the back. Boss, excuse me. I call out and open the door without waiting for a response. The moment I step into the room, thick smoke emerges as if drawn by the casino lights, and a glass filled with liquid comes flying at me. As I hear the sound of glass shattering against the edge of the open door, I bow deeply. I apologize for the sudden intrusion, but it's an emergency. Right now, downstairs. Shut up, you piece of shit. Didn't I tell you not to open the door before I answer? Should I re-educate you from scratch? I involuntarily shudder at the anger-laced voice, but I must report this no matter what. I'm sorry, but this is truly an emergency. Please listen. Saying this, I kneel on the spot and look towards the sofa in the back. In the dim room, a large woman sitting deeply in a red sofa glares at me with piercing eyes. Section. Swords and daggers at the ready, over 20 ruffians charge at just 4 people. For a mage, there's no time for incantations. Even a knight couldn't cut down 10 people. They may be former adventurers, soldiers, and thieves, but they're still professionals. There's no way they'd lose to ordinary folks when they have the advantage in numbers. Or so it should have been, but an impossible scene was unfolding before our eyes. 2 knights are each engaged with one opponent. The brat claiming to be royalty is standing against the wall, staff raised, trying to chant a spell. So where are the rest? Ga. Ahi. Hi. Around the time 5 people were sent flying, everyone understood the abnormal situation. By the time the 10th person was punched in the stomach and rolled to the wall, the sense of unease had transformed into terror. Bladed weapons are dangerous, you know. As if gently pointing out a breach of table manners, the woman uttered a single sentence as she snapped a sword she had grabbed with her bare hands. That alone was abnormal, but the process was even more unbelievable. 3 swords were swung at the woman, but she dodged one while deflecting another with one hand. Furthermore, she grabbed the blade of the third with her other hand and crushed it as if snapping it in half. The sword broke midway, with the blade tip falling to the ground. For some reason, everyone's eyes were drawn to the falling blade. Silence fell over the room as if all sound had been lost. Everyone held their breath, watching the woman. The sound of someone swallowing echoed. Amidst this, the woman silently swung her arm, knocking down 3 men. Grown men rolled on the ground. Demon Lord. For some reason, one of the knights who supposedly came with the woman muttered this with a pale face. The woman shot him a sharp glance, causing the knight to avert his gaze so quickly you could almost hear it. Sighing, the woman turned to us and opened her mouth. This is as far as I'll hold back. If you resist any further, I'll respond with offensive magic. At the woman's words as she turned her palm towards us, we involuntarily blurted out. Hold back. Respond, don't you mean obliterate? Magic. You're kidding, aren't you a hero-class martial artist? Hearing our pale-faced mutterings, the woman furrowed her brow and narrowed her eyes. Time's up, ice double-edged assassin. The moment she spoke, 4 enormous curved ice blades appeared around her. Looking at the curved blades with cold mist rising from them, for some reason, a shiver ran through our very cores. W8. We give up, we won't resist anymore. Please forgive us. Screaming, everyone who could move sat down on the spot and pressed their foreheads to the floor. It's no use. This woman is a monster. We only have 2 choices, be quietly arrested or resist and be killed. Instinctively, I knew escape was impossible. Boss, please don't provoke her unnecessarily. I thought this like a prayer as I knelt down on the spot. Sighed, Kalila. I listened to my subordinates report and stand up with a sigh. I also kick and break the small table next to me. It's not like the night order has stormed in. Don't panic and let the customers escape. They probably can't even make it to the 2nd floor anyway. I say this with a snort, but my subordinate argues back with a troubled expression. No, this time it's different from the usual knights or guards. Especially that terrifying woman. Don't say such pathetic things. I reflexively shout and kick my subordinate's head. After looking down at my subordinate who has fallen with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, I cool down a bit. This pisses me off. Woman, a woman scarier than me, huh? I click my tongue and move towards the casino, suppressing my irritation. Hey, we're done for today, let's pack up. I tell this to the black-suited dealers, who nod quietly and start moving. Some customers are visibly upset, but neither side wants to get caught. The evacuation proceeds mostly smoothly. The back door is at the bottom of the stairs. If they could come straight here, we might run into them before escaping, but that's unlikely to happen. However, it's somewhat concerning that a subordinate who has experienced this many times before is panicking so much. And the woman who instilled such fear in my subordinate, too. Maybe I should go down and take a look. I mutter this and turn back towards the stairs. Normally, we'd escape immediately and set fire to the building to end it, but this time I thought I'd at least see what kind of woman she is. I'm going downstairs. You guys continue evacuating the customers. Yes, sir. Hearing the black suit's response, I open the door leading to the stairs. The end of the dark staircase is dimly lit. Just as I was about to descend, I heard a sound from below. The screams of men. Then, the sound of intense sword clashing. A rumbling vibration as if something heavy had collided with the wall. There shouldn't have been that many people, but judging from the voices and sounds, it seems my subordinates are at a disadvantage. What on earth are they doing? As I descend the stairs, screams and angry shouts echo repeatedly, but there's no sign of the fight ending. I reach the bottom of the stairs and peer through the gap in the shelves. What I saw was a woman knocking away 3 men who were attacking her with swords, using just her fists. What is that? At a glance, I realize this is not normal. That woman broke the sword with her bare hands, and with just one hand at that. The moment I realize this, I turn my toes towards the back door. You've got to be kidding me. I'll take on knights or nobles, but that kind of monster is beyond my expectations. The customers are coming downstairs too. I should quickly open the back door and escape. Thinking this, I unlock the back door and grab the handle. But it doesn't budge. Is the key unlocked? Why no, I can get out through the window. I'll break the wind. I hurriedly try to break the boarded-up window with my sword to make an escape route. However, although I can see outside, an invisible wall blocks my escape. While I'm struggling with this, the customers who were first urged to escape have gathered on the stairs. I thrust my sword at the invisible wall, but it's easily deflected. What's going on? Confused, I unconsciously mutter these words. Immediately after, I hear the sound of intense slashing and something large breaking behind me. Turning around, I see that where the shelves should have been, there's nothing, and light from the adjacent room is shining through. And in that light, a silhouette of what appears to be a young girl emerges. Wrapped in what looks like white mist or cold air, the figure approaches, trailing a white haze. Oh, it seems I've saved myself the trouble of going upstairs. The woman smiles as she looks at me. GH. You lot come down here. I yell, taking a stance to secure the back door. I hold 2 swords, one in each hand, pointing the blades at the woman's face. With the sound of hurried footsteps, my armed subordinates come down. 3 in black suits can use magic. They should be able to attack from the top of the stairs. The hallway is narrow. If we press her with numbers from the stairs and our side, we won't lose. I kick away the fleeing customers to clear my view. On the stairs are subordinates with swords and others preparing magic, and I'm in a stance with my dual swords. Despite this, the woman's smile deepened. I'm glad you didn't run away. Now, please surrender. Section side. AOI. There was a woman with a clearly different aura at the end of the dark hallway. At the top of the stairs and further down, the hallway were men and women in noble-like attire, but they were cowering against the walls in fear. The thugs coming down the stairs and men in black suit-like clothes, as well as the tall woman holding a sword at the end of the hallway, were all cautiously closing in, but with an air of confidence that they wouldn't lose. Despite this being their hideout, they were kicking over fallen chairs, shelves, and destroying things. Their intimidating presence was different from the run-of-the-mill opponents I had faced earlier. As expected, these must be the executives of the Nevis family. Normally, when facing skilled opponents, I'd prefer to keep my distance and continuously fire mid-level or higher magic spells. However, in this narrow space, doing so would undoubtedly cause the building to collapse, burying everyone alive. I guess there's no choice. Let's go with close combat. Sighing, I chant body enhancement magic again. All the opponents so far seem to have some combat skills, but their movements were full of wasteful motions, likely self-taught. From my perspective as someone who has practiced Kendo for a long time, there were plenty of openings I wanted to strike. As I was thinking this while looking around, I noticed a wooden stick rolling out from a shelf the woman had kicked over. It looks like it could be a broom handle, or perhaps a tool used in the casino. Either way, a familiar weapon would be better, so I pick up the stick and check its grip. It feels quite good, similar to the wooden sword I usually use. Since I've put up a barrier to prevent them from escaping outside, there's no need to rush. Hey, Missy, if you don't want to get hurt, stick to the wall and tremble. Uttering such words, the men came down from the stairs. Further up, magicians were chanting spells. Are they trying to somehow deal with me without accidentally attacking their comrades below on the narrow stairs? Is it a binding spell, or perhaps magic that can attack from above? As I was watching with interest, the men who had approached me swung down their swords. I deflected the blade with my palm and struck the man's abdomen with the stick in my other hand. The stick sank deep into the man's body, sending the adult male flying like a ball. Gah! The man crashed shoulder first into the stairway wall and lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back. The violent impact caused debris and dust to fall from the ceiling. Everyone's movements stopped, perhaps due to the slight tremor in the building. At that moment, the magician at the top of the stairs released a spell. A black mist-like haze overflowed, spreading to fill the ceiling. It's a magic I've never seen before, but what could it be? I'm curious, but if that magic is the type that can harm multiple people, it might be difficult to protect everyone here. So I decide to nullify it. Invisible block. As I mutter with magical power, a thin invisible plate appears under the black haze. Since it covers the entire ceiling, that mysterious black haze shouldn't reach us. Well, I've memorized their faces. I'll ask about that magic when I catch them. After muttering that quietly, I strike down the man in front of me with an overhead blow to the head. W, what the hell is this person? J just a stick, how? Hearing such cries, I bring my hand in front of my face. When I learned body enhancement magic, I trained with medium-sized magical beasts. I can fight reasonably well. What part of that is reasonable? As someone shouted that, a voice came from the top of the stairs. Sensei. Huh, no way. It's a young voice. By the time I looked up, they had already hidden themselves, but it was probably a student from the academy. Did they think they'd be scolded, or perhaps expelled? Either way, calling out my name was a misstep. Sensei. No way, a teacher. The man in the black suit blinked and looked at me. Immediately after, the woman at the bottom of the stairs shouted, "Bring those brats here." At that instruction, the men at the top of the stairs looked startled and ran off. This is bad. If they're taken hostage, I won't be able to make a move. The moment I made that judgment, I was already dashing off with enough force to break through the floorboards. I climb the stairs, knocking away anyone in my way. As I reach the second floor, a wide casino hall spreads out before me. Spotlights illuminate the dimly lit room, and under them are rectangular tables with cards and small spheres. Surprisingly, it has the atmosphere of an elegant, high-class casino. However, the interior is also filled with a white haze like smoke, making it difficult to locate the students. As I'm scanning the room, I hear someone rushing up the stairs behind me. Use the brats. Shouting, that woman appears. She spins two swords simultaneously in her hands and takes a stance. The way she manipulates the two swords as if they were extensions of her hands is impressive. As I'm partially focused on her, I hear voices from the back. Sensei. Don't attack us. Saying this, two boys come out. Behind them stand three men in black suits, pointing their swords at the boys' necks. The sight makes my blood boil with anger, but if I move, the two will be in danger. At that moment, one of the men in black suits tells something to the two boys. Immediately after, the boys' faces turn pale, and with tearful eyes, they look at me and open their mouths. It's a magic chant. What were they told? What kind of magic are they trying to cast? Questions arise and disappear in an instant, but the last word that remains is just one. That man, what should I do with him? Without moving from my spot, I glare at the men in black suits. One of them opens his mouth with a twitching cheek. Hurry up, what's taking you so long? As the man shouts, the boys flinch in surprise and tremble. The magic is soon completed, and the boys, with tears in their eyes, cast their spells. Flame arrow. Rock shot. The moment they're activated, a ball of flame and a rock appear in front of the boys and are launched towards me. There's only one of each, but they're quite fast. I nod slightly and swing my hand without the stick from left to right, neutralizing both spells. What was that? The boys forget their fear and mutter in astonishment, looking back and forth between their hands and my face. It was just a palm strike, nothing more than body enhancement magic. Seeing the three men in black suits freeze with wide eyes, I immediately spring into action. Windbind. The moment the magic activates, the men in black suits stiffen as if an iron core had been inserted into their bodies. I am possible. After glancing at the three men who are staring in shock with wide eyes, I turn around. The tips of two swords were already closing in right in front of me. The speed, aim, and timing are perfect. Even the way she concealed her presence is admirable. However, the slight leak of killing intent was fatal. When I lived with Owen, there were many medium-sized magical beasts in the mountains and forests where large magical beasts like dragons lived, and they were exceptionally good at hunting. When dealing with such beasts, one becomes sensitive to even the slightest sense of unease or killing intent. That said, this is probably the most excellent assassination technique I've encountered among all the people I've met so far. Impressive. Muttering this unconsciously, I deflect the two blades closing in on me almost simultaneously with my stick. Not bad. The woman who had her swords deflected nearly lost her balance, but quickly pulled back and readied her swords again. Her movements were efficient, leaving no opening for a strike. You're quite skilled as well. Honestly expressing my impression, I closed the distance in an instant. Damn it. The woman swung both hands at my face as I approached in one leap. A silver light comes straight at me. I've been careful not to let the stick break while defending, but it finally snaps in half. Serves you right. Perhaps certain of victory, the woman smiles and launches her next attack. But maybe due to impatience, the speed and angle of her sword are sloppy. This should be manageable even barehanded. You're getting impatient, aren't you? Muttering this, I let go of the stick and grab the two approaching blades with my bare hands. Why, you're not really the demon lord, are you? The woman's eyes widened in shock as she blurted out the rude question. What else could I possibly look like besides a teacher? I muttered with a sigh, crushing the woman's twin swords in my hands. What kind of teacher can do something like that? As the woman tried to counterattack, I struck her chest with a backhand, sending her rolling to the ground. Now then, shall we restrain her? After confirming there were no more threats around, I said this to Rox, who had come up the stairs. All I can do now is laugh. Rox muttered only that, before giving instructions to his two guards. In a dimly lit room, about 10 men sat in a row. Sitting still in formal seiza position on the hard floor, they somewhat resembled ascetic monks. And in front of these 10 men, sitting on a chair and bound with rope, was a single woman. It was the tall woman with those assassination skills. The woman clenched her teeth, closing her lips tightly and glaring at us with her chin lowered. Some who needed treatment were taken to the Academy's medical facilities, but the rest were all brought to my research room. I had insisted to Rox that I would extract the necessary information, so he let me take custody of them. I was concerned about Rox's pale face as he saw us off, but for now, I was glad to be able to talk to those who seemed to be the main culprits of the incident. Everyone's faces were darkened due to the overhead light, but I asked in a deliberately normal, calm voice. Now, I have a question. You are the Nevis family, correct? Yeah, I guess so. The woman answered, surprisingly straightforward. Then, your position and name, please. When I asked this, she crossed her legs while still bound and raised her face to glare at me. Kalila Nevis, I'm the boss of the Nevis family. If you lie, things won't be very pleasant, you know. I thought she couldn't be the top of the organization, so I threatened her a bit. But Kalila, who had introduced herself, furrowed her brow in displeasure. You're saying I'm lying? She asked back in a low, menacing voice. I sighed and shrugged my shoulders. I would have thought that the mastermind of a great evil lurking in such a large city would be older and more powerful. When I pointed this out, Kalila and the men behind her drooped their shoulders and hung their heads. We've been operating as a small but elite group. We're actually quite capable among the big shots in this city. Hi. Thinking I might have misheard, I tilted my head. Kalila's face turned bright red as she opened her mouth. You're the weird one here. You even grabbed a sword. I've never seen anyone block magic with their bare hands. I'm using body enhancement magic. That's not what I'm talking about. If that were the case, all of our guys should be able to block magic barehanded. Kalila shouted, breathing heavily. You can do it if you try hard enough. It's just a matter of training. I said that with some encouragement, but Kalila just dropped her shoulders dejectedly. Forget it. I understand that you're abnormal. Tell me why you didn't hand us over to the guards. If you're not going to kill the guys behind me, we'll cooperate with anything. Kalila muttered tiredly, with a hint of resignation. She seems to have a surprisingly strong sense of camaraderie, shielding her subordinates. If she's willing to say that much, it's in our favor, just as planned. I smiled gently and took a step closer to Kalila. Kalila shrugged and held her breath. What are you planning? Smiling such a cruel smile. Cruel is quite rude. No, I won't say any more. You're scared because you've been captured, right? No, what's scary is your. She seemed to want to say something, so I looked at her face, but Kalila shut her mouth and averted her gaze. While observing her profile with half-closed eyes, I moved on to the main topic. Let's get back to the matter at hand. So, let's assume you're the boss of the Nevis family. As the top of an organization with a stronghold and that much crowd-pulling power, you must know about other organizations and their whereabouts, right? Other organizations, we don't really have any horizontal connections. As Kalila hesitated, her eyes darting around, I furrowed my brow and tried to intimidate her. I won't tolerate lies or deception. If you lie, what will happen? I said this, gradually lowering my voice. Additionally, to give a sense of intimidation, I used ice magic to generate cold air from behind. I overdid it a bit, and immediately the ground started to freeze over with cracking sounds. Then, Kalila let out a strange cry in the middle of my warning and shook her head several times. I remembered. Come to think of it, just a few months ago, the big shots gathered to discuss territories. B-boss, that talk is. As Kalila suddenly started talking honestly, the subordinate men lined up behind her raised voices that sounded like screams. Kalila frowned at this and turned her profile to shout, Your lives are at stake here, shut up. Kalila said she was doing this for their sake, and the men couldn't say anything more and hung their heads. I nodded at that and looked at Kalila and the men in turn. A wise decision. Now then, please continue. At my words, Kalila nodded with a serious expression. This city is a money tree. If we wanted to, we could get a foothold to reach out to the 6 major countries and neighboring small countries. But right now, there are many folks thinking the same thing. We've ended up in a situation of mutual restraint, and we're not making as much profit as we thought. Well, it's still like heaven compared to other cities. She prefaced with a snort of laughter. Then, Kalila slightly lowered her chin and opened her mouth. This city is being meddled with by big organizations from various countries. Among them, the ones with the most influence are. Saying that, she revealed the names of the organizations in order. Organizations from large countries seem to have many members. And, as expected, it seems that all organizations are making huge profits using gambling, illegal slavery, stolen goods, and so on to varying degrees. Among these, is gambling the only thing that's having a bad influence on the academy students? What kind of business is this illegal slavery you mentioned? It's simply forcibly enslaving orphans or kidnapped people and selling them. Skinny, poor people could die at any time, so merchants' children or nobles' children are the most profitable. There are many nobles from other countries in this city, you know. If you sell them off quickly, it seems it often goes undetected. These nobles from other countries, you mean those attending our academy? We're not doing that stuff. It's the guys from neighboring countries with roots to their own countries who do that. The story is that it's harder to detect because they're sold to different countries. As Kalila hurriedly started making excuses, I glared at her while considering. If a child who had gone to another country was kidnapped, you'd think they'd come storming in with a group of knights or something, but I haven't heard any such stories yet. I'll ask Rox about it later. I see. Then, what's left is the locations of these organizations, right? And no, that's really the one thing I don't know. Only the territories are decided. The content of the business is basically non-interference. There's more than enough money to be made. So, what we discuss at those meetings is just confirming territories, resolving disputes, and information about the knights and guards. Kalila answered with a sigh. I suppose she wouldn't lie at this point after telling me so much. I see. When I said this with a smile, Kalila shuddered and shrugged her shoulders. What is it? I cooperated. Keep your promise, please. As she pleaded with a face that looked like she was about to cry, I furrowed my brow and narrowed my eyes. I'll keep my promise, of course. But only after I confirm that your words are true. When I said this, Kalila held her breath with tears in her eyes. Chapter 3. Solution. Rox and the two guards were waiting outside, trying not to spread the story. For some reason, Shenli and Dean were also standing nearby. Is it over? I hope they're alive. Rox muttered softly, but I couldn't hear it clearly, so I ignored it. After confirming that everyone was facing me, I asked Rox, why are Shenli and Dean here? Apparently, they were waiting for us. Rox answered. Shenli stepped forward and began to speak. We heard that Dean's friend hasn't returned since yesterday, so we waited for Teacher AI to come back with Senior Rox. We thought you might have found some clues. Next to Shenli, Dean stood with a worried expression, his eyebrows furrowed. I nodded reassuringly to both of them. We've found some leads. Now, we're going to confirm them directly. Hearing this, they both nodded back with relieved expressions. Then, Rox spoke up, looking troubled. Are you going to have the Nevis family guide us? The knight's interrogation and investigation. Can't we somehow gloss over that? I asked. Gloss over? No, that's not possible. Rox's eyes widened at my words. Certainly, from the perspective of the knights or guards, this couldn't be overlooked, but we can't afford an immediate arrest in this case. Rox, are there any other places you were planning to investigate? No, there aren't. Seeing Rox shake his head in confusion, I decided on a more forceful approach. We don't have time. There's a possibility that students from our academy are with other organizations. We need to storm into each organization's hideout and negotiate directly. For that, we need the Nevis family's cooperation. At least after the knight's interrogation. If they truly control the underside of the city, they should be gathering information faster than anyone else. The news about the Nevis family being attacked and a relatively well-known organization being crushed in a day will probably spread immediately. Before the other side considers the possibility of the Nevis family switching sides, we'll grab their tail. As I explained our future plans, looking straight into his eyes, Rox blushed for some reason and averted his gaze. I understand. I'll impose an information restriction. I nodded in response, having secured his agreement. Now that I knew our only concern was taken care of, it was time for action. I called Shenli and Dean and returned to the research room. Kalila Nevis worked quickly. When I told her I wanted to contact other organizations, she immediately set her subordinates in motion. Kalila herself was walking with me through the back alleys of the city, but I wondered if her subordinates were aware of this movement. Where are you planning to take us? If you're thinking of escaping or setting a trap for us? Rox, following behind, showed his wariness and drove the point home. Kalila frowned at this and glanced at me. Don't be stupid, Prince. It's too late for us to go against you now. If we show you how useful we can be, we might avoid execution, right? You're quite brazen. To say that to us. Kalila snorted at the exasperated Rox and shrugged her shoulders. After walking for a while, one of Kalila's subordinates appeared silently and gave a report. He whispered something in a low voice to Kalila and then left. The White Ash Garon wants to meet. They're a pretty big faction based in the kingdom of Carven. If we go, there'll be at least 50 people there. Wants to meet, what does that mean? When Rox asked, Kalila smiled sarcastically. I just told them there's a huge profit opportunity, but the knights might move. We'll share the profits if they lend us some people. That's not a lie, is it? It's obviously a lie no matter how you look at it. It's just a difference in interpretation. Kalila shrugged at Rox, who was furrowing his brow. So, where is the location? I asked. Kalila pointed to the depths of the alley. I don't know the details, but apparently Garon's subordinates are waiting in their territory down there. Sorry, but the prince and the knight can't enter. Famous people are likely to be recognized quickly. Then we could just take off our armor and go. You'd be recognized even with a hood on. They'll check your faces before guiding you. Besides, you've been arresting thugs left and right, so your faces are known. Just wait quietly, Prince. Rox showed frustration on his face after being flatly denied by Kalila. But unable to retort, he could only glare back silently. I lightly patted Rox on the back and walked towards Kalila. It's all right, I'll make sure to negotiate properly. Please don't worry. If anything, I'm worried about teacher AI going too far. I'll be sure to exercise restraint. As I answered, Rox made a sour face. Then Shenli and Dean, who had been quietly following until now, spoke up. We're not known by face, will help teacher AI. Me too. Shenli with a determined face, and Dean with a desperate one. Although their magical skills have improved, they're not suited for such a brutal scene. Above all, I can't expose them to danger in the dark. Shenli and Dean, please keep watch at the building's entrance with Rox. It's fine if it comes to a fight, but if they scatter and flee, we might miss some. If there's a back door, please watch that as well. Hearing this, perhaps realizing her own lack of strength, Shenli looked down frustratedly. Dean looked relieved. Smiling at them, I turned my toes towards the depths of the alley with Kalila. After walking for a while, 2 men appeared from the shadows. You're Kalila Nevis from the Nevis family. Who's the girl next to you? As one of them asked, Kalila grinned fearlessly, pointed at me, and answered. This is the source of profit. We'll talk more when we meet Garon. Guide us. As Kalila stated boldly, the men frowned but reluctantly nodded. Follow us. Saying that, the men started walking ahead. Kalila laughed and gestured for me to follow, then started walking. The word girl bothers me, but complaining now would ruin everything. I have to endure. We turned several corners and proceeded down the narrowest path yet. There was no cobblestone. Instead, gravel was spread out. Making crunching sounds with our feet, the 4 of us headed to the end of the passage. In front of us was just a dark stone wall. It's a dead end, isn't it? Kalila said angrily. The 2 men turned around. It's the rule to check for safety before meeting the boss. First, we'll take your weapons. Then, we'll check for any tails. Hearing this, Kalila irritatedly pulled out 2 curved swords from his back and dropped them at his feet. This is ridiculous. I'm here. If you want to prevent my subordinates from doing anything rash, you just need to surround me with multiple people. Has your brain turned to ash too? As Kalila pointed at the swords while cursing, the men clicked their tongues and approached. The Nevis family, recognized even with small numbers. We don't underestimate you. Especially you, Kalila. We've heard your combat skills are first class. You, small woman. Show your weapons. When told this, I showed the palms of both my hands. I have no weapons. I'm not carrying a sword or a staff. As I said this, I turned around once on the spot. When I looked up at the man, he visually checked my body from top to bottom as if observing. It seems to be true. All right, we'll let you meet him. Just after the man said this, I heard the sound of stone scraping against stone from behind. When I turned around, there were 5 large men. 2 of them looked like beastmen. "This way," one of the 5 men said, roughly brushing away the gravel at his feet with his foot. What appeared was something like a small iron lid. "The boss is waiting underground." Section sighed Garon, the kingdom of Verded, one of the great nations. Among its cities, Winter Valley is special. The Academy City, home to the world's top magic academy, attracts people and wealth from not only major countries but various nations. Where money gathers, the darkness of that place deepens. In other words, a clearly denser and deeper darkness spreads here compared to the major cities of other countries. No single organization can rule over such deep darkness, and multiple large organizations have been competing fiercely, repeating intense struggles. Now there's a state of equilibrium, so territorial disputes have calmed down, but it's unclear when the killing might start again. Until then, we must increase our personnel and accumulate wealth. With this in mind, I've been adding mercenaries, adventurers, and even guards and thieves who have become debt slaves as subordinates to the organization. There are even magicians who were once candidates for court magicians. Our preparations are perfect, and we have neither carelessness nor complacency. If there's to be a last remaining organization, it should be mine. With this thought in mind, I deliberately took the bait of the suspicious Nevis family this time. They say there's a huge profit opportunity. There's no more ridiculous invitation than this, but it was the Nevis family who said it. They're a medium-sized organization, but they're a veteran force in the city. Their members have been citizens of the Kingdom of Verded since its establishment. Because of this, they have different sources of information and profit opportunities than we do. If the Nevis family says there's a big profit opportunity, no organization would be uninterested. Moreover, it's a very understandable reason that the Nevis family, with only about a few dozen members, wants more manpower. Boss. The head of the Nevis family, Kalila, has arrived. As I was pondering, there was a knock on the steel door along with a report from a subordinate. "It's much earlier than I expected." "That's fine. Open it." Upon my response, 2 elite members of my organization standing on either side of the door unlock and push it open. With a heavy sound, the door swings open. Standing there is a large woman. Her long brown hair sways as she stands with her arms crossed, boldly staring at us. Next to her is a black-haired girl who seems out of place. Though small and delicate, she shows no signs of timidity. Ordinary people, or even hardened soldiers, would normally find this space terrifying. At the very least, they'd feel intimidated. After all, this vast underground room is filled with my formidable subordinates. The room itself is designed for interrogation and intimidation, with oppressive stone walls creating a dim, heavy atmosphere. As Kalila and the girl step inside, 4 of my subordinates silently move to stand diagonally behind them. Further down the corridor, assassins skilled in stealth are lurking. To my left and right, standing beside my chair, are the 2 most capable members of my organization, a former adventurer and a magician. The Nevis family is a unified force with Kalila at its head. It would be possible to subdue and interrogate Kalila and her companion right here, forcibly extracting information about their profitable venture. We might even be able to absorb the entire Nevis family. Kalila must be aware of these possibilities, yet, why does she maintain such a composed expression? It's been a while, though we've been seeing each other quite often lately, Garon. As Kalila greets me with a half-smile, some of my subordinates furrow their brows. When outlaws meet, the focus is on who holds the power. Being looked down upon means the end. This is common sense in the underworld of any country, so I smile confidently in response to Kalila's attitude of addressing me as an equal. "I'm glad to see you again, Kalila. And I hear you have a very attractive proposition for us today. I hope it lives up to my expectations. For your sake too, you know." Upon hearing this, Kalila shrugs and smiles wryly. "I hate to interrupt your cool act, but you shouldn't act so high and mighty. We're just parasites hiding in the shadows of the city. If our host dies, we die with them, and if we cause too much trouble, we'll be found and crushed. That's the extent of our existence." "What did you say?" Kalila's statement instantly tenses the atmosphere. However, her words seem to belittle not just us, but herself as well. Why is she saying this? Is there a reason to deliberately anger someone she's about to establish a cooperative relationship with? Could she possibly be suggesting that we start a legitimate business together? As I ponder these thoughts and observe the situation, Kalila shrugs with an unamused expression and looks around at everyone. Finally, she looks at me. Garon of the White Ash, I'm sorry, but I suggest you return to your homeland. That's the only way you can profit the most. As Kalila says this, the atmosphere in the room freezes. A few seconds later, several of my subordinates raise angry voices. Don't mess with us. Do you want to be crushed right now? The Nivas family dares too. Shouts of anger and the sound of swords being drawn from their scabbards fill the air. From Kalila's perspective, the situation is dire. Just two of them, and one is a small girl. If it were Kalila alone, there might have been a chance of escape, but calm down. At my single word, everyone stops moving, weapons still in hand. Kalila, who should be pierced by countless killing intents, maintains her fearless smile. If anything, she seems to be looking at us with pity. Then, the small girl standing next to her speaks up. Is this far enough for the promise? It's a puzzling statement. As we look at each other, unable to understand its meaning, Kalila laughs awkwardly. No, one more time, but that's probably impossible. Even I, who claims to be evil, am starting to feel sorry for Garon. I'm glad I at least had one chance to persuade him. This way, I can convince myself that I did what I could. Sighing as she says this, Kalila shakes her head. There's more confusion than anger. It's as if Kalila was concerned for our well-being. No, more than that, it's as if that girl holds our fate in her hands. Kalila, there are several points I'm curious about, but I want you to answer just one. Who is that woman? When I ask, Kalila opens her mouth with an unamused expression. She's a teacher at the Magic Academy, a new one. A teacher at the academy. It's becoming more and more incomprehensible. While her appearance doesn't seem fitting for a teacher, that could be due to racial differences. The most puzzling thing is why an elite like an academy teacher would come to a place like this. A teacher. Even if that story is true, why come to us? Surely you don't think that a highly skilled magician who's a teacher at the academy can defeat us alone. As I ask for confirmation, the girl grasps the sword pointed at her as if plucking a twig. Then she snaps the steel sword as easily as breaking a small branch. Wah! What kind of magic is this? Vigilance skyrockets in an instant. I too stand up and take out my staff. Do you seriously intend to fight us? Alone? This must be a joke. I look at my subordinate standing in the back of the corridor, but he returns a gesture of denial. This means there are no knights or such approaching our hideout. However, the girl steps forward with a gentle smile. I have 3 questions. What kind of business are you currently engaged in? Where are the hideouts of other organizations? And have any students from our Magic Academy fallen victim to your business? Section. Side, AOI. After I ask my questions to the man called Garon of the White Ash, he opens his mouth with a confused expression. Even if you were the captain of the Knights or something, I don't think we can answer such questions. Sighing as he says this, Garon looks at Kalila. Have you lost your mind? What's the deal with this woman? Garon cuts off the conversation with me and turns to Kalila. How incredibly rude. As I watch with half-closed eyes, Kalila's face contorts as she shakes her head. Garon. I can't stand watching anymore. Can I wait outside? I probably won't die. Kalila, there's a limit to provocation. There's no way we'd let you go for such a ridiculous reason. And after being so blatantly disrespected, we can't let you leave for the sake of our reputation. Muttering in a low, menacing voice despite its lack of volume, Garon raises one hand. At this, the men lined up in the room each grab their weapons and step forward. If you resort to violence, then the conversation is over. I murmur quietly. Immediately, Garon's eyes emit a cold light. Teach that woman reality. At Garon's words, the surrounding men spring into action simultaneously. The magicians begin their incantations, while those with blades swiftly close the distance. It's impressive how they all start positioning themselves to swing their swords easily. Especially, the large swordsman by the door made a good move. He closed the distance in one leap, swinging down his slightly thick straight sword in a diagonal slash. Looking at the tip of that sword, I nod slightly. Impressive, you seem to have skills on par with Kalila. Adding this one comment, I thrust out my fist. As the next opponent was also approaching, I step forward half a step to avoid losing my balance and extend my hand straight out towards the opponent. With a sound like a heavy object hitting thick fabric at high speed, the swordsman is knocked back, rolling away. Seeing this, I could see the eyes of those approaching me widening. Since there are many of you, I'll keep this brief. As I say this preface, I change the direction of my toes and turn around in one motion. It seems the magician is still in the middle of his incantation. Sand blast. I utter the name of the magic spell in my mouth while infusing it with magical power. Immediately, sand and small stones appear in the air as if painting over the scenery and are fired out. It's like a powerful sandstorm about 1 meter in diameter, but thanks to its radial release, all the weaker individuals collapse on the spot. Jaya. Screams that aren't particularly pleasant to hear echo from all around. Even those who were about to attack with weapons stop in their tracks and start to writhe in agony, so I decide to settle this quickly as it's a good time saver. Excuse me. After saying just this, I run around striking the stomachs of the men still standing. Poor things. I hear Kalila's sympathetic voice from behind, but when I glance back, she hurriedly closes her mouth. Finally, Garon, left alone, looks around at his subordinates groaning in pain with a dazed expression, and then looks at me. What happened? In that instant, what? For a while, Garon mutters with a face as if trapped in a nightmare, but after a few seconds, he regains his composure. Looking back at Garon's frustrated face, I open my mouth. Do you still want to fight? Of course, if you're not satisfied, I'll be your opponent as many times as you like. I conveyed this honestly, from the bottom of my heart, but Garon gritted his back teeth and lowered his chin. Then he dropped his shoulders and hung his head. Section. Thus, after visiting 4 large organizations over several days and negotiating directly, all organizations promised to cooperate with me. I feel they were surprisingly reasonable people once we talked. In the end, everyone said they would earn money without causing trouble for ordinary citizens, since it's impossible to suddenly become honest merchants for those who have only engaged in unfair practices until now. So, I've allowed the 5 organizations that promised cooperation and the small outlaw groups that followed them on their own to run casinos. However, operating under strict rules was a prerequisite. Multiple conditions were set, such as customers must be over 20 years old and not allowing them to incur debts they couldn't repay. As a fundamental principle, I strictly ordered that drugs were not to be handled, human trafficking was not to be conducted, and ordinary citizens were not to be harmed or killed. Getting them to accept this was somewhat difficult. What kind of wholesome casino is that? We won't make any profit at all. Are we not even allowed to collect money as bodyguards? If idiots come to borrow money on their own, we should be able to collect from such trash as much as we want. Such complaints kept coming one after another. Each time, I gathered all members of the organization where the complainant belonged and educated them. Facing the fierce-looking men glaring at me with stern faces while sitting formally, I calmly explained morality and the law. Listen carefully. As a basic principle, you must not do to others what you find unpleasant yourself. Would you like to be subjected to debt collection? Would you want to be sold as slaves? Laws exist to prevent such things from happening to us or others. As I explained, there were still those who objected. Even the kingdom recognizes slavery, doesn't it? Criminal slavery is recognized, but that's only for those who have committed serious crimes. Under no circumstances should anyone be enslaved due to false accusations. It's their own fault for being deceived. Most of those who complained didn't even try to listen. So, I decided to make them experience the unreasonableness of violence firsthand. Basically, I gradually froze their feet with ice magic while preaching about peace, and most of them reformed with that. Having gained cooperators this way, I swiftly recovered the academy students. I gave them a brief warning not to get hooked on gambling again. The students, trembling terribly, probably had quite a frightening experience due to their debts. I handed them over to Rox and asked him to take care of them. Could it be that you intend to control this country from the shadows? No, never mind. Rox said something with a pale face, but he nodded about the students for now. The problem was the outlaws, but when I persuaded them, they reluctantly agreed. I see. Having a large, organized group that can be reasoned with and controlled is less likely to cause problems, huh? Indeed, even if we crush all organizations, new ones will just emerge. But if it's discovered that we're intentionally overlooking them, we'll certainly be condemned. Especially if royalty is involved, it would be disastrous. If word gets out, we'll face international criticism as well. Is it difficult? I'll manage somehow. When I double-checked because he seemed troubled, Rox agreed while holding his head as if in distress. Well, if it was difficult, I was thinking of going around crushing organizations each time, though troublesome, but if Rox would make the effort, that's fine. Thank you. I misunderstood you, Rox. To work this hard for the sake of fellow academy students, I think it's a wonderful act. When I expressed my gratitude to Rox, he stepped back with a groan. His face was flushed. What's wrong? And nothing. Rox cleared his throat, averted his gaze, and left while confirming the details of my request. Section. Sighed, Glenn. Uniting the outlaws, you say. Unable to keep up with AI's statement, I found myself asking for clarification. And for good reason. After all, it was just the other day that I heard about investigating the city's underbelly. I gave permission thinking it would be terrible if students got involved, but for some reason, I'm receiving a report about uniting underground organizations rather than rescuing students. What happened to the students? When I asked hesitantly, AI nodded deeply. Rest assured, we've already raided the slave market and completed the rescue. However, as they were apparently going to the casino every night, influenced by bad friends, I gave them all a bit of stern lecturing. There were even students who used their parents' private funds to frequent the casino, so I also told the parents to be more careful. Oh, what a swift response. By the way, I feel like the slave market itself was operating according to the law. Is that all right? I broke out in a slight cold sweat at AI's explanation, but I was relieved to hear that the students were safe. The part about AI giving them a stern lecture and the word to the parents concerned me, but the students will surely never go to a casino again. It's fine. Upon investigation, we found that more than half of the merchants selling slaves at the slave market were engaging in illegal business, so we suppressed them after obtaining permission from the night order. There were suspicious individuals among the remaining ones as well, but in the spirit of innocent until proven guilty, we let them off. Of course, we informed them that if illegal activities are discovered, they will be properly punished. For some reason, I felt sorry for the slave merchants who were threatened by AI's additional explanation. I see. Well, as long as the students are all right, that's good. Still, about young Rox. I heard that Queen Lee gave him quite a stern talking to. I wonder if he's had a change of heart. As I muttered this, AI nodded deeply. I would very much like to report this incident to his parents. I'll send a letter later. I see. May I read the contents of the letter beforehand, just in case? I murmured, suddenly feeling uneasy. Section sighed. Lee. Hearing a knock on the door, I turned around while remaining seated in my chair. Come in. As I said this, the single door opened silently from the outside. It was a man wrapped in a black robe. One of the few intelligence agents I could give direct orders to. How was Rox? As soon as I asked, the man pulled out several pieces of parchment from the hem of his robe. As per your instructions, I've been constantly monitoring Rox-sama's behavior since infiltrating the academy. So far, he hasn't shown any violence or verbal abuse towards other students. Also, I checked with the faculty, and while he used to be notorious for tardiness and unexcused absences in his studies, he now attends without issue. Receiving such a report, Lee put her hand to her chin and tilted her head. He really had become a bad child before, just as Sensei AI said. As expected, we need to be careful in choosing who to monitor. Well, now he seems to be acting like royalty should, dealing with ruffians, so I'll keep an eye on him a little longer, anything else. When Lee asked this, the man shifted his gaze to another piece of parchment. There's also information about his diet, outings history, and social relationships. Which would you like me to report on first? I'm curious about his social relationships. Lee answered immediately to the man's words. Yes. Regarding social relationships, it seems he was closest to a student named Felterkane before. But currently, Felter is intensively training in body-strengthening magic taught by AI Sensei, so they hardly meet. Rox-sama now always attends AI Sensei's lectures, so he often talks with students from those classes. Oh. Lee leaned forward with a face that seemed to say, interesting. I thought he would have become wary of Sensei AI after being overwhelmed by her. Could it be that he's thinking of defeating her someday? Although I've only met her once, Sensei AI has an aura similar to a purebred knight raised in a family of knights for generations. With her unwavering personality guided by a sense of justice and affection for students, combined with her abilities, I don't think even royalty of our level could stand a chance against her. Is he planning to challenge her head-on, I wonder? Saying this with a laugh, the man shook his head left and right. No, that doesn't seem to be the case. He often asks those around him about AI Sensei's hobbies and likes, and he's frequently seen wandering around the academy trying to approach her. When the man reported this with an expressionless face, Lee's eyes widened in astonishment. Then she burst out laughing. Phoo, ahahaha, it seems that child has found someone he likes too. That's a good thing. However, she's a tough one. I'm not sure if she'll be satisfied with him as a partner, but I'll support him. Saying this to no one in particular, Lee started laughing again. What's so amusing? Perhaps because the voice could be heard outside the room, Middleton, the king, poked his head in from beyond the door. The man in the black robe had already disappeared without a trace, but Lee spoke to Middleton as if such a person had never been there. Dear, there's something I want you to hear. You see, Rocks? Sighed Winter Valley Council. The world-class deep darkness that permeated the Academy City was quietly and swiftly suppressed, coming under the control of a single woman, but very few people know this fact. Thanks to Rock's efforts, it didn't come to light, but anyone who set foot in the underworld would inevitably hear the words, "Don't defy the witch of the Academy." In Winter Valley, where Fiddick Academy is located, there exists a representative council, chaired by Glenn, the Academy's principal. This is a forum for exchanging opinions, consisting of the heads and assistants of various guilds in Winter Valley, as well as some council members, to convey requests to Glenn. However, Glenn is not only the principal, but also a magician representing the country, and an upper-class nobleman who rose to the rank of Marquis in a single generation. Even the guild heads are quite hesitant when it comes to Glenn. Therefore, equal exchange of opinions is impossible even in the representative council. This is the same in most countries under monarchies. Although Glenn doesn't intend it, even in this Winter Valley, there was a significant gap between the nobility and ordinary citizens. Ironically, the so-called Winter Valley Council, where representatives of organizations engaged in a legal trade in the city's underbelly gather, was in some ways a more equal assembly than the representative council. Although it depends on the situation between organizations at any given time, in the Winter Valley Council, anyone with power can gain the right to speak. The main purpose was to eliminate unnecessary conflicts, making it a somewhat democratically superior gathering in a sense. However, the Winter Valley Council would drastically change its appearance one day. The council, which used to meet once every 2 or 3 months, now convenes without fail in the first week of each month, with participants specified as representatives or those in similar positions. Previously, only major organizations were involved, but now medium-sized and newcomer organizations are also forcibly summoned. On this day, too, the meeting is held on the 3rd floor of a store operated by the Nevis family. Representatives from each organization who have already participated once sit quietly in their designated chairs, silently waiting for the meeting to begin. Amidst this, representatives from newcomer organizations, invited for the first time, appear with a few subordinates. This is impressive. What a bunch of big shots we have here. As a bald-headed man utters these words in a brazen manner, everyone's eyes naturally turn to him. For a moment, the skinhead's face tenses, but he quickly snorts and shrugs his shoulders. Don't look down on us just because we're still a small organization, you hear? I'm Kane Mara of the Basilisk Claw, the Venomous Dragon's Claw. We're gonna be a force you can't ignore from now on, got it? As Kane Mara laughs, his subordinates also laugh and look around. Though they're laughing, their hands are placed on the swords at their waists, clearly ready for combat. While they're on guard with such tension, there's a strange temperature difference. The reaction is lukewarm. No, rather, some are even looking at Kane Mara and his group with derision rather than hostility. Just as Kane Mara opens his mouth to complain about this, the sound of footsteps is heard. The sound is light, with no sense of heaviness. But clearly, the atmosphere in the room becomes tense and heavy. Feeling something off, Kainmara and his group turn around towards the source of the sound, behind them. There stood a small woman with black hair in front of the open door. Her eyes are cold, devoid of any emotion. Seeing this, Kainmara unconsciously takes a step back. After observing the tense faces one by one, the woman opens her mouth. It seems the main members are all here. Well then, everyone, please be seated. The last words were directed at Kainmara. Hearing her unexpectedly beautiful voice, Kainmara furrows his brow. Who are you? I thought the Nevis family was the only organization with a woman as its representative. As Kainmara speaks in a seemingly casual manner to put on a brave front, Karilla, sitting in a chair at the back of the room, calls out to him. Shut up and sit down, unless you want to regret it. At Karilla's stern words, Kainmara instantly becomes visibly upset, but noticing the cold stares around him, he reluctantly sits in an empty chair. The black-haired woman, who had been quietly observing this exchange, confirms that everyone is seated before reaching for the bag on her shoulder. She takes out what appears to be parchment and begins distributing it to each person. Finally, a parchment reaches Kainmara as well. He looks at the contents with a puzzled expression. This month's financial report, Nevis family, white ash, blood-soaked black wolf. Monthly anomaly report, 2 interorganizational conflicts, no illegal slave trade, no acts of violence against citizens. What is this? Though he can understand what's written, he can't grasp its meaning. Kainmara slaps the parchment with one hand in such an attitude. As the dry sound echoes, the black-haired woman nods slightly and answers. Kainmara of the basilisk claw, the venomous dragon's claw, correct. As this is your first time participating in the Winter Valley Council, let me explain. Those of you who are not registered with any guilds and are not public organizations of the country or city will be managed through this Winter Valley Council. However, the management isn't particularly strict. First, the prohibition of illegal slavery. Then, the prohibition of violence and fraud against general residents. Lastly, the prohibition of direct conflicts between organizations. Monthly reports are created based on reports from each organization. At that time, organizations that violate the rules will face penalties such as fines, and I will severely punish those who make false reports. Also, wait a minute. Interrupting the woman who was calmly explaining the council's rules, Kainmara shouted in confusion. What? What is this? Is this woman some envoy from the Knights, and the council is controlled by the country? Business should be free as long as we respect territories, right? Why isn't anyone complaining? Don't you think this is strange? As Kainmara yells, Ganon of the White Ash turns to him with an annoyed look. This city is deeply involved in business with not only various countries, but also major guilds and trading companies. In other words, there are enormous profit opportunities scattered here and there. Then, rather than us competing while doing business, it's better to cooperate and secure stable profits. Hey, you've got to be kidding me. Cooperation? Stability? What's the point in seeking such boring things? Don't you have any ambition to become the king of outlaws and make everyone bow down to you? To monopolize everything? Kainmara shouts, more as if pleading something rather than in anger. While others were exasperated, only the black-haired woman nodded expressionlessly and spoke. I understand your assertion. However, I cannot accept opinions that threaten the peace of this city. If you intend to continue with similar claims, I will have to pass judgment. What? Are you going to call for backup or something? To the threatening Kainmara, the black-haired woman, AI, sighs and answers. If you wish to pursue that claim, you'll have to defeat me first. And so, the deep darkness of Winter Valley fell into the hands of one woman. The council members secretly referred to this woman as the Witch of the Academy. Chapter 4. The Visitor. As classes progressed smoothly, the number of students wishing to attend lectures gradually increased. Moreover, I became familiar not only with the surface of the town, but also with its hidden aspects. Some of the faculty members, including 4, began to show interest in my magic theory and tried to understand it. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before teachers capable of teaching my magic theory would emerge. The students attending my lectures seemed to have a deeper understanding of magic. Most of them had become able to perform abbreviated incantations and lightning magic. I felt that the magical standards were low even at Fitic Academy, which was called the world's best. Perhaps it was because I had studied under Owen, but it seemed there wouldn't be much difference in other countries either. At this rate, no country would be able to develop transfer magic. Returning to Earth through magic was nothing but a distant dream. However, researching alone or with just 2 people would yield limited results. If more magicians of Owen's or my caliber increased, new ideas would likely emerge. With that in mind, I wanted to gradually raise the world's magical standards. The changes at Fitic Academy were very pleasing to me. I was able to give magic lectures earlier than expected, and the results seemed to be following. I was congratulating myself on how smoothly things were going when one day, an ominous shadow descended as I was called by Headmaster Glenn. Isai. I sighed and lowered my eyes to the letter I had received from Glenn. It seemed like trouble was brewing. As I sat in a chair in the academy courtyard thinking about this, I noticed figures walking towards me. It was Strauss, Eliza, and Shenley. Ah, we found Sensei AI. Shenley called out my name with a radiant smile. Strauss and Eliza also turned their eyes towards me. Good morning, I said, standing up from the chair and bowing slightly. Shenley hurriedly put her hands on her legs and bowed deeply in response. Good morning. Morning. Good morning, AI-san. The 3 of them stood before me, returning my greeting. Is something the matter? I asked. Strauss glanced at the letter in my hand. There's a rumor that a dignitary from the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf has appeared in this town. And they've brought along a court magician with a bad reputation. Bad reputation? Answering my question, Eliza furrowed her brow and replied, that a magician called Crown Windsor, known as the Magic Maniac. Despite being only in his mid-30s, he's already created 10 new types of magic, a genius magician, however. It's said that countless slaves were sacrificed in human experiments for the sake of this new magic. And that Crown Windsor is coming to this academy. A magician from the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf, I see. Nodding in understanding at Strauss and Eliza's explanation, I unfolded the letter I was holding. I was wondering why it had to be me, but now I understand. Saying this, I held up the open letter so that the 3 could see its contents. They leaned in close to read it. An invitation to the Holy Empire. Establishing a new magic academy. I've never heard of such a thing. Sensei AI, are you going to Maple Leaf? The 3 showed their confusion. The contents were exactly as they had said. However, the letter of invitation bore the signature of the Emperor of the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf. In other words, it was a request from the top of the Holy Empire. This would be difficult for even Headmaster Glenn to refuse easily. Understanding this, Strauss looked at me with a stern face. What about the headmaster? The letter states that an escort will come from the Holy Empire. So, Headmaster Glenn said he would speak directly with the messenger and try to persuade them to allow me to stay at this academy. As I answered, Strauss and Eliza exchanged glances. Shenley looked down with a troubled expression. I don't want to speak ill of the country where I was born and raised, but the current emperor is. Shenley mumbled something, seeming to have difficulty speaking. As I tilted my head in confusion, Eliza spoke up instead. Well, the previous emperor of Maple Leaf was moderate and focused on domestic affairs, but his eldest son, the current emperor, is trying to raise the level of magic in the country, even if it means taking drastic measures. That's why someone like Crown has the position of court magician. She spoke somewhat haltingly, perhaps because it involved criticizing another country. If this information was true, it would explain the contents of that letter, and it was predictable that they wouldn't back down easily. Thinking this far, I put away the letter and sighed. Well, I'm not going yet. I had just gotten used to Fitic Academy. First, I needed to spread chantless casting and magic circles throughout this academy. If we could raise the knowledge and understanding of magic among students and faculty, surely new magical theories that neither Owen nor I could have thought of would emerge. If that happens, we might even be able to develop magic to return to our original world. I would be willing to comply with the request after achieving that. I muttered these words based on such thoughts, but the 3 of them looked surprised. So you'll go eventually. Are you going to abandon the academy? I'll go with you, Sensei AI. As the 3 spoke at once, I shook my head. I'd like to visit other academies once the situation here changes. but it's not something that will happen right away. They didn't seem entirely convinced by my words, but the three calmed down for now. I was genuinely happy that they were trying to keep me here, but I was also a bit interested in the magic of Maple Leaf. Headmaster Glenn predicted that they would probably come to the academy as early as tomorrow. So there might be a situation where we have to compete in magic. At my words, the three looked uneasy. I smiled back at them and nodded. If a magician from the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf is coming, let's see what kind of magic they can use. As I said this, all three of them grimaced. I wonder why. Section. The next day I showed up at the headmaster's office. You called for me. Ah, thank you for coming. I exchanged words with Glenn as soon as I opened the door, and our eyes met. Yesterday, we received news by Fast Horse, but considering the character of the person coming here, they might be traveling at the same speed as the Fast Horse. That's why I said they might come as early as tomorrow. Yes, I understand. I nodded while tilting my head at his strange way of speaking. Suddenly, Glenn frowned and shook his head. I didn't expect them to actually come the day after we received the news. They're already here. I couldn't help but ask again at this unexpected statement. Glenn nodded, still frowning. Yes, they're already waiting for permission to meet outside the academy. Sai, this is troublesome. What should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? Can we even refuse to meet them? Impossible. Then we have no choice but to invite them in, right? When I gave this advice to the reluctant Glenn, he made a face like a child presented with food they dislike. I don't wanna. It's troublesome. Besides, the one who came is that magic maniac berserker, you know? There's no way they'll listen to reason. Ah, I want to go home. Glenn's spirit seemed completely broken. Then, I'll go to greet them. Please prepare yourself in the meantime. Oh, thank you. After this exchange, I left the office. If Glenn was so reluctant, this magician called Crown Windsor must have a very troublesome personality. I needed to brace myself as well. Steeling my resolve, I walked down the hallway. When I went outside the academy, I saw a group of people dressed in clothing clearly not seen in town. More than 20 people were gathered, wearing white robes with deep hoods. More than half of them were carrying weapons. The people around them seemed to be wary of the group and keeping their distance. Excuse me, are you the group from the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf? I gently called out to the person at the very front. The man at the front turned towards me, his robe swaying. Oh, are you finally ready to meet? My, that took a long time. I didn't expect to be kept waiting this long at such a short distance. The man said with a half-smile as he raised his face. However, due to his considerable height, his gaze passed over my head. For a moment, he looked around as if searching, and finally lowered his gaze to find me. Ah, there you are. With those words, my brain recognized this tall man as an enemy. As I looked up at him silently with hostility, the man removed his hood to reveal his face. He was a man with noticeable pale green hair and glasses. His features were more refined than I expected, but there was an air of abnormality about him. He didn't seem to be carrying any noticeable weapons, but he couldn't hide the aura peculiar to magicians. Black-haired female teacher of the academy. The man stared at me intensely, as if trying to bore a hole through my head, and muttered something under his breath. Then, he curled up the corners of his mouth. Could you possibly be the magician Eikichi Onizuka? Before I could answer the man's question, the other robed figures standing around us spoke up. No way, this young girl. You must be joking. When I heard witch, I was expecting either a terrifying old hag or a bewitchingly attractive mature woman. Hearing these remarks, I glared at the man who had likely uttered the last comment. Do I really have to guide these rude people? Though the question popped into my head, these people were still official envoys from another country. I couldn't just kick them out, no matter how irritated I felt. Quickly suppressing my inner conflict, I raised my face. Headmaster Glenn is waiting. Please follow me. As I turned to lead them into the academy, the man with light green hair called out to me. Wait a moment, I'm Crown Windsor. You're Eikichi Onizuka, right? Please, show us your power as a magician. That's why I came here. Couldn't that wait for later? I turned back to check, but Crown didn't back down. He took a step closer to me and held up one hand in front of his face. Look at this. It's a medium I created to manifest my original magic. On Crown's hand was a strange glove. It appeared to be made of white leather, with a wide silver ring on the middle finger and silver patterns tracing lines across the back of the hand. It's for magic circulation and directional control, isn't it? Water attribute, I presume. It's well made. I offered my opinion. Crown's eyes widened slightly as he nodded. Why, yes, that's right. I didn't expect you to understand it at a glance. Well, I suppose it makes sense if you're researching from the same perspective. You must be doing similar research, right? I'll show you my specialty magic. So, please demonstrate 2 or 3 spells for me as well. Saying this, Crown began channeling magical power without waiting for my response. As he started his incantation, the people around us finally noticed the magical activity, and the atmosphere suddenly became chaotic. But there was no time for evacuation or countermeasures. Crown's spell required only 2 short verses of incantation. The content seemed to be of advanced level. He might even be on par with Glenn. However, using magic in the middle of town was extremely dangerous. I quietly concentrated my magical power. Freeze, iceberg of the frozen cliff. The moment Crown uttered these words, an ice mountain-like structure began to form between us. The spectators around us showed expressions of shock as they sensed the activation of magic. Glancing at them from the corner of my eye, I activated my own spell. Frost Column. As I murmured this, a huge crack appeared in the growing ice mountain. In the next instant, the mass of ice Crown was trying to create shattered into pieces. In its place appeared the ice tower I had created. I had actually intended it to be an ice pillar, but it was so enormous that it looked more like a building. Crown's magic had completely disappeared, and while the onlookers were all staring in amazement with their eyes wide open, Crown himself was different. Oh, this is. His voice trembled as he broke into a manic grin. Furrowing my brow at his reaction, I spoke. Now then, everyone, this time please follow me quietly. Also, using magic without permission is not allowed. Next time I will punish you at my own discretion. Is that clear? As I said this in a slightly lowered voice, the white-robed figures nodded their heads rapidly. Even Crown himself nodded with a meaningful smile. Behind them, an exceptionally large man who had been silent until now opened his mouth. This won't be so simple, will it? His words, contrary to their content, sounded strangely cheerful. Section. WL, it seems something happened, but anyway, thank you for coming. Glenn greeted them with a complex expression that seemed to forcibly suppress various emotions like bewilderment and anxiety. In response, the 2 white-robed figures seated on the sofa nodded with smiles. No, the pleasure is ours. To meet the great magician Glenn himself, I'm overwhelmed. I am Alabaster Domic. I serve as the vice commander of the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf's Royal Guard. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. The beastman named Alabaster bowed his head, his booming voice matching his giant frame. His face looked like some kind of copper statue used to ward off evil spirits, but his ears and tail were fluffy and looked very pleasant to touch. I felt the urge to pet them, but restrained myself, thinking it would be inappropriate for a first meeting. After Alabaster finished his greeting, the man with bright light green hair sitting next to him, Crown, spoke up. I am Crown Windsor of the Maple Leaf Holy Empire's Court Magician Corps. Apart from my official duties, I would like to thoroughly tour the world-renowned Fiddick Academy. Also, I'd love to discuss magic with you, Master Glenn. Crown greeted them with gleaming, or rather, glaring eyes. Glenn responded with a slightly uncomfortable smile. No, I don't have much magic worth showing to a court magician from the magical superpower, the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf. Rather, I'd love to see the rumored magic of Sir Crown's. Glenn tried to politely decline while praising his counterpart. Given Crown's personality, such a roundabout expression might not get through easily, but what about Alabaster? As I stood watching the 3 of them huddled together, Alabaster glanced at me. Don't be so modest, Sir Glenn. I've heard that our country's pride, the magician for Perno Roses, was defeated in a magic duel by your Aoi Konominato. 4 is known as a top-class magician in our country, on par with the head court magician. Our country's magicians are in an uproar about it. Though he was laughing, there was a hint of probing in his manner. It was both about 4's future, having lost to a young newcomer, and an inquiry into my abilities for having defeated 4. Sensing this, Glenn laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha, no, there was no official match or anything. It's just that Four had firm skills and pride as a senior instructor, and he simply questioned the abilities of AI, who was suddenly invited as a senior instructor. However, as he actually observed and listened to AI's lectures, Four naturally came to recognize AI's abilities. It's a wonderful thing, I think. I see, so Lady AI has abilities equal to or surpassing Four's. This makes me want to witness those abilities even more. Alabaster nodded, seeming to accept Glenn's words. Though his tone was soft, there was an undeniable pressure that suggested he wouldn't back down. Glenn seemed to sense this too, as he nodded with an exaggerated reaction and gestured towards me with his palm up. Well, I understand how you feel. However, AI is still a newcomer, you see. It would be nerve-wracking for her to demonstrate magic in front of important figures from another country like Sir Alabaster and Sir Crown. For now, how about we share a meal together? As Glenn started making various excuses, Alabaster raised one eyebrow and tilted his head. Is that so? When we met earlier, she seemed quite imposing and dignified. When Crown tried to show off his ice magic in the middle of town, which could have caused trouble, she brilliantly demonstrated her own ice magic and shattered it. Ice magic. AI's ice magic, you say? At Alabaster's words, even Glenn's attention suddenly turned to me. Sighing at Glenn's gleaming eyes, I reluctantly opened my mouth. I don't mind demonstrating my magic. However, I'd like Sir Crown to show his magic as well. Also, please teach me about the latest magic and ongoing research in the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf. Hearing my response, Alabaster furrowed his brow. We must ask you to wait on that. What you just mentioned includes parts of our country's crucial secrets. To easily talk about such things. Is that really okay? Of course it's fine. I'll answer any questions you have. Crown's voice enthusiastically cut off Alabaster's attempt at a negative response. Alabaster frowned deeply at this. Wait a moment, Crown. We can't decide such important matters so easily. Now, where should I demonstrate? There was a good spot earlier, but is there one inside the academy too? If possible, I'd like to see Master Glenn's magic as well. Wait. Both of you, please forget what was just said. Let us discuss this between ourselves first. Crown leaned forward, looking back and forth between Glenn and me, while Alabaster stood up, looking extremely flustered. Observing this scene, I understood why Crown was called a magic fanatic. However, his behavior closely resembled that of Owen and Glenn when they saw new magic, so I couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity as I watched Crown. Chapter 5, To the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf. Military Secrets. To gain advantages over other countries, each nation secretly conducts its own magical research. Meanwhile, they strive to investigate the magic being developed by neighboring countries in order to further advance their own country's magic. It's unavoidable, but every country acts with the possibility of war with their neighbors in mind. It's common sense in this world that magic capable of producing large-scale effects can influence the outcome of wars. However, this common sense has one major drawback. That is, it slows down the overall advancement of magic. I believe each country places great importance on magical research, investing both budget and human resources. In fact, each country's magical research seems to have its own characteristics, with unique magics being developed. But that's only from a national perspective. From the viewpoint of magical studies as a field, there are undeniably inefficient aspects. According to information gathered by outlaws from various countries, the progress of magic has stagnated in recent years due to countries trying to outdo each other in magical research. This goes against my goal of raising the overall magical level of the entire world. In that case, it might be worth directly visiting each country and forcibly raising their magical standards. If there are more people with deep magical knowledge, the chances of new magic being created increase. Eventually, even transfer magic might be developed. From what I could see, this magician called Crown Windsor seemed to have an atmosphere that suggested he might cooperate with my intentions. Oh, this is great. We can use this for magical experiments. Crown exclaimed joyfully, spreading his arms wide. He stood at the entrance of the practice grounds, looking around. After confirming this, I looked at the students gathered in the middle of the grounds. Indeed. Well then, let's first get the students out of the grounds. Ahem, Why not have them participate in the experiment? I tilted my head and turned back at Crown's words. Won't that mean revealing Maple Leaf's magic publicly? Is that okay? I pointed this out just in case. It might be a good learning opportunity for the students, and it's not really my concern, but from Crown's position, it shouldn't be a good thing. I don't care about that. If I can see magic I don't know, I'm willing to reveal anything. He said this with a face showing no hesitation at all. I was momentarily at a loss for words. While this is exactly what I wanted, Crown is a court magician of Maple Leaf. Is it really okay to openly reveal top-class magic that's considered a state secret? I can't help but worry about Crown's position. If even I, an unrelated party, feel this way, someone from Crown's homeland who was nearby might feel not just uneasy, but even a sense of crisis. Crown. Just as I thought this, a large man appeared at the entrance of the grounds, shouting Crown's name. It was Alabaster, a knight of the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf. With a face like an Oni mask, he ran over and moved next to Crown, placing a hand on his shoulder. You haven't done anything yet, have you? Done what? We just arrived. Crown replied to Alabaster's words, not hiding his irritation. Alabaster, ignoring Crown's attitude, immediately turned to face me. When it comes to magic, Crown loses all sense of boundaries. I don't know how far your conversation has progressed, but please stop it here for now. Surely, both sides have magic they want to keep secret. Alabaster said this with a stern face, but I unconsciously shook my head. No, not really. When I answered this way, Alabaster blinked and froze, then slapped his own forehead with one hand loud enough to make a sound. A kindred spirit. What have we here? He started lamenting, uttering incomprehensible words. I felt somewhat annoyed, but since Alabaster was visibly distressed, I decided to say nothing. Sir Alabaster, if AI-sensei is willing to demonstrate magic, shouldn't we reciprocate to some extent? That's not something to be shown so casually. Besides, just because the other side shows theirs doesn't mean we should show ours. As Crown made this suggestion lightly, veins popped up on Alabaster's temples again. However, Crown snorted with laughter. Isn't Sir Four already at this academy, showing magic? In that case, it's too late now. Four Perna Roses is a magician who primarily uses existing magic known in various countries and has independently conducted further research. He's different from court magicians who come from research labs from the start. You, on the other hand, are a magician who primarily uses magic unique to the Holy Empire. Just you casually demonstrating a few spells would constitute a serious information leak. To Alabaster's rapid-fire speech, Crown shrugged his shoulders. If you want to keep the Holy Empire's magic so secret, you shouldn't have brought me along. Someone from the Magician Corps would have been sufficient in terms of ability. As Crown started complaining with a pout, Alabaster's eyes widened in an angry expression. You really weren't listening, were you? We brought you along to show original magic to AI-sensei and spark interest in the Holy Empire. Alabaster blurted this out, seemingly forgetting my presence, and started lecturing Crown. Then he suddenly realized and turned around. Following suit, Crown also turned to look at me. Being looked down upon by two large men with stern faces, I cleared my throat while holding one hand to my mouth. I had anticipated that much from the beginning, so please don't worry about it. Hearing this, Alabaster's face showed relief, and he turned back to Crown. It's fine to demonstrate magic with AI-sensei. I'll also allow some discussion about magic to a certain extent, but make sure to do it when no one else is around. I told you this before we left the Holy Empire. He said this in a somewhat calmer tone than before. Crown nodded vaguely while letting out a shallow sigh. Ah, is that so? I don't remember that. You. Receiving such a sulky response, murderous intent flashed in Alabaster's eyes. It seems Alabaster is higher in rank, but Crown doesn't seem to care. I wonder how he managed to become a court magician with this attitude, but there's no doubt he's extremely skilled. AI-sensei, let's meet just the two of us tomorrow. I'll somehow shake off this man and come. Go ahead and try. I'll physically remove your head. Wait, who are you calling this man, you? I'd appreciate it if you didn't shout. It hurts my ears. What's with that attitude? Before I knew it, the two of them were walking away with their backs turned to me, bickering. Watching their retreating figures, I quietly tilted my head. They're always arguing, but looking at them like this, They only seem like close friends, which is strange. Section. The next day, when I was called to the headmaster's office again, I found Alabaster and Crown already waiting there. They seemed to have been talking about something, but when I entered the room, they all closed their mouths and turned towards me. Alabaster was clearly in a good mood, while Crown, in contrast, had a disgruntled expression. For some reason, Glenn had a similar atmosphere. Good morning. The three of them returned the greeting. As I responded, I looked at Glenn's face, and for some reason, he was looking at me with a subtle expression. As I tilted my head, Glenn opened his mouth with a difficult expression. AI-kun, what do you think about the magic of the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf? The magic of Maple Leaf. I don't know enough about it to give an opinion yet, but I am interested. When I answered this way, Alabaster's face broke into a smile. She's interested, she says. All right, now Glenn Dono. The next question. For some reason, Alabaster's excitement increased at my response. Conversely, Crown's face clearly showed increased dissatisfaction. The three of them must have had some kind of discussion before I arrived, but I still couldn't tell what it was about. At any rate, it was clear that my answer was heading in a good direction for Alabaster. As I was thinking about this, Glenn furrowed his brow and opened his mouth with a sigh. By the way, what would you think if I told you that you could go to Maple Leaf for about a month to tour their research labs and academies? Well, I already know the answer, but I want to go. I'd like to see for myself how far each country has progressed in magical research. Upon hearing this answer, Alabaster twisted his body and made a fist pump, while Glenn and Crown simultaneously let out sighs. Well, no, I thought you'd say that. It'd be tough to lose you now, AI. What should we do? Glenn muttered, pouting like a child. Crown, on the other hand, dropped his shoulders dejectedly and looked at me resentfully. If I could stay at this academy for a long time, I could see other countries' magic with my own eyes. Hearing Crown's mumbling, I nodded in understanding. Apparently, Crown had wanted to prolong my recruitment to stay at the academy and research magic for a while. Indeed, with magicians from various countries conducting research within the academy, staying here would make it easy to study magic from other nations. He must be feeling down because his plans fell through. And Alabaster, on the contrary, seems happy because he thinks he can achieve his goal of taking me to Maple Leaf. Then, I'll take responsibility for preparing the journey to the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf. Don't worry, Glenn. AI will stay for 1 month. I'll arrange the itinerary so that it's not too burdensome, taking 1 month each way. I'll book the finest inns along the way. As Alabaster tried to proceed with the conversation in high spirits, Glenn raised his hand with a frown. Everyone froze for a moment at Glenn's sudden gesture, but Alabaster quickly addressed him. What is it, Glenn? Alabaster asked, confused. Glenn looked at me with a wry smile. I'm sorry, but it's up to AI to decide whether to go to Maple Leaf or not. I don't have the final say. What? Who would believe such nonsense? Glenn, you're a high-ranking nobleman of the Verded Kingdom and the headmaster of this academy. No matter how skilled a magician he is, if Glenn orders. It's impossible. Glenn interrupted Alabaster's general argument with a denial. Even Crown raised his face and tilted his head at this. Glenn looked back at their gazes and answered with a laugh. You see, AI is only teaching at the academy because I asked her to. It wouldn't be strange if she left the academy if she got tired of it. The Verded Kingdom would be in trouble if a magician of AI's caliber went to another country. So, in the end, it's up to AI. That being said, I'd like her to further raise the magical standards of Fitic Academy if possible. Hearing this, both of them turned their eyes to me. I hesitated for a moment, but my answer was already decided, so I quickly opened my mouth. For my own magical research, I'd like to see Maple Leaf's unique magic. Also, since we have this opportunity, I'd like to bring along a few students. Students? Asked in return, I nodded. If we can see Maple Leaf's academy as well, I'd like to observe their teaching methods. I want the students to tell me what they notice from their perspective. As a teacher, I'll observe Maple Leaf's educational environment, and the students can find the good and bad points of the academy as students. This way, we can improve the systems and structures of both academies. It might be a bit unusual, but think of it as a kind of school trip. Hearing this answer, Glenn stroked his chin and hummed. I see. Every country has little exchange between academies for the sake of confidentiality. This gives our academy a reason to send AI. Seeing Glenn's apparent understanding, I turned to Alabaster next. So, in addition to myself, I'd like several others to accompany me to Maple Leaf. Also, to shorten the travel time, we'd like to take a different route to Maple Leaf. Even if you say a different route, ours should be the shortest. Alabaster replied vaguely, unable to hide his confusion. However, Crown raised his face with wide eyes, staring at me with apparent interest. It's too sudden. Haha, well, it's just like AI. Strauss held his head with one hand, while Eliza looked at me with a wry smile. I had gathered them in the academy courtyard and explained the situation, and this was their reaction. Shenley and Court were watching us with undisguised surprise, while Ale, Liz, and Belle were excited, mistaking it for a vacation. We were seated around a table at the edge of the courtyard, with me, Strauss, and Eliza in chairs, and Shenley and the others lined up behind Strauss and Eliza. I would have liked to bring Rox and Felter along too, but Rox was apparently busy with monitoring the Winter Valley Council, and Felter had been staying in the mountains and forests for training ever since losing to me. It seems he's determined to master the body-strengthening magic I taught him and become strong enough not to be a burden. I think he's plenty strong already, but he has a stoic personality. By the way, Hiram, the Prince of Maple Leaf, strongly refused to return home for some reason. To Maple Leaf. Shenley murmured with a complex expression. Next to her, Court folded his arms and furrowed his brow. Given my position, it's a privilege to go to Maple Leaf, but while these two were giving off an indescribable atmosphere, Ale and the others had already started exchanging information about the trip. What were Maple Leaf's specialties again? I think silk and cotton products, high-grade tea, and spices were famous. I heard the churches are as grand and magnificent as castles. Ale was getting excited, and Liz and Belle were joining in the conversation cheerfully. Looking at the three of them with concern, Court opened his mouth. This is also about Magical Academy exchange, so we shouldn't treat it like a vacation. At this pointed remark, Liz and Belle quickly apologized, but Ale furrowed her brow, looking unsatisfied. It's natural, given that she's at an age where she wants to have fun. However, Ale and the others are nobles of Court Highland. They can't act like ordinary children. While I'm at the place called the Magic Research Lab, you can go sightseeing with Sensei Strauss and Sensei Eliza if you'd like. Really? When I gave my approval, Ale turned around energetically. As I nodded, dazzled by her radiant smile, Eliza tilted her head with a wry smile. Looks like it's decided that we're going too. Eliza murmured, and Strauss silently lowered his chin. They might have some complaints, but they're kind, so they'll probably come along. So I conveyed my gratitude in advance. Thank you very much. So it is decided after all. For some reason, Strauss's face became even more solemn. I'm sorry. I've asked Headmaster Glenn to arrange substitutes for your lectures, so please don't worry. No, that's not the issue. I understand it will be educational, but over a month is quite long. Strauss and Eliza's shoulders drooped at my explanation. Sensei AI, there's something I'm concerned about. Court called out with a difficult expression. What is it? You said the schedule is about a month, but wouldn't it take over 2 months, including the round trip? In that case, our lectures. As Court said this worriedly, I nodded deeply to reassure him. Don't worry, the travel time itself will be just 1 day. Upon hearing this answer, not only Court and Ale, but also Strauss, and the others all tilted their heads in unison. Section, we gathered at the castle gate and turned back to Glenn and the others who had come to see us off. Well then, it's only for a month, but we'll be going now. As I said this, Glenn opened his mouth with a fierce breath. And no. I should accompany them too. Glenn excitedly offered to join, but Speyside, standing next to him, stopped him. If you're worried, I'll go in your place. Headmaster, please stay here. Speyside, also somewhat excited, held Glenn back. I thought their behavior was strange, but looking closely, everyone around them was similar. When you return, I'd like at least a hint about that magic. Said Four, and the other faculty members nodded repeatedly in agreement. Indeed, were magic users who could fly really that rare? Thinking this, I began to cast my spell. Focusing on bundling the wind, I increased its density. I entwined the wind around the top and bottom of the carriage box, maintaining minimal strength, creating invisible wings of magical power. It took about 5 seconds, but soon the carriage rose as if it had lost gravity. At that moment, voices echoed from inside the carriage. It's rising. It's really rising. Oh. I'm witnessing a historic moment. No way, really. Crown and Alabaster shouted, sticking their faces out of the carriage window to look at the ground. Inside, Strauss and the others were smiling wryly at Crown and Alabaster's backs. Not just Strauss and Eliza, but Court and Shenley had similar expressions. Well then, after slightly bowing to the noisy group, I used the flight magic on myself and leaped onto the driver's seat of the carriage. Quite a flashy departure, Strauss said with an exasperated look, poking his head out of the carriage. We could have used a smaller carriage, but everyone brought more luggage than expected. Hearing my reply, Strauss blinked and then let out a short breath. That's not what I meant, but never mind. Strauss mumbled with a sigh and retreated back into the carriage. Perhaps he meant leaving Alabaster's subordinates behind. That couldn't be helped. I had considered flying a larger ship, but decided it would be too conspicuous in the sky. There shouldn't be a problem since I got permission from Alabaster to leave them behind. Or maybe he meant Crown, who had been shouting like a child and leaning out of the carriage window. Well, I'll ask about it later. I looked up. The sky was blue and clear. We were already near cloud level, and the horizon looked slightly curved. It's a good day for a trip, isn't it? I said, gently lifting the corners of my mouth. Section, the clouds rushed by behind us. Due to our altitude, there were no birds or similar magical beasts in sight. Only dragon species flew at this height. Occasionally, they would fly close enough to almost collide, but when I used lightning magic as a deterrent, they hurriedly fled. All the wind was converted to propulsion, so not much strong wind reached my driver's seat. Occasionally, when a gust of wind hit us sideways, I could feel a gentle breeze caressing my cheeks after passing through the thin wind barrier I had created. The sky feels nice, I murmured softly, narrowing my eyes. Strauss poked his head out of the carriage window with an exasperated expression. How can you look so calm while maintaining such powerful magic? Once flight magic stabilizes in the air, it becomes quite energy efficient to maintain. The initial liftoff and acceleration phases might be a bit challenging, though. That's an understatement. Well, there's no point in saying more. Crown has been noisy inside the carriage. I came to ask how long until we land. Hearing this, I returned my gaze to our destination. Let's see. According to the map Alabaster lent me, we should have already crossed the border, probably about 2 hours until we arrive. I answered with a bit of extra time, and Strauss's expression became blank. 2 more hours, huh? Strauss's tone dropped. Perhaps it was too slow? However, I had adjusted the speed to ensure comfort inside the carriage. It wouldn't be good to exhaust ourselves by pushing too hard, as we might not be able to handle unexpected situations. We've already been traveling for about 2.5 hours since leaving the academy. If we hurried, we could arrive in 3 hours, but I've reduced the speed to arrive in about 5 hours to avoid overexertion. Just a little more patience. I gave this reply to encourage Strauss. Seemingly satisfied with my answer, he nodded silently and quietly returned to the carriage. Soon after, voices could be heard from inside, and a large hand grabbed Crown as he tried to stick his face out the window, pulling him back inside. Apparently, after hearing a clear time estimate, Crown had tried to cause a commotion to look at the scenery. It's good to be lively. Once everyone was gone, I lowered my gaze back to the landscape below. Unlike the view from the ground, the sky was a deep, rich indigo, and the scenery of seas, mountains, and plains combined into a single work of art. Among the rich nature, there were long stretches of roads, beautiful towns, and small villages, providing an endless variety to admire. Come to think of it, I wondered how Owen was doing. Seeing the nature-rich landscape reminded me of the mountains where we used to live. Well, it wasn't as urban as this place with visible roads and towns, but rather a truly remote area with only mountains and forests. Since he had dedicated his life to magical research, Owen was probably still secluded in the mountains. Thinking about such things, I enjoyed the peaceful scenery and leisurely savored the journey through the sky. Section. Looking at the cityscape and terrain, I confirmed we were near our destination. The wide, long river reflected the slightly reddened sunlight, shimmering with an orange glow. Right beside it was a beautiful, pure white cityscape. The surrounding city walls appeared to be normal stone, but they had an air of magnificence, combining both grandeur and beauty. The uniformity in the color and shape of the buildings suggested that the city was built with considerable planning. The city jutting out slightly towards the riverbank might be to maximize the use of the river. If so, with the sea visible in the distance, the Holy Empire might have developed shipbuilding technology to a considerable degree, even if not quite a maritime nation. As I began our descent towards the city, thinking it was about time to call out to those inside the carriage, faces appeared at the window as if sensing my thoughts. Oh, is that really the Holy City? I am possible. In just half a day or so, no way. It really is. Crown shouted as he stuck his face out, and immediately after, Alabaster appeared in the same window, astonished. Despite being cramped in the carriage for hours, they were still quite energetic. We've already begun our descent. Please wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Alabaster, who had been looking dumbfounded, furrowed his brow and looked at me. Oh, that's right, did we pass through the border fortress? Well, since we're here, we must have. I did say we could pass through without permission, but to think we'd fly over. We might cause confusion if they don't know our whereabouts. We can just send a fast horse from the Holy City to inform them. More importantly, this amazing magic. Look inside the carriage. Strauss and the others aren't surprised at all. If anything, the students are enjoying the sky journey. Do you understand what this means? Enough, you're too loud, Crown. I understand perfectly well. If this were used in war, it would be a terrifying threat. It might even surpass large dragons. No, that's not it. Why don't you understand, old man? Crown and Alabaster shouted at each other, leaning out of one side of the carriage window. On the other side, Ale and Liz were leaning out so far they seemed about to fall, looking at the ground below and cheering. Ai-sensei, amazing, we've really arrived at the Holy City already. The Holy City is so beautiful. I can't wait to walk around the city. As the two excitedly raised their voices, Shenli and Belle peeked out from the gaps, also admiring the scenery outside. Perhaps because of all the commotion, more people on the ground began to notice us as we approached. The road was bustling with lines of people coming and going, with various races visible. It would be difficult to land on the road. Deciding this, I chose to land in an area just off the road near the city gates. The commotion grew closer, and some people pointed and shouted at us. This is troublesome. I'm not very good at standing out, I muttered involuntarily. From inside the carriage, I heard a voice say, "Hey, who are you to say that?" as we descended. Chapter 6. Arrival at the Holy Capital. As we landed on the grassland beside the street, curious gazes and surprised voices surrounded us. Parting the crowd that was watching us from a distance, soldiers in silver metal and leather armor appeared. "Why you there? Wait." They called for us to wait even though we hadn't moved yet. As I turned to face the soldiers after just getting down from the driver's seat, they hurriedly took up battle positions. As I was wondering what to do, Alabaster jumped out of the carriage. "W8, I am Alabaster Domic, Vice Commander of the Imperial Guard. This carriage is not hostile. Lower your guard." At Alabaster's shouting with a panicked look, the soldiers hastily took their hands off their weapons. Lord Alabaster, you've already returned." Murmurs of surprise could be heard, but the tension eased for now. Confirming this, Alabaster cleared his throat exaggeratedly. While our arrival method was mistaken, this was an experiment with new magic. There's nothing to worry about. That said, your swift response was excellent. I hope you'll continue to demonstrate your strength as valiant soldiers of the Holy Empire. Why, yes, sir. As Alabaster vigorously threw out his excuse and words of praise, the soldiers straightened their backs and replied. For some reason, several passers-by applauded this scene, but Alabaster only raised one hand in response before turning to one of the soldiers. "I request passage permission. The list of authorized persons will be issued at a later date." "You understood, please proceed." The soldiers replied. A few remained in place, while the others began calling out to move the people lined up at the city gate to the edge of the road. Feeling bad about this, I spoke up. "It's all right. If we're granted permission to pass, we'll go over from above." "Hi." Seeing the soldiers tilt their heads at my words, I smiled as I touched the carriage door and cast a flight spell. The carriage lifted as if it had lost gravity, and I floated up as if being pulled by it. We rose above the height of the city gate in about 5 seconds, receiving dumbfounded stares from soldiers and passers-by. Sensei AI. You've forgotten someone. Alabaster's shout came from the ground. It seems we had forgotten Alabaster. Come to think of it, he had gotten out of the carriage to explain to the soldiers. Alabaster, please pass through the city gate as usual. And I'm sorry, but it would be helpful if you could notify people where we're landing to minimize confusion. Won't there be confusion, no matter what if a carriage descends from the sky? You're right then, please keep the confusion to a minimum. Why? I understand. After asking him to explain the situation, Alabaster hurriedly started running towards the city gate. Since there were no horses pulling the carriage to begin with, I had intended to move by levitation. Therefore, we continued to receive curious glances as we moved along the main street that ran straight through the center of the holy capital. Soldiers marched alongside the slowly flying carriage, probably fearing collisions. You there, merchant, don't approach this carriage. Please clear the way. You there, move to the side of the road. The surroundings became noisy, and some people, finding the flying carriage curious, tried to approach. The eyes of merchants, in particular, gleamed like predators eyeing their prey. Sensing the atmosphere around us, Strauss and the others waiting inside the carriage refrained from showing their faces. Normally, Ale would probably want to jump out of the carriage and experience the city firsthand, but she's showing good restraint. The ground is paved with stone, but the city is lined with white buildings, giving an atmosphere reminiscent of a Mediterranean tourist destination. At first glance, it's a very well-maintained and beautiful cityscape, with lively expressions and voices from the people passing by. Most of the talk is about the flying carriage, but some voices are directed at me. Hey, could that small girl be? No, there must be a terrifying magician inside the carriage. She's probably just one of the attendants. It seems they understand that the carriage is floating by magic, and are trying to identify who's casting the spell. From what I hear, no one in the crowd seems to conclude it's me. However, the soldiers who followed us when we passed through the city gate are different. They heard my conversation with Alabaster. The soldiers glance at me while keeping watch over the street. You there, move aside. What, who do you think I? A young soldier called out sternly to a fully armored man walking nonchalantly in the middle of the main street. As the armored man turned around irritably, about to complain, the soldier's eyes widened as he issued another warning. Move aside if you don't want to die. Ahem. When the soldier shouted with a fierce expression, the man reluctantly retreated to the edge of the street. It's like a daimyo's procession. While it might be better that we're not making everyone prostrate themselves, it's undoubtedly causing inconvenience. Please try not to use such harsh language. I called out, but the soldiers' faces only turned pale. I hope strange rumors don't start spreading. Section, Maple Leaf Holy Empire. It is widely known that the emperor, the country's representative, is educated as one descended from divine blood. Long ago, in the land where the current holy city stands, there was a religion known as Maple Leaf Holy Faith, and a small settlement centered around it. A merchant guild visited that settlement and eventually took residence. At that time, the saint, believed to be of divine blood, lived quietly, helping only those who sought them out. However, the merchants were deeply saddened by this. Why not spread the wonderful teachings of Maple Leaf Holy Faith more widely? Why not help more people? Moved by these words, the saint began to preach the teachings of the faith far and wide. To protect the followers, the saint declared the foundation of a nation. Thus, the Maple Leaf Holy Empire was born, as history tells it. Since then, Maple Leaf has focused its efforts on researching healing magic to help people. People from all over the world flocked to the country, rapidly making it a powerful nation. It is said that, when the empire absorbed neighboring small countries, the saint began to claim the title of emperor. Was it the exceptional business sense of the merchants who realized the power of religion? Or was the saint so charismatic that their influence was overwhelming? Either way, the first emperor's reign saw the rapid rise of the Maple Leaf Holy Empire, which quickly gained prominence on the world stage. Around this time, the noble families that formed the core of the nation also emerged, and it became a rule that the prime minister, the second most powerful position in the country, would always come from the lineage of the original merchants. is the strong class system of Maple Leaf, because merchants run the country's administration. Strauss muttered, frowning as he looked at me. Please be mindful of what you say. We're in the royal castle now. He warned me with a reproachful look. The room we were in was spacious, about the size of 20 tatami mats. Beautiful patterns adorned the walls and ceiling, and decorative items like vases and weapons were displayed at regular intervals along the walls. 10 comfortable single-seater sofas were arranged with small round tables next to each one. At the only entrance stood 2 knights in silver armor, holding spears like staffs. They stood perfectly still. There were 2 windows as well, but they were barred like a prison, making it impossible to open them. The room was luxurious, but it felt a bit stifling. I sat with Strauss and Eliza, while Court and Shenli were seated on the sofa across from us. Shenli's slightly gloomy expression caught my attention, perhaps from nerves. Meanwhile, Ale and the others were looking out the window or pacing around the room. Watching them out of the corner of my eye, I shook my head at Strauss' words. It's strange to get angry just because someone points out a system officially established by the country. Since this is a great nation, I'm sure they're confident enough to explain their system without taking offense. I get it. Just please keep quiet now. Strauss quickly covered my mouth with his hand, panicking. It was rare to see him flustered, and I watched him curiously until he realized and backed off. Sorry. Eliza, too, was watching Strauss with interest. Indeed, the 2 knights at the door were glaring at us, creating a tense atmosphere. Still, I found it hard to believe Strauss would be so unsettled. Was the Maple Leaf Holy Empire really such a dangerous country? By the way, the class system I had mentioned earlier referred to a hierarchical structure within the empire. Initially, all the followers of Maple Leaf Holy Faith were human, which is why other races tend to be lower in the social hierarchy. However, those who convert to Maple Leaf Holy Faith move up 1 rank, and those who work as magicians or in governmental roles rise another rank. The highest-ranked citizens are humans with magical talent who also serve in the government as followers of Maple Leaf Holy Faith. In contrast, the lowest-ranked citizens are non-humans with no magical talent, working as apprentices in general jobs while following other religions. Exceptions like Alabaster are extremely rare. This class system not only affects the quality of life and access to education, but also impacts the severity of punishment for crimes. While there is no official slavery, the lowest-ranked citizens in the Maple Leaf Holy Empire are treated like slaves, used for cheap labor. What's even more troubling is that devout followers of the faith blindly obey, allowing the empire to manipulate even the highest-ranked citizens. In a way, the Maple Leaf Holy Empire has created the most efficient nation possible, though I can't say I'm a fan of their methods. As I mused over the history of the Maple Leaf Holy Empire, the door to the room opened from the outside. Everyone, the Emperor of the Maple Leaf Holy Empire, His Majesty Diageo, is ready to meet with you. Please come this way. Welcome, you may all relax. As I raised my head, we found ourselves in a large, intimidating hall, built of stone walls and columns. In the center was a long red carpet, where Strauss, Eliza, and I knelt. Behind us stood Court, representing the students. The hall was dimly lit, with lamps set up to compensate for the lack of natural light, creating a heavy atmosphere. In front of us, 10 steps led up to a throne, where a thin, middle-aged man in golden robes sat. His hair was thinning, and dark circles under his eyes, combined with his sunken cheeks, gave him a gaunt appearance. He wore a gold crown, but it looked out of place on him. Wearing his clothes, rather than the other way around, came to mind as I gazed up at the Emperor of the Maple Leaf Holy Empire, who was looking down at us from his grand throne. When he saw me raise my head, Alabaster, who was kneeling slightly in front of us, cleared his throat and spoke. Ahem, Your Majesty Diageo, allow me to introduce Eikichi Onizuka, senior instructor from Winter Valley's Fiddick Academy. Along with her are fellow instructors Strauss Clyde and Eliza Woodford. Finally, we have Court Hedge Butler, one of Fiddick Academy's top students. Some additional students have also accompanied them and are waiting in another room. Alabaster bowed as he finished his introduction. The Emperor nodded solemnly. You all seem quite young. To be at the prestigious Fiddick Academy at such an age, and even be entrusted with teaching, is remarkable. I recognize court, but we'll leave that aside for now. He nodded in satisfaction, then fixed his gaze on me. And so, AI Kanamenado, you must be the mage who was invited as a senior instructor out of nowhere. I confess I'm confused, as you're not what I expected. Nonetheless, I'm grateful you've come to my country. I tilted my head slightly as I responded. Thank you. Diageo shook his shoulders in laughter, curious about what I expected. Well, given that I heard you were a mage surpassing our country's foremost magician, I envisioned an older, mysterious woman, or perhaps someone who even appeared older than myself. No offense. Diageo chuckled to himself, but despite his laughter, I couldn't quite grasp his true feelings. As I watched, Alabaster cleared his throat again and spoke. Your Majesty, let us move on to the main matter at hand. Ahem. Oh, yes, of course. I have a request for you, AI Kanamenado. As you may have heard from Alabaster, I wish for you to contribute to the advancement of magic in our country. The compensation will be as much as you achieve. Oh, and you will be granted the rank equivalent to a minister in foreign nations, along with a ring to prove it. Is that acceptable? Diageo listed out the terms, then turned to me for confirmation, though it was clear he didn't expect me to refuse. The offer was far more generous than I could have imagined. Diageo was just following the formalities and did not seem to think that I would be rejected from the start. I have no problem with that, and in contrast to my earlier impression, I think he is a rather easy king to deal with. Yet, there was something else I wanted to clarify first. If I may, Your Majesty. Both Diageo and Alabaster looked at me as I spoke. I could feel eyes on me from behind as well, but I chose to ignore them. Your Majesty Diageo, I understand your request and the terms. However, I have a small favor to ask regarding the reward. Alabaster frowned at my words, while Diageo tilted his head, puzzled. What is it? A rare magical artifact? I shook my head lightly. No, that's not it. Then what is it? Diageo asked again, growing slightly impatient. This was a rare opportunity, one that wouldn't come often. I nodded, then expressed my deepest desire. I would like all of Maple Leaf Holy Empire's magic to be made available to me, and for some of it to be shared with the world. At my request, the two men widened their eyes in shock, freezing in place. Alabaster was at a loss for words, while I could hear someone coughing repeatedly behind me, but I ignored it. A few seconds passed before Diageo blinked and spoke. AI Kanamenado, while you may be a great mage, it seems you're unfamiliar with the intricacies of global politics. While our country is considered a great nation, the balance of power between nations is delicate. The release of such exclusive magic would shatter that balance. Diageo indirectly denied my request, and though I could understand his point, I disagreed. I understand your concerns, but I believe this mindset is hindering the development of magic. Certainly, it might not be possible to put ourselves at a disadvantage by being the only country to disclose our unique magic when others don't. Diageo nodded deeply as if to say, that's right. But before hearing his response, I continued speaking. However, that won't be the case. Upon hearing this, not only Diageo but also Alabaster tilted their heads. Why is that? Being asked again, I opened my mouth with a reassuring smile. Because I will make all countries disclose their magic. If there's any difference, it will only be a matter of sooner or later. As I said this, the atmosphere in the hall became as silent as if it had frozen. Section. In the end, Diageo didn't grant permission to disclose magic. But in exchange for teaching my magic, I was allowed access to the Maple Leaf Holy Empire's Magic Research Institute. I was told repeatedly that this was special, as even ministers from other countries wouldn't be granted such approval. Although it was hard to accept, the discussion had reached a conclusion for now, and the audience with Diageo came to an end. It seems difficult to get them to release research results on magic that falls under military secrets. Led to what appeared to be another guest room, I quietly opened my mouth. I suppose I'll have to learn all the magic from every country and research it myself after all. As I was murmuring such things with disappointment, Strauss and Eliza came over with exhausted faces. Please, don't make such careless statements. AI-san, we were about to faint, really geez. As the two voiced their complaints simultaneously, I nodded in response. I understand, don't worry. I carefully chose my words to express my opinion without angering them. However, I was too reserved and couldn't get them to concede on the crucial points. Next time, I'll make sure to get their approval. Upon hearing this declaration, both of them held their heads and looked up to the heavens. Quite an exaggerated reaction. While thinking this, Shenli raised her hand modestly with a wry smile. What should we do now? As Shenli asked no one in particular, Court folded his arms and groaned. Well, since our visit was so sudden, they said both the Magic Academy and the Research Institute still need time for preparation and notifications. As Court muttered in a troubled manner, Ale raised both hands with such force that she almost jumped up and shouted, "Sightseeing, let's go sightseeing." At those words, everyone looked at Ale. We got permission to look around the royal castle, but we can probably do that again. But I think today is the only day we can freely look around the city. Why's that? I thought we could tour the city anytime, Court voiced his doubt. Ale immediately answered while looking at me. Because tomorrow or the day after, we might already be famous, right? Everyone nodded deeply at Ale's strange statement. Indeed. Sharp observation. She's always had good intuition. Voices of agreement could be heard, and Liz and Belle were praising Ale, saying, "As expected of you." Although I didn't quite understand, if everyone wanted it, there was no reason to object. Then, let's go sightseeing in the city. Shall we ask Shenli to guide us? I looked at Shenli while adopting the suggestion, but for some reason, she hastily declined. And no, I'm not very familiar with the Holy City, and something might happen, so let's ask someone from the castle to guide us. As Shenli said this, Strauss and the others immediately agreed. That's good. That's a good idea. If possible, it would be better to ask Alabaster-sama. We don't want anything bad to happen. As everyone was discussing their concerns about the Holy City's security or something, suddenly the door opened from outside. The one who appeared was Crown Windsor, the court magician of Maple Leaf. I've heard the story, I'll be your guide. To my surprise, Crown himself offered to be our guide, so I straightforwardly expressed my gratitude. Thank you. That's helpful. As I said this and turned back to everyone, for some reason, they were all looking down with very ambiguous expressions. Section. White walls, as if coated with lacquer and plaster, lined both sides of the road, with beautiful flowers and lush green trees adorning the path. Colorful clothes were displayed in the shops neatly arranged on both sides of the street, creating a vibrant scenery. It's like a cityscape where paint has been sprinkled on a pure white canvas. I wonder if those white buildings are what create this atmosphere. As I muttered this impression, Ale, Liz, and Belle responded one after another. Yes, it's beautiful, isn't it? There are delicious smells, too. It's wonderful. The Holy City is called the Pure White City, after all. By the way, our highland is known as the City of Water. I'd love for Sensei AI to come to our highland someday. Oh, there's the famous fondue over there. It's fried chicken sandwiched in bread, but the seasoning varies from shop to shop, which is interesting. Hold on a moment, Liz. Don't wander off too far. Sorry, Sensei Strauss. The students had completely fallen into a school trip mood. Strauss and Eliza were keeping an eye on Ale and the others' movements, while Court and Shenli were quietly observing the townscape and having some conversation. At the front, Crown was guiding us while providing information about the town. Can you see those pointed roofs? There are 3 buildings with pointed roofs in a row. Those are shops run by the Magicians Association, and sometimes they have surprisingly rare magic books and magical tools. Even the people from the country's top magic research institute occasionally come to check them out, because they also deal with merchants from other countries. While 9/10 of the guide's content was about magic, there was some useful information as well. Well, the students seemed to have lost interest in Crown's guidance early on, but they appeared to be enjoying the townscape plenty. Oh, can we buy that? Sure, but do you have enough money? It's just baked bread, so it should be fine. Seeing Liz and Belle captivated by the aromatic bread at a street stall, I suddenly had a question. Is there no problem with currency? Do you have Maple Leaf Holy Empire's coins? As I asked this, everyone turned to look at me. Even Crown stopped walking and looked in my direction. Did I say something strange? I asked back, feeling puzzled. Then, Eliza answered on behalf of everyone. Nearly 200 years ago, the 5 major countries started issuing a common currency. Most small countries align their currencies with the major countries to avoid disadvantages in circulation. So the common currency can be used in almost any country now. Oh, I see. I didn't know that since I've never left the mountains. I nodded in understanding at Eliza's explanation. It's probably something like the common currency in Europe. Well, it can't be helped if you've never been to other countries, but still, your lack of common knowledge is inversely proportional to your knowledge of magic. Strauss said, with an exasperated look on his face. Is that so? I had considered myself a person with common sense, but when everyone looked at me strangely, I started to feel uneasy. If it's a currency used worldwide, wouldn't the country responsible for minting make quite a profit? I tried to shift the focus of the conversation from my common sense to the minting situation. In response, Court shrugged with a troubled expression. The minting of the common currency is done by the royal families of each country. There's apparently a special magical imprint, and it's managed and manufactured only by the 5 countries: the Verded Kingdom, Grandsance Kingdom, Carven Kingdom, Maple Leaf Holy Empire, and Bushmills Empire. Among the familiar names mentioned, one major country was not called. Is Court Highland not involved in minting? When I asked this, Court's expression became even more troubled. Since Court Highland elects representatives, there's a possibility of information leakage in minting with special imprints, they say. I see. For me, a country that elects representatives through voting would be more trustworthy than hereditary royalty, in terms of preventing collusion and corruption. As I said this, I turned to Liz and Belle. Come to think of it, I'm getting hungry. Since we're here, shall we buy baked bread for all of us? I'll go too. Sensei AI too. Ah, then I'll go as well. Shall I join you in buying? As I took out my wallet and started walking, Ale, Shenley, and Eliza also came along. And before we knew it, all the women in our group were heading towards the food stall. Sensei AI, what flavor would you like? I'd prefer something sweet if possible. Then, this berry one would be good. Ah, I think this maple one would be better. In the blink of an eye, I found myself part of the girls' circle. Amidst the excitement of Ale and the others making a fuss over a single food stall, I found myself smiling and biting into the bread without even realizing it, feeling like I was on a school trip after a long time. I remember how enjoyable it was to eat unfamiliar foods during the school trip I went on in Japan. Savoring the pleasant aroma of freshly baked bread and the surprisingly complex flavored sauce, we enjoyed our tour of the holy city. As we were happily exploring the town under Crown's guidance, we encountered a group dressed in white robes embroidered with crosses. They were in all white attire, from white shoes to white gloves. Upon seeing this group, Crown subtly tried to change our route by turning his toes in a different direction. Now then, everyone, let's go this way. Further ahead, there's a magic academy representing the Maple Leaf Holy Empire, and we might even be able to observe a lecture. Crown spoke a bit hastily, trying to change our direction, but the man at the front of the white-robed group called out to him. Oh, isn't that Lord Crown Windsor? Who are you guiding? Hearing this voice, Crown turned around with an obvious look of displeasure on his face. As I wondered what was going on, Crown responded in a stiff voice. Vice Archmage Jem Westmeath. I'm currently attending to important guests, so. Crown's tone implied that he wanted to avoid any interaction. Frowning at this, the man called Jem approached us. As he came closer, I realized he was surprisingly old, probably in his early 50s, with dark brown hair and reddish eyes. Crown, what's with that tone? Someone who can't even fully handle basic magic has no right to speak like that. Jem shouted as he confronted Crown. But as Crown refused to engage, Jem's eyes turned to us. Foreigners, are you? If Crown is acting as a guide, you must be magicians. Lord Jem, it's your manner of speaking that's the problem. These people are guests of His Imperial Majesty. Crown raised his voice, his face slightly flushed at Jem's way of speaking. In response, Jem furrowed his brow in irritation. Not wanting this to become too troublesome, I rolled up my sleeve to reveal the bracelet I had borrowed from the Emperor. It was a gold bracelet with a design that looked like multiple lines layered on top of each other. Seeing this, Jem's face contorted into a smile. My, I do apologize. You look so young, yet you're of the second rank. Are you perhaps the daughter of a duke from one of the great nations? I am Jem Westmeath, Vice Archmage of the Imperial Mage Corps of the Maple Leaf Holy Empire. If you have any troubles during your stay in the Holy City, please don't hesitate to consult me. A thank you. However, I'm just a novice without any noble title, so please don't be so formal. My name is Aoi Kana Minato. Like the others, I've come from the Verded Kingdom. Upon hearing my response, Jem's brow furrowed, creating deep vertical wrinkles between his eyebrows. No noble title, you say? Then, for what reason did His Majesty bestow upon you the highest-ranking ring, second only to the royal family? Being asked again, I hesitated to answer. Perhaps because I can use a new type of magic. I couldn't help but ask in return. Crown hurriedly denies it. And no, that's not it. Lady Ai is a senior faculty member at Fidic Academy, and the others are all excellent teachers and students. Especially Lady Ai, who was invited as a senior faculty member from the start, a talented woman. As Crown explained this, Jem's eyes sharpened. Fidic Academy, His Majesty's fondness for new things is troublesome. Muttering something under his breath, Jem plasters a forced smile on his face. Well, I've taken up your time. Please enjoy your tour of the holy city. As if suddenly losing interest, Jem said only that and turned his back on us. Watching the group in white robes walk away, Crown lets out a small sigh of relief. Are they difficult people? Crown shrugs and shakes his head. As you could tell from that brief conversation, that group is part of the extreme primitive magic faction within the court magicians. Primitive magic faction. I tilt my head at the unfamiliar term. Crown's eyes widen and he blinks several times. You've never heard of it? Ah, perhaps it's called something different in Verded. They're the ones who insist that, given the long history of magic, it's a waste of time to develop new magic. It's true that truly useful magic from completely new perspectives is rare. Maybe once in 100 years, if that. But if we only refine existing magic like the primitive magic faction, we can't expect significant progress. As if I had pressed some switch, Crown began to pour out his explanation and complaints about the primitive magic faction. I see, so it's a way of thinking that favors further enhancing already established magic, right? While that's necessary, we shouldn't look down on researchers of new magic. When I respond this way, Crown takes my hand with a radiant smile and nods repeatedly. Exactly, as expected. In our country, no new magic has been adopted for common use in nearly 100 years. The ones that have been developed are far from practical, like magic that instantly turns water into white mist or magic that emits light from your hand. It's truly lamentable. In comparison, the Verded Kingdom has Fidic Academy, with such a wonderful environment where magicians from various countries gather. How envious. If I could, I'd become a student at Fidic Academy right now and learn magic from magicians of different countries. And so, the court magician, supposedly at the pinnacle of magic in the Maple Leaf Holy Empire, rattles on at high speed. I take a step back as Crown leans in enthusiastically. Not only us, but also the people around us were wide-eyed at his fervor. Section. Although there were some minor disturbances on the first day of our Holy City tour, the students seemed quite satisfied. We were to stay at the Royal Castle for the night. And in the guest room with unnecessarily high ceilings, Isle and the others were talking about the cityscape and the food they had eaten. Shenli seemed quite nervous, as it was her own country's royal castle, but the other students didn't seem too affected. Indeed, staying inside a castle must be nerve-wracking. I understand, as I'm a bit nervous myself. Are you nervous? Ai-san, you don't look any different. Strauss and Eliza immediately looked puzzled upon hearing my mumbling. Smiling wryly at their reaction, I stand up from my chair. I'm only human, after all. Well, I'll go for a little walk to calm my nerves. Saying just that to the two of them, I left the guest room. Outside the room, 2 soldiers were standing, and they noticed me as I opened the door. Where are you headed? I thought I'd like to get some fresh air. Then, please follow me. I'll guide you. Saying that, one of the soldiers started walking, leading the way. I had hoped they would just tell me where to go so I could walk alone, but it seems difficult to walk freely within the royal castle. Thinking this, I reluctantly agreed to be guided. Walking through unnecessarily spacious corridors, we open a large double door on the first floor of the castle. This leads to what appears to be a lush courtyard. There's a fountain in the center, and low green hedges form walls around the area. It's exactly the image of a courtyard you'd find in a noble's mansion. In this courtyard, there was a young woman wearing a beautiful dress. Dressed in pure white attire reminiscent of a wedding dress, she was walking near the fountain, her wavy blonde hair swaying. She looked to be in her late teens. 2 soldiers in silver armor stood nearby, and there was also a woman who appeared to be a maid. As I was observing the scene, the woman in the dress noticed us and turned around. Princess Rose. The soldier guiding me immediately whispered the name and knelt on the spot. Apparently, she's a member of the royal family. I straighten my posture and give a slight bow. The woman called Rose slightly furrows her brow. "Who are you?" Asked in a low voice, I raise my face to answer. "I'm a faculty member at a magic academy in the Verded Kingdom. My name is Eikichi Onizuka." After I state my title and name, Rose begins to observe me with interest. "The Verded Kingdom, so that's the Fidic Academy. You must be quite talented. Though you look quite young." Muttering such things, Rose walks towards me. The soldier who had been kneeling in front of me raises his face in a panicked manner. Princess Rose. Lady Ai is one of the few senior faculty members at Fidic Academy, and she's an honored guest who has come to further elevate the magical standards of the Maple Leaf Holy Empire. The soldier began explaining as if to protect me, but his attitude changed the moment he made eye contact with Rose. He became increasingly flustered and finally lowered his head again. Rose narrows her eyes as if finding this uninteresting and lets out a small snort. Senior faculty. If I recall correctly, one of our country's magicians is also enrolled as a senior faculty member. Well, it doesn't matter. More importantly, Rose mumbles something as if trying to remember, while walking towards me. Then she looks down at the head of the kneeling soldier. "You, what were you trying to say to me? Because she's a guest, what? Were you going to tell me to kneel to her?" And no, nothing of the sort. Rose, not hiding her irritation, continues to question the man as if scolding him. The man just keeps trembling. Just like with rocks, it seems royalty tends to become tyrannical easily. Feeling sorry for the trembling man and wondering if there's anything I can do, Rose suddenly begins to chant. After a brief chant, she points one hand towards the man's head. "Know your place, ice sculpture frozen." As Rose casts her magic, the area around the kneeling, trembling man begins to freeze. Seeing this, I immediately cast a counterspell. Fire circle red circle. As I mutter this, red lines race around the man, forming a small circle. From there, an extremely thin wall of flame shoots out like a laser beam, instantly melting the ice. It seems Rose had tried to use magic to encase the target in a block of ice, but fortunately, the man escaped unharmed. As the man looks around in surprise, Rose raises her face. Then, with an expressionless face, she looks at me. "Was that just now without incantation? Or do you have a magical tool equivalent to the royal family's treasures?" "It was without incantation." I answer while maintaining eye contact. Rose tilts her head slightly and raises the corner of her mouth. "I see. Without incantation, huh?" As if ruminating on the same words, Rose repeats them before turning her back to me. "That was interesting. Make sure to visit the academy in the Holy City as well." Saying only that, Rose quietly walked away. I thought she might take offense, seeming like an overbearing noble, but it seems she saw me more as an interesting toy rather than a disrespectful opponent. In any case, it appears I've avoided punishment. Chapter 7, The Magic Academy of the Holy Capital. Light streams through the window, naturally waking me up. As I breathe in the cool air, the fog clouding my mind gradually clears. I let out a breath as I stretch and rise from the bed. Ah, good morning. Good morning. As I sit up, I hear greetings from in front of me. It's Shenli and Liz. The two of them seem to have been relaxing in their cute pajamas, sitting on the sofa near the door facing each other. Good morning. I return their greeting as I fully get out of bed. The two of them look at me with wide eyes. "Ah, teacher Ayla, your hair's." It's exploded. Hearing their comments, I lightly smooth my hair with both hands. This is normal for me. I take a shower in the morning. I say this as I move to the mirror on the wall. There I see myself wrapped in black pajamas, my head looking like a ball of yarn. After confirming this familiar sight, I sit in the chair in front of the mirror and try to tame my hair with a comb. Today's bedhead seems relatively calm, so I might be able to get it under control. Looking around, I see Ale and Belle sleeping soundly. On the opposite side, Eliza is sleeping on her back. Being small to begin with, Eliza sleeping spread-eagled looks like the youngest of us all. Well, depending on her outfit, she can look like a child anyway. Although we ended up staying at the royal castle, we were shown to a spacious guest room with 6 queen-sized beds installed. And the rooms were separated by gender too. On the men's side, there are only Strauss and Court, so it might feel a bit lonely being too spacious. As I think about this while absently looking at my usual self in the mirror, I see Ale and Belle get up simultaneously behind me. The two of them notice us despite being half asleep and greet us. "Ah, good morning." "A morning." Ale's head still seems to be in low gear. For some reason, Liz pouts at the sleepy pair. "Geez, Ale and Belle, you're late. You missed a really precious sight, you know." As Liz says this, Ale tilts her head while rubbing one eye. A precious sight. To Ale, who has a question mark floating above her head, Liz turns to Shenli with a sulky face. "Right, Shenli. Why yes, it was a very precious sight." Shenli agrees. Was there really something so unusual? Maybe I've overslept, as my head doesn't seem to be working well either. After that, Eliza, who had been sleeping with drool running down her face, also woke up safely. We all changed clothes and headed to the second floor of the castle together. On the second floor, there's a dining hall for guests where about 20 people can dine together. As we enter the dining hall, we see Strauss and Court already eating. "Good morning." "Morning, you're late." It took some time to get ready. We exchange such conversation along with morning greetings. As we take our seats, maid-like women who seem to be servers appear silently, as if they had been waiting somewhere. Then they smoothly lay out meals for those who came later, as if in an assembly line. The plates are uniformly white, lined with bread, soup, thinly sliced meat, vegetables, and fruits. It's simple cuisine, nothing too elaborate. Ah, it's delicious. Ale, who was the first to taste the food, expresses her honest opinion. Despite its simple appearance, it seems to have a taste that satisfies Ale, who is a high-ranking noble. Drawn in by this, Belle and Liz also start eating. As the two of them say it's delicious with shining eyes, and Shenli and Eliza also begin their meal, I finally pick up my spoon last. I bring the translucent soup I was curious about to my mouth. It's still warm, and a gentle sweetness slowly spreads in my mouth. I can taste the umami of stewed vegetables and meat, along with salt and a slightly spicy seasoning. It tastes somewhat similar to pot au feu. I tried the bread too, and while the surface is a bit hard, the inside is soft and fluffy with a hint of sweetness. In contrast, the meat is salty with a spicier seasoning that balances the meal well. It's delicious, isn't it? I was surprised too. It has a deep flavor despite being simple. Court murmurs his impression of the food with a smile. I nod quietly in agreement and finally taste the fruit. It looks similar to a melon, but when I bite into the slightly firm flesh, I taste a sweet and sour flavor. It's sweeter and more sour than a melon, somewhat like a grape with stronger sweetness. "It's good," Strauss mutters with the fruit still in his mouth. As Strauss glares into space with wide eyes while biting the fruit, the others can't help but burst into laughter. Watching this scene, I felt somewhat relieved. Come to think of it, Crown said he'd be too busy to guide us today. Strauss changes the subject, perhaps embarrassed at being laughed at. Eliza smiles wryly at this and nods slightly, looking at me. That's right. Since the research lab is mainly for court magicians, it might be better to visit when Crown is there. As Eliza says this, Ale suddenly raises her hand. "Ah, I want to go to the Magic Academy of Maple Leaf." "Sounds good. Indeed, I'd like to see what it's like." Liz and Belle agree with Ale's words. These three really get along well. Hearing this conversation, Shenli also looks interested. "Understood. Then let's go visit the Magic Academy today. I'll go check with the castle staff." Saying this, I stand up and leave the dining hall. Section, should I leave a message for Alabaster before we go? Thinking this, I called out to one of the soldiers standing at regular intervals like telephone poles in the castle. They told me they would call him and asked us to wait in the guest reception room on the first floor. I feel like I'm gradually getting a grasp of the layout of the castle. Thinking this, I went back to everyone waiting in the dining hall and spoke to them. I've asked them to pass a message to Alabaster. They said to wait in the reception room on the first floor, so let's gather our necessary belongings and wait there. Upon hearing this, everyone heads to the bedroom where we spent the night, giving various responses. In the bedroom, Ale checks her outfit and quietly changes her jacket. Eliza and I also prepare for going out. It seems everyone's preparations were complete in about 15 minutes, but Strauss was waiting outside looking impatient. Apparently, the men finished their preparations in no time. What takes so long? It takes me about 5 minutes, but generally, it takes 10 to 30 minutes for makeup, grooming, washing hands, and such, doesn't it? 30 minutes? I take the liberty of conveying a general opinion as a representative of women. Strauss then mutters words like 30 minutes, what's the point of dressing up so much? While scratching his head. If the women of the world heard this, Strauss might be roasted alive. Unaware that he's making such terrifying statements, Strauss leads everyone to the reception room. When we reach the reception room, we find Alabaster standing straight, waiting in front of the door. Looking at him again, I think his clothing, which looks like fabric wrapped around him, resembles some kind of ethnic costume. "Ah, you've come. I'll guide you today," he says, pounding his chest with his fist. "We were thinking of visiting the Magic Academy, but wouldn't a magician be better suited for this?" I ask to confirm. However, as expected, Alabaster, with an expression full of enthusiasm, shakes his head left and right in denial. "What are you saying? I too attended the Magic Academy, although I was in the lowest class." "Wahahaha. Oh, that reminds me, Shenli was a magician of our country, wasn't she? In that case, I might be lower ranked as a magician." "Eh? No, that's not." "Wahahaha, I'm joking. Alabaster laughs as he starts walking. Seeing this, we exchange glances for a moment before hurriedly following him. Maple Leaf is said to specialize in sacred magic, also known as holy magic or healing magic. Considering that the predecessor of the Holy Empire was a religious organization called the Maple Leaf Holy Church, it somehow makes sense. However, if they focus too much on healing magic, other talented magicians might not have sufficient environments to research their respective types of magic. While specializing in one area might sound good, it eliminates the possibility of combining multiple types of magic from the start. With such concerns in mind, we walked through the Holy Capital and eventually arrived in front of a large building. Like other buildings, it has white outer walls and a roof, but what stands out are the many large round pillars lined up. It's a huge building that looks like a Greek temple. Although it doesn't look like an educational facility at all, the people coming in and out are mostly young boys and girls wearing clothes similar to Alabaster's, so there is somewhat of a student-like atmosphere. Everyone wearing the same clothes is the same as at Fitic Academy, so I wonder if in this world, everyone has a set uniform. Alabaster tells us to wait a moment, so as we're looking at the Academy building from the outside, Alabaster returns with someone. It's a middle-aged man wearing a small navy blue cape over a primarily white outfit. The man looks at us with a gentle smile and tilts his head slightly. Alabaster stands in front of us with the man and lightly clears his throat before gesturing to the man standing next to him. This is Mr. Cameron, a senior instructor at this Holy Capital Magic Academy. In Maple Leaf, senior instructors at magic academies are considered equivalent to court magicians and are recognized as top-level magicians. Mr. Cameron is also certified as one of the highest-level magicians in the country. "My name is Cameron Ridge. It's a pleasure to meet you." Introduced by Alabaster, Cameron bowed deeply. Then, Alabaster glanced at us sideways before turning back to Cameron. "As I mentioned briefly earlier, this is Miss AI, a senior faculty member at Fitic Academy. And these are Mr. Strauss and Miss Eliza, regular faculty members. Also, we have Mr. Court and other noble students from different countries. Lastly, there's Shenli, who's from our country but enrolled at Fitic Academy." "Oh my." As Cameron was bowing to Alabaster's introduction, his eyes blinked when he saw Shenli. Feeling the gaze upon him, Shenli flinched and looked down. "Isn't that Shenli? I see, so you were able to enroll in Fitic Academy. Well, that's good. If I remember correctly, Shenli couldn't use healing magic. At Fitic Academy, I suppose you'll be treated as a somewhat decent mage. It's about finding the right place for the right person, isn't it?" Cameron's words, though cheerful, subtly looked down on Shenli. Shenli seemed to shrink, intimidated. "Whom do you know each other?" Alabaster asked. Shenli, still looking down a bit, opened his mouth. "Well, I was here to this academy for just a month." "That's right. Students transferred from various regions usually attend my lecture at least once, but Shenli. Cameron started to say something with a sigh, causing Shenli to shiver slightly. Feeling the conversation was odd, I, representing the faculty, spoke up to support Shenli. Shenli is a diligent and very talented student. I'm sure she'll become an excellent mage in the future. As I stated this clearly, Cameron paused for a moment. Then he smiled again with a gentle expression. Is that so? That's good to hear. After all, our academy has difficulty nurturing talents other than healing magic. In that respect, I suppose Fitic Academy allows students to learn various types of magic simultaneously. That's wonderful. Your educational curriculum must be excellent. If we tried to do that at our academy, we'd end up with nothing but mediocre mages. Saying this, Cameron let out a light laugh. However, sensing some implications in his words, several of us, including myself, furrowed our brows. Guided by Cameron, we entered the building and proceeded down the hallway. Apparently, the building was 2 stories tall, and we were currently walking along the east side of the first floor. Except for the gray stone floor, everything else, walls and ceiling, was pure white. There was no sign of furnishings or people. Are lectures in session now? I don't see anyone around, I asked. Cameron turned around with a friendly smile. To practice healing magic, there's something essential. What do you think that is? He posed a question, like a teacher addressing students. Do you mean the subjects on whom to use healing magic? Eliza, who was right behind me, answered. Cameron nodded, pulling his chin in. That's correct. This is the most populous city in Maple Leaf. Therefore, we have many injured individuals from the knighthood, mercenary groups, and adventurers. They enter through the west entrance of the academy and wait in line in the large treatment room. Our students are busy dealing with them, so they can hardly move during the morning hours. Nodding in understanding at Cameron's explanation, I voiced a question that came to mind. So, in this city, are injury treatments provided free of charge? When I asked this, Cameron smiled awkwardly. No, we can't go that far. However, we do provide treatment to the followers of the Maple Leaf holy religion for just a minimal donation. Many people become followers because of this, so it's a good system for both the academy and the users. He replied somewhat proudly. Indeed, it's a good system both economically and religiously. But can those who became followers through this method be said to have voluntarily joined the Maple Leaf holy religion? I understand why there are no students using healing magic, but I don't see any students with aptitudes for other types of magic. Are there overwhelmingly more students learning healing magic? When I asked further, Cameron nodded as if remembering something. Ah, the other children? Many students learning magic other than healing magic help with treatments in the morning. Most of the academy's faculty also cooperate with the treatments, so there are fewer lectures, and they even receive a small wage. It's a situation where we're all helping each other, I suppose. Saying this, Cameron laughed cheerfully. There's a big difference in thinking and management methods compared to Fitic Academy. I felt this, but then I realized that there were few students using healing magic at Fitic Academy. Perhaps the optimal system is built according to each situation. Here we are. This is the special room for treating serious injuries. While I was lost in thought, it seemed we had arrived at our destination. Cameron had turned back to us in front of a large set of double doors. Special room, so you divide the rooms into several types? Strauss asked. Yes, in our academy, we also judge the rank of healing mages by the level of injuries they can treat. Even if they can't use the highest level magic, if they can quickly heal severe patients, they can be registered as advanced mages. That level is defined as being able to heal bone fractures or deep cuts in 1 minute. Cameron answered Strauss's question with a deepening smile. Strauss, Eliza, Court, and others let out sounds of admiration at this. Students can perform such high-level healing, I see. So, in this special room, the most excellent students are performing treatments. As Strauss muttered, recapping what Cameron had said, Cameron nodded greatly and put his hand on the door handle. That's right. Since we have the honor of a senior faculty member from Fitic Academy visiting, I thought we should show you the capabilities of our academy. Haha, how embarrassing. I've shown a bit of childishness. With a sheepish laugh, Cameron opened the door to the special room. Suddenly, screams and muffled groans that hadn't been audible at all before leaked into the hallway. Perhaps it was unexpected, but Shenli, Isle, and others held their breath. I wasn't particularly surprised, as I had anticipated this to some extent after hearing about the presence of severely injured patients. Probably Strauss, Eliza, and Court felt the same. Alabaster, who hadn't spoken at all until now, might have been in the special room before, judging from his grim expression. Steeling ourselves, we passed by Cameron, who was waiting with the special room door open. Beyond the door was a large hall finely partitioned by white curtains. The visible area was about 10 meters by 20 meters. We couldn't see beyond the curtains, so the actual size was unclear. However, even with the curtain spaces, at least 10 people could be treated simultaneously. In the front, there were boxes filled with tools for magic and treatment, and around them, groups of 2 or 3 people seemed to be working on something. Watching them take tools and cloth and rush into the curtained areas, they were probably students who couldn't use healing magic. And from within the curtains, we could constantly hear the voices of patients and students who were likely performing treatments. Looking around the room, which had the intense atmosphere of a medical facility, Cameron opened his mouth with a smile. Here, our students are learning world-class magic. They can actually treat major injuries and gain precise knowledge about the human body in the process. Cameron said this and waited for our reaction. What he said wasn't wrong, but due to the screams and groans audible from behind Cameron, Shenli, Isle, and others were completely frightened. However, I couldn't outright deny Cameron's words. Indeed, I think it's very important to actually study the human body. At the same time, hearing this now, I'm very interested in how much human body knowledge the Maple Leaf Holy Empire is researching. When I answered this way, one of Cameron's eyebrows raised slightly. Cameron paused for a moment at my words but soon nodded. Then, let's take a look. I'll go and see if there's any suitable treatment being performed. As Cameron said this and walked towards the lined-up curtains, Alabaster came over to us with a furrowed brow. Miss AI, the treatments in the special room can be extremely gruesome. I don't really recommend observing. Though he said this worriedly, I answered that it wouldn't be a problem. I've hunted magical beasts before. Blood, flesh, and cross-sections of bones shouldn't be an issue. However, it might be too intense for the students. Should we limit the observation to just the teachers? I'm not good with intense stimuli either. Eliza muttered, her face pale. It seems she's not good with blood. Then, I'll go instead. Court said with an unusually stern expression, volunteering to observe. No, if you're not comfortable with such scenes, you don't have to. Court is not proficient in healing magic. There's no need for him to force himself to go when he's not even faculty. Thinking this, I told him he could refrain from observing, but Court took a deep breath and shook his head with determined eyes. No, Court Highland is not advanced in healing magic research. If there's even a hint I can gain, I should at least see it myself. It seems Court has steeled his resolve for the sake of his country's interests. What admirable patriotism. I wonder if the other nobles from various countries feel the same way. With that thought, I turned around, but neither Eliza nor Ale would meet my eyes. Seeing Shenli looking anxious with a pale face, I silently turned my palm towards her and smiled. At this, Shenli seemed relieved and fell silent. Just then, as if timing it perfectly, Cameron returned. Well then, everyone, shall we head to the furthest room on the right? Understood, I'll go with Strauss and Court for the tour. As I answered, Cameron narrowed his eyes and glanced at the group behind us. Then, he smiled gently again. Indeed, those who are uncomfortable might be better off not seeing. Well, as magicians, I think it would be beneficial to observe. With that, Cameron quickly walked to the right. I followed, and the other two started walking as well. Seeing Alabaster silently coming along, it seems he intends to accompany us as a guide. Standing in front of the curtain, we could hear short, intermittent breathing sounds, the rustle of clothes, and small whimpers. Even Strauss tensed up at these sounds. As Strauss and Court hesitated fearfully, Cameron casually opened the curtain. I heard Court take a small breath behind me. Behind the curtain was a white bed that looked like an examination table, and on it lay a young man who had lost his arm. Judging from the torn surface, he must have been eaten by a magical beast. Various other wounds, large and small, could be seen all over his body, and his clothes were in tatters. The young man, having lost too much blood, was taking short breaths with a pale face. Two people, a man and a woman, were around the bed. The man was desperately using magic with both hands on the young man's chest, while the woman was wiping away tears as she wrapped cloth around the young man's arm to prevent excessive bleeding. "Can he be saved?" Strauss muttered as if he couldn't help himself. Indeed, while the wounds themselves might not be the problem, the amount of blood loss, judging from his complexion, was concerning. A blood transfusion might be impossible, but an IV drip could work. As I looked up with that thought, I saw Cameron's serious expression. His gaze was fixed on the student undergoing treatment, and he was growling lowly with his hand on his chin. It's touch and go. This is the difficult part to judge. Of course, if I were to treat him, I could probably manage somehow. However, that wouldn't benefit the students. Here, it's best to steal our hearts and watch over them. Cameron said this with a serious face and then called out to the students. Be precise with the hemostasis. Focus on the inside of the joints. If you can stop the bleeding well, the treatable time will be extended. Imagination is the most important thing when using healing magic. You must imagine the structure of the human body and clearly determine where to start the treatment. At this moment, it would be the damaged blood vessels and abdominal organs. The two students responded with desperate expressions to Cameron's advice. Strauss and Court were left speechless by the tense atmosphere. Cameron, as if confirming this, looked at them and then opened his mouth to address me. I don't know how they teach at Fiddick Academy, but at our academy, we place the utmost importance on practical experience. That's why magicians from Maple Leaf are said to be of high caliber in various countries. I nodded in response to Cameron's self-praise, while looking down at the young man dying on the bed. Indeed, experiencing things firsthand is the best way to learn. However, it would be a pity if someone who came for treatment died because of this, and it might also traumatize the students. Wouldn't the result be the same if you let the students do as much as they can up to the limit, and then have the faculty take over for the final treatment? Upon hearing this, Cameron furrowed his brow and pulled in his chin. I think it's also important to see someone dying, to experience not being able to save someone. But there might be some truth in what you say, I don't know. Cameron's opinion could be taken either way. Narrowing my eyes at this, I pointed with one hand at the young man receiving treatment. Well then, Cameron-san, please proceed with the treatment. As I said this, Cameron shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, we've already passed the stage where recovery can be expected. In this situation, even the greatest magician couldn't save him. However, this has been a very important learning experience for the students. This experience will make them stronger and help them grow. Cameron said it was impossible before even trying, and again steered the conversation back to the students' education. At these words, the expressions of the students who had been continuing the treatment clouded over, and their hands stopped moving. Looking at the students with their gloomy expressions, I opened my mouth. Then, may I take over the treatment? When I said this, Cameron and the students all widened their eyes. Alabaster was also blinking in surprise, but Strauss and Court nodded as if understanding. Can you heal him? Strauss asked, so I answered that it wouldn't be a problem. Wait a moment, we must choose our words carefully. This is the Magic Academy of the Holy City of Maple Leaf. We pride ourselves on not losing to any magic academy in any country when it comes to healing magic. To joke around with us like this, perhaps it had greatly offended him, as Cameron, who had been speaking calmly until now, suddenly started ranting in a rapid-fire manner. However, there was no time now to listen to what seemed like a long lecture. Without replying, I moved next to the examination table and placed my hand on the young man's shoulder, standing next to the female student with tears in her eyes. While checking the state of the injuries, I imagined an uninjured state. I tried to picture the normal state as accurately as possible, including the internal organs, and began to infuse magical power. Waters of life, eau de vie. Finally, as I cast the spell, the parts infused with my magical power began to be corrected according to my image. Along with a faint glow, the young man's body started to heal its wounds. What is? Perhaps because it was a magic he had never seen before, I heard Cameron's confused voice. The students, too, were looking at the young man's healed body with amazed eyes. He's still lacking blood. There's no problem, but at this rate, it will take a while for him to regain consciousness. Thinking this, I took out a pill I had kept for emergencies. It was Owen's secret elven medicine. Despite being called a secret medicine, it can be easily made if you have the ingredients, so there's no problem. I put the pill in the mouth of the young man who was still unconscious, then looked around. Is there any water? Drinkable water? Why yes. At my words, the female student standing next to me picked up a cup of water and handed it to me. Thank you. I thanked her and took the cup. I opened the young man's mouth, let some water in, then closed his mouth and lifted his head slightly by placing my hand on the back of his head. There was a small sound in his throat, and I judged that the young man had swallowed the pill. What did you do? As I was sighing in relief thinking that the treatment had been in time, I heard Cameron's voice, tinged with wariness. I treated his injuries. The last medicine was to activate some of his internal organs and promote blood production, considering his blood loss. He will probably regain consciousness in a few minutes. After I answered, Cameron walked towards me and looked down at me with a stern expression. Nonsense. This was a severely injured person that even we might not have been able to save. We could have healed the surface wounds, but complete recovery so easily. Cameron directed a suspicious gaze at me while saying such things in a low voice. However, as if mocking Cameron, the young man slightly opened his eyes and let out a breath. Hearing this sound, the two students suddenly placed their hands on the young man's chest and brought their ears close to his mouth. He's alive. His heartbeat has gotten stronger. He'll be fine now. The two quickly confirmed the young man's safety and smiled with relief. Strass and Court also exhaled deeply. Who exactly are you? With an expression that belied his earlier composure, Cameron looked at me and asked about my identity. However, I had already introduced myself, so all I could do was introduce myself again. As I said at the beginning, I'm a senior faculty member at Fiddick Academy. And if I were to add anything else, I'd say I'm a disciple of Owen Miller's. When I answered this way, Cameron made a gesture as if gritting his back teeth. Then, turning his face away from me, he looked down at the young man lying on the examination table. I thought this special room would be sufficient for touring our academy, but that was a naive judgment. To think that there was a healing magic user skilled enough to serve as a senior faculty member even at our academy. To Cameron, who said such things, I shook my head and opened my mouth. I don't specialize in healing magic. It's difficult to say what I'm best at, but my main research is in magic circles, so creating magical tools might be what I'm most skilled at. I modestly corrected Cameron's mistaken perception. At this, not only Cameron, but also the students and Alabaster froze. Alabaster, didn't you see me using ice magic? Wondering, I asked, and Alabaster frowned, putting a hand to his forehead. I did see that, but to think that creating magical tools is what you're best at, you were also using flight magic, weren't you? Come to think of it, is it common for mages to specialize in only one or two attributes? At Fiddick Academy, there are many who use 3 or more types of magic with equal or greater skill, so I forgot about that. Is that so? Is there such a difference in ability between Fiddick Academy and us? Ignoring Alabaster, who was holding his head as if in agony, I opened my mouth to Cameron. Next, I'd very much like to see a magic lecture, if possible. When I said this, Cameron furrowed his brow and lowered his chin without replying. Although he seemed a bit perplexed, he guided me to a classroom where a lecture was being held as requested. The corridor from earlier had no windows and thick, sturdy walls, but the classroom where the lecture was being held was visible from outside and the hallway, creating a contrastingly bright atmosphere. The classroom had a format where each student had their own desk, and at the front stood a man who appeared to be the instructor. Seeing this familiar academy scene, Shenley and Ale smiled with relief. Cameron glanced at my face furtively as he opened the classroom door. At the sound, the instructor and students inside turned their attention to us. I've brought some visitors. Please continue your lecture as you were. As Cameron said this, the man who seemed to be the instructor cleared his throat and returned to the lecture. Now, let's return to fire magic. As a basic step, I believe everyone was able to use the 7-verse spell to throw a fireball. Next, let's try changing the shape of the fireball. An arrow shape might be easiest to imagine at first. Saying this, the male instructor demonstrated the fire magic. The students watched intently, trying to engrave the image in their minds. What do you think? Any thoughts? Perhaps feeling uneasy, Cameron asked in a lowered tone. Well, the instructor said it was basic, and I think it's good to start magic with something like this at first. However, there are places where the incantation is being made more complex than necessary. So I'd like to suggest a more simplified incantation to the instructor if possible. When I said this in a controlled voice, Cameron nodded deeply. I see. That incantation is the basis of fire magic, and I've heard it's a decomposed incantation made longer for the students to understand easily. Does it still seem complex to you, Lady AI? To Cameron, who said this, I shook my head. It's not so much complex as I think it could be more straightforward. After answering, I explained the incantation necessary for fire magic. The current incantation involves releasing magical power into the palm, stabilizing it, transforming it into fire, increasing its momentum. Then, releasing the position stabilization, retransforming the magical power, and finally releasing it. That's 7 steps. If we can reduce this to 3 steps, magical power output, transformation and combustion into fire, and release, the incantation can be done in just 3 verses. I see. But wouldn't a 3-verse spell reduce the power? Not at all. Without extra incantations like stabilizing magical power, it's actually easier to adjust the power. Also, shape transformation would be easier than with a 7-verse incantation. At my response, Cameron groaned with a difficult expression. It seemed he was thinking about various things. I wondered whether he was struggling to understand my words or trying to come up with counterarguments to reassure himself that his common sense was correct. Either way, I thought discussion would be essential. There's no absolute right or wrong between Maple Leaf and me. It's just that we have different teaching methods and ways of thinking. However, I personally believe that Owen's research on incantations is the most correct approach. I apply a similar way of thinking to healing magic as well. As soon as I said this, the composure vanished from Cameron's expression. It seems he takes great pride in healing magic. I could simply praise and protect Maple Leaf Holy Empire's pride and leave. However, that wouldn't achieve my goal of raising the magical standards of each country. Therefore, I believe I must teach as much of my magical knowledge and techniques as possible before leaving. With this in mind, I spoke, but it might have felt like a provocation to Cameron. His smile had completely disappeared by now. Are you saying that our healing magic is also immature? No, not immature, just that there might be more efficient methods. Of course, my ideas could be wrong, so please just consider them as a reference. I chose my words carefully to avoid antagonizing him, as I hadn't come here to pick a fight. However, Cameron seemed to have become completely wary of me. I see. Well then, I'd like you to demonstrate it. I find it hard to believe that the knowledge and techniques of healing magic that Maple Leaf has accumulated over many years could be so easily overturned. Cameron said this with a hint of irritation, and I nodded and made a proposal. In that case, could you first show me Maple Leaf's knowledge of human anatomy, and one healing magic spell at a time? As I said this, Cameron's smile noticeably twitched. Chapter 8, Critical Confidentiality. Don't be ridiculous. All knowledge of the human body and each magical technique are important secrets that Maple Leaf has accumulated. It's not so simple to. As he was speaking, Cameron's face suddenly changed. I see. So that's what it is. Cameron seemed to have realized something. What is it? Cameron raised his eyebrows and looked straight at me. You were secretly using a magical tool, weren't you? That would be a National Treasure class magical item. Is that how you've been gathering information on each country's magic? It seemed I had already given Cameron a big misunderstanding. He thought I was completely a fraud. So, I raised one hand. Then, I apologize, but could we return to the special room from earlier? I'll show you my own magic, different from before. If you think I'm worth listening to after that, that'll be fine. When I made this proposal, Cameron froze with a difficult expression. Eliza and Strauss, who had been watching our exchange from a distance, looked at each other and then anxiously at us. Section. When we returned to the special room, a new seriously injured person had been brought in where the young man from earlier had been. Hearing that the most severely injured were brought to the far right, I was again guided there. Unable to refuse due to the flow of events, Strauss, Court, and Alabaster were also brought along. Eliza, Shenley, and Ale seemed to have decided to wait at the entrance. I focused my attention on the screams and groans coming from beyond the white curtains. Then, let me show you in practice. I apologize, but please remove all the curtains. Even if it's just from one direction, I'd appreciate it if the visibility was good. Upon hearing this, Cameron hesitated for a while with a stern face, but eventually looked at the students and spoke. It seems that AI from Fitic Academy will demonstrate healing magic. Please temporarily open all the curtains. Of course, if it's difficult, I'll manage somehow. You too, please convey this to the other students. As Cameron gave instructions, the two students looked alternately at me and Cameron before responding and running off. Although his wariness and doubts hadn't cleared, it seemed Cameron wanted to see what I would do. He surprisingly cooperated quickly. Thank you, I said properly before looking around the special room. The curtains were opened one after another from the front and tied to what appeared to be short pillars set at regular intervals. It seemed the curtains had been hung using these. Even from a distance, Eliza and the others could now see the seriously injured people lying on the examination tables, causing them to huddle together and tremble. The students waiting by the examination tables directed various emotions along with their gazes towards me. Anxiety and impatience were predominant, but some students were also directing anger straight at me. Those opening the curtains around us were probably students studying other types of magic. Feeling the gazes of the people in the room gradually gathering on me, I checked the injured people. It didn't seem like anyone had injuries as severe as the young man from earlier. Thinking this would work, I concentrated my magical power while keeping everyone in the room in view. Life wind, vent divide. I spread my magical power thinly like a wind, choosing the targets to treat and enveloping them. The magical wind gradually gained momentum and entered the bodies of the injured people. The magical power that entered their bodies repaired them according to my knowledge of a normal human body. It ended up being simultaneous treatment of 10 people all the way to the far end of the special room on the opposite side. However, from what I could see, there didn't seem to be anyone in a critical condition. Everyone's bodies faintly glowed, and I was able to heal everyone's wounds in about a minute. While everyone looked around at the healed injured people with dumbfounded expressions, I turned back to Cameron. The treatment is finished. Fortunately, most were light injuries such as deep lacerations, minor internal organ damage, or fractures. However, the large man who was unconscious in the middle had severe internal organ damage, so it was a bit dangerous. I think all his internal organs should be normal now. As for the method, I imagined normal bones, internal organs, muscle fibers, skin, and even blood, and used magic to shape the missing parts to match. Even if the stomach was completely lost, if the esophagus and intestines were connected, that area would become the stomach. By imagining the wounds or missing parts and infusing them with magic, most injuries can be healed. However, in the healing magic I've heard about so far, such detailed content wasn't incorporated into the incantation. I think if you add a phrase about such details to the incantation, the effect would greatly increase. After saying all that, I silently asked Cameron, how was it? Cameron looked back and forth between the healed injured people and me with wide eyes. Then, he walked over to the injured people in silence. Strauss and the others watched this scene wordlessly. Cameron called out to the students and began checking the condition of the healed people. He confirmed their breathing, heart sounds, pupils, and used other methods that seemed in line with modern medicine. I felt that medical knowledge was indeed being properly studied here. However, Owen had studied the human body to a degree that seemed comparable to Earth doctors. Thanks to that, I was able to thoroughly learn about the bodies of beastmen and elves as well. After watching for a while, Cameron returned, looking somewhat exhausted. Indeed, the treatment seems to be completely finished. It's unbelievable, but I can't deny what I've seen. Simultaneously treating multiple injured people over a wide area. This is high-level magic that only the highest-ranking healing mages, called saints or holy maidens, can perform. To think that someone from outside Maple Leaf could do this. At those words, I shook my head left and right, denying Cameron's statement. No, my magic is a spell that treats injured people within visual range. If saints or holy maidens can use healing magic that treats an unlimited number of people over a wide area, that would be magic researched in a different way from my thinking. If it could be verified, I'd like to do so. Hearing my answer, Cameron lowered his chin and looked down. The current holy maiden is not good at wide-area healing magic. The same goes for the saint who is the court magician chief. Even so, they can treat 5 or more severely injured people simultaneously. Focused healing magic for individuals can completely restore not only eyes and ears, but also lost arms and legs. However, both of these consume a large amount of magical power, so they can only be used once or twice a day, I hear. Cameron spoke about the Holy Maiden and Saint in a low tone, completely different from when we first met. Section sighed Cameron. Holy Maiden and Saint are titles given to the highest-ranking healing mages in the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf. Their healing magic is certainly considered the best in the world. This is a source of pride for Maple Leaf's healing mages and one of the most important advantages for Maple Leaf. That's why when I heard that a teacher from Fiddick Academy was coming to visit, I assumed they had come to learn healing magic at our academy. Although Fiddick Academy is said to be the world's top magic academy, that's in overall terms. When it comes to healing magic specifically, our academy is far ahead. However, this mage called AI didn't show much reaction to the special room that always surprises people from other countries, and furthermore, healed the injured people in an instant. She even used healing magic to treat multiple people simultaneously, just like the Holy Maiden. The current Holy Maiden is said to be the youngest in history, but she's still supposed to be in her late 20s. Yet this AI, who could be mistaken for a student, who is she? Please teach me Maple Leaf's knowledge of the human body, AI said, as if that was the first order of business. I thought there were many nobles from various countries at Fiddick Academy, but does she understand that she's trying to access another country's secrets? I looked to the others for help, but neither the other teachers nor students showed any sign of stopping AI. No, even Alabaster seemed to be silently approving. Certainly, with magic like the fire magic from earlier, there might be much for us to gain by learning from Fiddick Academy. But the reason Maple Leaf is called a great power is because we have saints and holy maidens who can use the world's highest-level healing magic. Even countries militarily stronger than Maple Leaf don't become hostile to us. This is because if royalty, prime ministers, or top military officials in their countries are severely injured, Maple Leaf's cooperation becomes essential. That's how valuable the healing magic of saints and holy maidens is. If it were an extreme general or someone else here instead of Alabaster, it's possible they might try to eliminate AI, who could be seen as a danger to our country, by making it look like an accident. Alabaster, who belongs to the Royal Guard, must understand this. This is not something I can decide on my own, so the response to this proposal will have to wait until I inform the Academy headmaster. I said this, thinking to at least buy some time, but AI nodded as if it was nothing and replied, I understand. Then, could you tell me the headmaster's schedule for today? Around what time would it be possible to meet? Tea today. Faced with such a sudden request, I couldn't respond immediately. Then, Alabaster cleared his throat and began to speak. Since I've told them I'm going to greet the Academy headmaster today, I should be able to meet in the afternoon. I'd appreciate it if you didn't push too hard, but could you ask? Alabaster responded to AI's words with such a simple reply. It made one wonder if she was being blackmailed somehow. Alabaster's response was surprisingly meek. The afternoon, is it? Well, we have time until then, so shall we observe some other lectures? Hearing this, all I could do was nod silently. After that, AI and the others observed lectures on water, wind, and earth magic. Originally, I had no intention of revealing all of our country's magical standards, so I was planning to show only beginner-level lectures. However, since we had already shown high-level magic in healing, there was no point in trying to hide anymore. Honestly, I took them to lectures attended by the top students currently at the Academy. As a result, we were once again confronted with the abnormality of the magician named AI. In water magic, she bisected mithril armor as if cutting through leaves. She used words like water flow and compression to explain, but I was so focused on trying to understand what happened before my eyes that I don't remember the details. In wind magic, she made a student float in the air. I felt fear watching AI freely fly the student around above the academy. In earth magic, she created a 3-story tower inside the academy. She seemed unsatisfied, complaining about the lack of detail, but that tower looked sturdier than the holy city's walls. I heard that AI teaches a course called Introduction to Magic at Fiddick Academy. And apparently, Strauss teaches wind magic, while Eliza teaches earth magic. If AI, who doesn't specialize in any particular magic, can demonstrate this level of skill, how powerful must Strauss and Eliza be in their specialized fields? And how much has Shenley, who is studying at Fiddick Academy, grown? Knowing this, I'm afraid will be clearly shown the difference between our academies. At this point, I realized I needed to significantly revise my evaluation of Fiddick Academy. Sighed, AI. The first thing that caught my eye was her beautiful reddish-brown hair, close to copper in color. A woman with long, flowing hair sat in a chair at the far end of the spacious room, watching us. She appeared to be in her mid-30s. Her eyes were strong, giving the impression of a confident adult woman. She wore the same white outfit as the others, but with a small red cape draped over it. Since Cameron's cape was navy blue, they probably had different meanings based on rank or position. The woman looked at each of our faces in turn, then stood up with a faint smile. I'm Balbria Kleinlish. I'm the headmaster of the Holy City Magic Academy. Majestic, that was the word that best suited Balbria. Cameron stood slightly in front of us, gesturing towards us as he spoke. Headmaster, this is AI, a senior instructor from Fiddick Academy. Those are Strauss and Eliza, regular instructors at Fiddick Academy. Oh, weren't their students coming as well? Given the nature of their business, the students are waiting in the rest area this time. As Cameron answered, Balbria nodded, placing a finger on her chin. I see. I was only told you were coming to tour the academy, but what is this business? Balbria turned her gaze to us with a face that suggested she'd found something interesting. Meeting her gaze directly, I voiced our request. We'd like to request your guidance on the magical knowledge, techniques, and understanding of the human body available at this magic academy. Upon hearing this, Balbria blinked, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I see, that's why Cameron was troubled. You're the same type as Crown Windsor, aren't you? Obsessed with magical research and new discoveries, regardless of country or affiliation. Balbria said this while peering into my eyes. That's not exactly the case. For now, I indicated that I wasn't quite like Crown. After all, he holds the important position of court magician, so he should have more constraints than me. However, Balbria ignored my words and turned her gaze to Strauss and Eliza. Are you two also willing to risk your lives for magical research? Balbria asked, looking at the two with challenging eyes. They both shook their heads slightly. The use of such a heavy word as life made me wonder if this meant they could be killed for learning about the state secret of healing magic. If so, it probably wasn't worth risking their lives for the two of them. As I was thinking this, Strauss opened his mouth with a troubled expression. Normally, if any other instructor had done the same thing, I would have stopped them, even if it meant using force. However, the problem this time is that the one who wants to see the research results of another country's magic is this magician, AI Konominato. If AI were to research healing magic, even if there was a serious incident of confidentiality breach, it would likely bring great benefits to the Maple Leaf Holy Empire. Strauss suddenly showed an eloquence completely different from his usual self. Balbria narrowed her eyes with interest at his passionate and serious tone. I suppose it's the same for magic academies in any country, but our academy is always compared to Fiddick Academy. And perhaps because of its diversity, most people tend to believe that Fiddick Academy is superior. Suddenly saying such things, Balbria took a step or two closer to us. Not only Strauss and Eliza, but also Cameron tensed up involuntarily. After glancing at them, Balbria looked straight at me. It's frustrating, isn't it? As far as we're concerned, we believe we're doing equivalent research. If I had to point out a difference, it would only be whether it's operated cooperatively by major countries or by a single country. Balbria said this after coming right in front of me. She was taller than I thought, making me look up at her. I see. For now, I gave a response. I understood her spirit well, so there was no need to deny it. As I was looking back at her thinking this, Balbria raised one corner of her mouth and snorted. Interesting. You're probably capable of magic equal to or greater than our 4 Pernod roses, given that you're a senior instructor at Fiddick Academy, but does that give you excessive confidence? After asking this as if measuring me up, Balbria raised her arm for me to see. The skin above her elbow was exposed, and my eyes naturally turned to its surface. There, although basic, ancient magic was engraved as a magic circle. Is this a tattoo? Directly on the skin? I asked, thinking it was a waste. But Balbria's face immediately turned annoyed. What? I thought you might be close to the depths of magic since you made such an outrageous request, but if this looks like a mere tattoo to you, then it's out of the question. There's no point in discussing further. Sighing deeply and lowering her arm, Balbria turned her back to us as if she had lost interest. I tilted my head at her attitude and words. I'm not sure what displeased you, but were you looking for an opinion on that magic circle? To be honest, I thought that procedures on the skin that are difficult to change later are not very recommendable. As I said this, Balbria, who was about to return to her desk, stopped in her tracks. Oh, she muttered in a low voice and turned back. So you realized that what's engraved on this arm is a magic circle. Balbria, who seemed a bit pleased, gave off a scent somewhat similar to Owen's. Well, what else could it be? By the way, Eliza is also researching magic circles, so I'm sure she recognized it at a glance. Why yes, I kind of understood. Surprised at being suddenly addressed, Eliza hurriedly replied. Not only Balbria, but also Alabaster and Cameron turned their gazes towards her. I see. Considering the diversity at Fiddick Academy, I suppose your research on magic circles is also wide-ranging. No, this is becoming an interesting conversation. In that case, I'll prepare a place where we can have a more detailed discussion later. We'll conduct formal negotiations there. Thank you very much. I expressed my gratitude since she said she would make various preparations. Then Balbria turned her eyes towards Alabaster. Lord Alabaster, thank you for bringing such interesting guests. Please join us when we talk later as well. Understood. Satisfied with Alabaster's response, she then turned to Cameron. Cameron, you heard the conversation, right? Use the West Side rooftop as the venue. Please make the preparations. The West Side, ma'am. Cameron was surprised by Balbria's words. However, when Balbria's eyes sharpened, he quickly fell silent. That's all. For the rest, please follow Cameron's guidance. After confirming that Cameron had fallen silent, Balbria concluded the conversation. And so, we exited the headmaster's office. As soon as we stepped into the hallway, Alabaster let out a sigh of relief. You had me worried. Being told this reproachfully, I turned back to Strauss and the others, wondering what he meant. There, I saw Strauss's face with half-closed eyes. Strauss turned his face only towards Eliza, who was showing signs of fatigue, and opened his mouth. Balbria and Ai are similar, especially in their forceful approach and how they confront things head-on. Despite their contrasting ways of speaking, they strangely seemed like sisters. Eliza agreed with a wry smile. To this, I also tilted my head. I don't understand. I thought we were completely different. Apart from appearances, Balbria seemed like a woman with very high communication skills. She's the complete opposite of me, who can't easily put myself forward. Given my quiet personality, I think it's amazing when people can actively speak up in spaces with many people gathered, like parties. Balbria is exactly that type. I was thinking about such things, but it seemed the two of them didn't share my thoughts. No, it felt like a confrontation between two very strong-willed women. For some reason, even Cameron, whom I had just met today, agreed. When I glanced at Alabaster, he was nodding firmly as well. Before I knew it, I had lost all my allies. Having no choice, I decided to stop this fruitless discussion and move on. By the way, Cameron, earlier, you seemed confused when you heard about the western rooftop. When I asked, Cameron hesitated for a moment. However, she quickly let out a short sigh as if giving up and headed towards the window in the hallway. From the window, a view of a small courtyard spread out, and the wall of the academy building on the entrance side was visible. Pointing at that white wall, Cameron began to explain. This academy has the treatment wing right at the entrance so that injured people can enter easily. It forms a wall-like structure. Behind that are the lecture rooms for intermediate and above magic. And then there's this central building. All of these are considered the eastern side of the academy. On the western side, there are faculty lodgings, the library, and research facilities. The western rooftop is difficult to see from outside the academy, so we conduct experiments with magic under development or confidential magic there. In other words, the western side houses many important secrets, equivalent to the magic research labs in the Holy City. That's convenient. I inadvertently let slip my inner thoughts while listening to Cameron's explanation. After all, it seemed that all the materials would be gathered there. I could efficiently learn about healing magic. That's what I thought, but Cameron and Alabaster exchanged glances with sour expressions. Will she be all right? You're worried, right? I understand. In response to Alabaster's comment, Cameron nodded deeply. Section. We passed through the courtyard and moved to the western wing at the back. It seemed Cameron had given up on thinking too hard and was now kindly explaining all the important facilities as she guided us. This is the library accessible to general faculty, and beyond that are research rooms for general faculty. Next is the library for senior faculty, along with research rooms for senior faculty. In this academy, only the healing magic user and one water magic user have attained senior faculty status. Previously, there were also senior faculty researching fire and wind magic, so currently, we have some extra research rooms. Is the number of faculty small? No, it's not that the number of faculty has changed, but rather that there are few who meet the level required by the academy principal. So at present, we don't have faculty capable of teaching advanced fire, wind, and earth magic. After candidly discussing the current state of the Holy City Magic Academy, Cameron glanced at me. As I tilted my head at her gaze, Eliza hugged me. I won't give AI to you, okay? When Eliza declared this, Cameron let out a dry laugh and pointed down the hallway. I wasn't saying anything like that. Now then, there are stairs to the rooftop further ahead. Please, this way. When we reached the rooftop, there was a larger space than I had expected, and a big magic circle was drawn there. It seems that magic circle research is mainly conducted here, and it's set up to be redrawn. Besides the magic circle, other items are prepared around it. Seeing glass bottles and ceramic jars, I wonder if they also make medicinal potions here. As I was looking around closely at this unusual sight, Strauss and Eliza walked over. Well, what? When I asked back to his overly brief question, Eliza laughed and pointed at the magic circle. I think he wants to know if you think this magic circle will function properly. I see. By the way, Eliza, what do you think? When I deliberately asked back, Eliza swallowed hard. Me. Well, I understand the part about changing the shape of fire, but the rest of the connections are a bit complex. Nodding at Eliza's response, I checked the magic circle again. It's an orthodox magic circle based on a circle. However, the use of characters and patterns is inconsistent. Even so, it should activate somehow, even with a lot of waste. It will activate, but it will consume a lot of magical power due to the waste. The moment I said this, hard footsteps echoed from behind. A lot of waste, you say. The one who appeared was Balbria. Her voice carried more weight than before, giving off a more intimidating atmosphere. Perhaps because she was going outside, she wore a pitch-black cloak, exuding an air of a dark magician. With her arms crossed, Balbria looked at me as if seeing something interesting. I didn't come here to pick a fight, but when it comes to magical research, it's better not to lie or deceive. That should ultimately lead to the improvement of Maple Leaf's magic. With that in mind, I began to speculate about the drawn magic circle. Judging from the characters, this is for using fire magic. I was a bit surprised, as I thought you were researching healing magic circles. However, the magic circle is for fire shape change, wall, separation, and movement. Also, shape change and wall are duplicated twice, which is likely causing a significant loss. I analyzed the magic circle and answered. Then Cameron's eyes widened. How? You understood the effects of the magic circle at a glance. Glancing at the astonished Cameron, Balbria then put her hand to her chin and spoke. So AI, how would you redraw this magic circle? When asked that, I began to answer, incorporating the characteristics of the magic circle. First, considering this shape of the magic circle, it would be better to infuse magical power flowing in one direction, treating this side as the front. Then, we'll draw the characters and patterns clockwise from the arrangement of characters. Keep this shape change and wall as is, and add increase in momentum and temperature rise. The problem is with separation and movement, as it's unclear how it will move as it is. If you want to move the wall of flames, you should decide on direction and speed, but what do you want to do? After sharing my thoughts, I left the final decision to Balbria. Then everyone's gaze turned to Balbria. Balbria recrossed her arms and closed her eyes for a while. It might have been several seconds. When she opened her eyes, she smiled with a refreshed expression. I see. Based on past experimental results, I judge your words to be credible. Saying only that, Balbria passed by me and stood in front of the magic circle. From the experiments conducted so far, we know that it will most likely fail unless magical power is infused from here. Also, the way of infusing magical power is just as AI said earlier. If magical power is infused from the right, it often fails or doesn't activate properly. As Balbria answered, everyone's gaze now concentrated on me. Feeling that, I stood next to Balbria and looked down at the magic circle. What do you want to do? If this magic circle can be redrawn, shall we try redrawing it as a test? When I asked, I heard laughter that sounded like it was about to burst out. Foo, ha ha ha. Even with this magic circle, it took several faculty members gathering together to research ancient magic circles, and only after many trials and errors did it finally take shape. To think that words about easily redrawing it would come out. I apologize. If you want to keep this one, I can draw it in another place, so it's fine. No, that's not it. It's simply that we've been groping in the dark, trying and failing repeatedly, and finally managed to create a few functioning magic circles. Yet AI can redraw a magic circle at first sight. It's beyond surprising, it's laughable, Balbria said, laughing. At those words, Cameron opened her mouth, looking confused. That's, in any country, magic circle research shouldn't have progressed that far. It was a small murmur. However, Balbria reacted sensitively to such a murmur. Cameron, don't escape into wishful thinking. In magical research, results are the most important. Rather, rejoice that we've gained valuable clues to advance our research. It's far better than being surpassed by other countries without even knowing it. Why yes. At Balbria's words, which carried a slight hint of anger, Cameron straightened her back and responded. She has a military-like disposition. Indeed, I feel that Balbria and I are not alike at all. Now then, I'd like you to redraw the magic circle. When Balbria said this, I checked the material of the rooftop floor. Conveniently, a large seamless rock was placed. The magic circle was drawn on top of it. It's a large rock floor. It's pitch black, but was it carved out? When I asked, Balbria slightly lowered her chin. It's a rock called black eye stone. When conducting magic circle experiments, we need to redraw many times. So we use this rock, which reflects like a mirror when polished. I see, so it's okay to use this rock, right? The rock? Of course it's fine to use it. After confirming with Balbria, who nodded slightly while affirming, I decided to start redrawing the magic circle right away. I knelt down on one knee to lower my posture and placed the palm of one hand on the rock surface. Then, while infusing magical power, I opened my mouth. Stone surface operation processing. Immediately after I muttered this, the surface rippled like water, and the drawn magic circle disappeared into the rock. Then, blue light ran across the rock surface. After the blue light passed, a groove about 1 centimeter wide was cleanly carved. It looked like a mystery circle video created with poor image editing. Remembering videos I had seen in my previous life, I engraved the magic for the wall of flames into the magic circle. The magic circle was completed in a matter of seconds, and I stood up. It looks good. Now, can someone infuse it with magical power? When I turned around saying this, I saw Balbria's face with wide eyes. Balbria, who had been frozen as if time had stopped, immediately coughed and glanced sideways behind her when she noticed my gaze. Cameron, give it a try. Suddenly told this, Cameron turned to face Balbria with his eyes wide open like saucers. If I'm not mistaken, that just now was a spell without incantation. Cameron. Balbria's stern voice scolded Cameron, who seemed unable to hide his shock at my incantation-less magic. Why yes, well then. Still confused, Cameron quickly moved in front of the magic circle. He then placed his hand on the edge of the circle and began to channel magical power into it. As expected of a senior instructor, he seemed to be quick at channeling magic. Ah, just to let you know, I use the spell name as a trigger condition when casting magic. The spell name is Firewall. After informing us, Cameron made a troubled face, took a deep breath, and slowly opened his mouth. Firewall. The moment he spoke the words, flames erupted in front of Cameron. The fire rose with explosive force, instantly reaching a height of over 100 meters. Looking up at the roaring flames, I muttered to myself. Since I limited it to the magic circle's range, this is more of a pillar than a wall. I should have either lifted it first and then spread it sideways, or changed the concept to rotate it to cover the sky. As I was pondering various considerations, Cameron stood up and looked at me. Excuse me. The fire won't stop, even though I'm not channeling magic anymore. Cameron reported in a panic, and Balbria also looked at the magic circle with a puzzled expression. A failure. When asked that, I shook my head. No, that's not it. The effect is simply still ongoing. It seems Cameron channeled too much magical power. Hearing my answer, Cameron waved both hands while breaking out in a cold sweat. No way, I only channeled the minimum amount of magic necessary to activate the magic circle, just like usual. Cameron tried to defend himself, but he didn't seem to realize that was precisely the cause. That amount of magic is too much. I apologize for forgetting to explain, but compared to the magic efficiency of the previous circle, this magic circle activates with 1/10 of the magical power. In other words, you ended up channeling 10 times the necessary amount of magic for activation. As I explained, Cameron's eyes widened, and he let out a voiceless gasp. Smiling wryly at the sight of him opening and closing his mouth while looking at me, I turned to the pillar of flame to reassure him. For now, I'll extinguish it. Saying that, I cast my spell. Freezing. The moment I muttered those words, a miniature blizzard whirled up. In an instant, a white wall appeared before our eyes. The pillar of flame was quickly engulfed, and the vigorously burning flames turned into ice particles dancing in the air. I gazed at this fantastic sight, thinking it looked like diamond dust. Then, Balbria, who was standing next to me, opened his mouth and said one thing. I see. So this is a senior instructor from Fitic Academy. Sighed. Balbria. I had received several world-changing shocks in just one day. All of them were due to the magician named AI, but the person in question didn't seem to mind at all. She simply explained knowledge about magic circles matter-of-factly and redrew the magic circle without incantation. Moreover, she did it using magic I had never seen before. Then there was the pillar of flame that emerged from the magic circle. Although our academy once had a senior fire instructor, I had never seen such a fire pillar. And then there was AI's magic that easily extinguished it. Each of these would be considered top-secret information of utmost importance by any country. If she were willing to disclose even one of these, I would be willing to hand over part of Maple Leaf's research results. So, will you teach me about Maple Leaf's magic and human body knowledge? AI asked me such a thing while tilting her head, as I was thinking about various things. Her attitude was completely calm, implicitly conveying that the grand magic just now was nothing special to AI. The gap was so stark that I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. After being shown all this, I can't say we won't give anything in return. Tell me what you need, and I'll disclose them one by one. Thank you very much. When I conceded, AI simply expressed her gratitude. I returned her smile and turned my whole body to face her. However, I'd like you to provide us with knowledge about magic circles as well. Oh, and I'd also like you to teach us about that incantation-less magic we just saw. What do you say? I stated this as if it were natural. Normally, this wouldn't even be a negotiation. They had already demonstrated their superiority with magic circles. So, AI already held the initiative in deciding what information to exchange. Therefore, from AI's perspective, she could simply demand that Maple Leaf disclose its secrets first. Sadly, since Maple Leaf's knowledge of magic circles is completely inferior to Fitic Academy's, we're not in a position to assert ourselves in the negotiation. At the very least, I wanted to show confidence that we were superior in healing magic and knowledge of the human body, hoping to extract even a little knowledge from AI. I don't know how AI interpreted my intentions, but he nodded expressionlessly. That's fine. Then, since our time is limited today, I'll explain about incantation omission and magic circles. AI easily agreed to the negotiation. I was taken aback and blinked in surprise. That's very kind of you, but are you sure? Those words escaped my mouth before I could stop them. This time, it was AI's turn to blink in surprise, and then she slightly raised the corners of her mouth as if she finally understood the meaning. It's all right. My goal is to raise the world's magical standards. Magical standards. I repeated those words in my mouth as if ruminating on their meaning. I had thought her reason was for personal magical research, but apparently that wasn't the case. If so, her ideology was completely different from Crown Windsor, who was said to be magic-obsessed. Then, do you intend to travel to other countries as well, learning and teaching magical knowledge and techniques? After saying that, I reconsidered it as a foolish question and remembered an even more important matter to ask instead. No, wait, AI. How many countries have you visited before Maple Leaf? Surely that magic circle and incantation-less magic aren't secrets from other countries, are they? As I asked this question, I shuddered at my own imagination. If this was after she had already visited other major countries like Maple Leaf, it would mean we were already lagging behind other nations. And not just by a small margin, but by an extraordinary technological gap. I waited anxiously for AI's answer. However, AI's response was simple. No, this country is the first. I see. I responded, feeling perplexed. Judging from our previous conversations and the atmosphere, there was likely no lie in AI's words just now. But if that's the case, the next concern is Fitic Academy. It's the only magic academy that receives both human and economic support from various countries, but its location is clearly within the territory of the Verded Kingdom. It's problematic enough that a single academy possesses such abnormal magic, but it would be a huge issue if the Verded Kingdom were monopolizing this magic. There's no doubt that the world's military balance would be greatly disrupted. Thinking that far, I remembered AI's goal. AI, about the goal you mentioned earlier, you said it was to raise the world's magical standards, right? So, if we were to visit Fitic Academy, would we be taught about new magic as well? When I asked for confirmation, AI nodded in affirmation. If that's true, we should send talented magicians to Fitic Academy. No, perhaps I should go myself. It might seem odd to study abroad at my age, but that could be interesting in its own way. I'll make arrangements to hand over the position of Academy Director to Cameron. I found myself unconsciously smiling as I contemplated the future. Chapter 9, The Magic Research Laboratory. In the end, our discussions at the Magic Academy ended up focusing mostly on political matters, leaving no time to exchange information about magic circles and spells. Balbria told me we'd definitely make time for that next time, and with that, we left the academy for the day. By the way, it seems the students were given a proper tour of the academy. They were talking about the lecture styles and content, which apparently differed from Fitic Academy in interesting ways. Even without my saying anything, it's wonderful that the students seem to be studying magic diligently. Section. The next day, Crown Windsor came to greet us. We had just finished breakfast in the dining hall and were chatting, so his timing was good. But as soon as he arrived, without even properly greeting us, he insisted we go to the research lab. Good morning. I've been wanting to show AI the research lab. Let's go. What should I show first? Perhaps I should start with our advanced healing magic research. Or maybe I should show our works in progress and get AI's opinion. He seemed to be trying to guide us, but Crown got a bit overexcited and started talking to himself midway. Seeing him fret, I told him to calm down. Crown, please relax. We'll go as soon as everyone is ready. Hearing that, Crown said, I understand, but then started pacing around restlessly. As I watched the fidgety Crown, I thought he looked like a child waiting in line for an amusement park ride. He reminded me of Owen when he had just completed a new magical tool. When the women returned from preparing in their rooms, Crown perked up again. All right, shall we head to the lab? First, I'd really like to show AI our water magic. Water magic? Yes, I can't forget the ice magic I saw before. I want the researchers to see it too. I see. Chatting like this, we followed Crown's lead to the research lab. His footsteps were light as we walked, and he talked a lot, probably due to excitement. Though I found him a bit noisy, watching him again reminded me of Owen, bringing back nostalgic feelings. The research lab was built to be somewhat hidden behind the royal castle. It was all single-story buildings in a semicircular shape. This stood out as odd, since most other buildings were combinations of squares and triangles. Also, there were always square buildings attached around the semicircular ones. These were about half the size of the semicircular structures. Crown pointed to one of the square buildings and explained, "These buildings are for researching magic of each element. They also store materials used in the research." Saying that, he headed towards the building directly in front. Like the others, it had pure white walls, but the door alone was made of what looked like black iron plates. "This is the Water Magic Research Lab." Crown said just that, and opened the door without knocking. It was dim inside, and as light from outside streamed in, the interior gradually became visible. There was a long table in front, behind which stood 3 people, 2 men and a woman. They seemed to have been discussing something spread out on the table, but now stood frozen in surprise at the sudden opening of the door. Behind them, bookshelves lined the walls, packed tightly. Were they all magic books? This should be quite interesting. As I was thinking this, Crown entered first and called out to the men and woman inside. "Good morning. I've brought AI, a senior instructor from Fidic Academy. Show us the magic you're currently researching right away. I want to hear their opinion." See Crown Windsor, what's this all of a sudden? A senior instructor from Fidic Academy? We can't possibly show them. The 2 men furrowed their brows and shouted at Crown, who had appeared suddenly with such an outrageous statement. Not only was his introduction problematic, but his demand was clearly unreasonable by any standard. Perhaps Crown had said yesterday he had business at the lab, but hadn't actually informed anyone. For now, I lightly tapped Crown's back. "Excuse me for a moment." Saying that, I stood beside Crown and looked at the 3 people behind the table. All 3 were eyeing us suspiciously. "We're from Fidic Academy. My name is AI Kaneminato. These are 2 fellow instructors and some students. Today, with permission from His Majesty Diageo, we'd like to tour this research lab." I showed them the bracelet I received from Diageo, conveying that we had proper permission, and bowed slightly. The 3 hesitated for a moment, then exchanged glances. "F from His Majesty." I did hear about this, though I didn't know it would be this specific lab. After whispering amongst themselves, the 3 turned back to us in unison. With expressions that seemed to be gauging the situation, they nodded slightly. "AI, was it? We're uneasy about Crown's involvement, but if you have His Majesty's permission, we have no objections. Please feel free to look around the Magic Research Lab." Finally, seeming to have reached an agreement, the woman standing in the middle granted us permission to tour. Indeed, if one explains carefully and mindfully, people will understand. Thinking this, I nodded and spoke. "Thank you very much. Then, to start, could you please tell us about Maple Leaf's unique water magic?" Having judged that we'd gained their understanding, I made this request. For some reason, the 3 tensed up and froze. Then they exchanged glances and started whispering again. "Hey, isn't this just like Crown? Are they really authorized by His Majesty?" That's what we've been told, but after some back and forth, we were finally able to convince them. However, they seemed to have some reservations about Fidic Academy, as their gazes remained stern. "We understand and agree to disclose our magic research. However, it seems unfair for this to be one-sided. If you could teach us some magic unknown in Maple Leaf, that would be good." The female magic researcher spoke these challenging words, her tone polite but her eyes defiant. The Magic Research Lab, composed of the nation's top magicians like court magicians. How much magic could there be that these researchers didn't know? Their confidence and pride were evident in their gazes. However, I too am a disciple of Owen, who spent many years in research. There's likely magic unknown to Maple Leaf as well. Thinking this, I pointed towards the door. "I understand. Then we'll provide information about our magic first. Let's go outside. We need a bit more space for safety." I made this suggestion thinking we shouldn't damage the lab, but the 3 researchers all smiled wryly. All research labs have specially reinforced experiment rooms. These are built to withstand even the highest level magic being researched in Maple Leaf. "Please, use this experiment room." The woman confidently pointed to a door at the back. Strauss and the others started to say something, but Crown quickly raised a hand to silence them. How interesting. Let's certainly take a look. As Crown said this with a knowing smile, the researchers exchanged glances and tilted their heads in confusion. Moving to the experiment room, I was surprised at how spacious it was. About half the size of a tennis court, it had thick metal doors and seemed to have metal plates lining the inside as well. The ground level was lowered by about 1.5 meters, with stone slabs laid at the bottom. This design was developed through numerous experiments. Many court magicians have tested high-level magic here, but since adopting this form, there's been no damage to the outside. Saying this, they descended the stairs to the lower level and turned to face us. I nodded in understanding from the top of the stairs. Indeed, lowering the ground level and making the upper part spherical to resist shock and pressure makes sense. Murmuring this while looking down at the three, I descended the stairs. As expected from its appearance, the floor at the bottom felt hard. Perhaps due to the enclosed space, my footsteps echoed loudly. I felt everyone's eyes turn to me at once because of this. Well then, let's start with advanced water magic. Section Side Crown, a senior instructor from Fiddick Academy. She was quite young, with an appearance that didn't look like an instructor at all. Many magicians have a strange sense of rivalry with Fiddick Academy to begin with. The world's top magic academy, many seem to simply believe the title and reputation at face value. However, as is likely the case in any country, most of the top magicians become court magicians. Whether it's because they have family and can't leave the country, or they simply seek status, fame, and money, becoming a court magician is generally the goal for most. Among these, occasionally there are eccentrics, those interested in foreign magic, or those who couldn't become court magicians, who go to other countries or Fiddick Academy. That's the common sense among magicians. That's precisely why each country believes that for the magic they specialize in, their court magicians are undoubtedly superior to any others. For the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf, it would be healing magic. And they likely believe that the water magic researched in this lab is no less advanced than that of other countries, and that they wouldn't lose to AI either. Indeed, as a court magician and researcher myself, though our numbers are few and we lack opportunities for practical application, I believe we've conducted dense, high-quality research. I thought we wouldn't lose even to Fiddick Academy, which bears the name of world's finest. But such feelings were shattered after meeting AI. Most likely, the researchers here will experience the same. Let's begin by dispelling some misconceptions about the possibilities of magic, AI said as her opening statement. Without uttering an incantation, AI performed water magic. I thought she had released something like white strings from both hands towards the ceiling. No, that was all I could perceive. Immediately after, the ceiling above AI's head was torn apart. Sunlight streamed into the laboratory that was supposed to be tightly sealed. Finely crushed debris rained down from the ceiling, accompanied by a thunderous noise and a cloud of dust. A pillar of light fell into the dimly lit laboratory, and AI, standing at its center, spread her arms and looked in our direction. Fire, wind, earth, and water magic. With any of these, it's easy to destroy a laboratory of this level. If you rely too much on the facilities, you might get unexpected injuries. Please be careful. In the light, AI said this as if she was worried about us. I couldn't help but applaud and smile at AI, who had demonstrated such extraordinary water magic. Wonderful. As expected of Lady AI? No, Sensei AI, to think that so much can be done with water magic. Here, we also research ice magic, which is derived from water. I'd love to see some ice magic as well. I applauded enthusiastically, still excited like a child. To this, AI raised one hand to stop me. I apologize, but allow me to make one correction. Did I say something wrong? I tilted my head at those words. AI nodded in response and began preparing for magic. When you generate water and change its properties to ice, it can be considered a derivative of water magic. However, like this. As she spoke, AI sprinkled water in the air with one hand. Then, she activated some kind of magic. The countless water droplets scattered in the air were enveloped by something like a white mist and flew towards the hole in the ceiling. They flew even faster than if shot by an arrow. All I could see was the moment they spread radially in the air, and before I knew it, Numerous small holes had opened in the ceiling with sharp sounds. The ceiling was now in such a terrible state that it could collapse at any moment. While everyone was frozen, looking up at the perforated ceiling, AI pointed at it and began to speak. Like this, even without changing the properties of water, if you stop the movement of small things like molecules and atoms that make up the substance, almost everything will freeze. The temperature reaches as low as -273 degrees. AI was murmuring incomprehensible words as if lecturing, but they didn't register in my mind. No, probably even if I listened properly, I wouldn't understand. There was only one thing I could grasp: how wonderful magic is when pushed to its limits, even just in terms of knowledge. The abyss of magic, one of the researchers uttered. It felt as if they had voiced the very words in my head. Section, the image of the magician I had been pursuing, such words floated in my mind. At first, I was merely surprised by their ability to perform advanced magic faster than me, but as days passed, that impression transformed into something else. First was the incantationless magic they had just demonstrated. When I first saw it, I was greatly shocked. In my understanding, magic is similar to complex craftsmanship. Those who don't know can't understand how it's made. Therefore, one must first understand the magic, then perform the incantation, which is the process of creation, before it can finally take form. A skilled craftsman accustomed to making artifacts can reduce the incantation and create faster than others. However, no matter how skilled one is, without the process of creation, no item can be made. Yet, AI abandoned this entirely. They activated magic completely ignoring the incantation. Seeing her create an iceberg without incantation, the sense of rivalry I had held somewhere in my heart shattered into pieces. Not only was I defeated in terms of scale and speed of magic, but the very concept of magic was fundamentally different. Probably, she must be constructing magic from a completely different perspective than what I understand. It's exciting. I think so honestly. Whenever I hit a wall in my research, I would always recall the memory of when I first learned magic. Looking back now, it was clumsy magic, a spell to light a small fire at the tip of a wooden stick. But for the child I was then, it became the brightest beacon. What could be done with magic? What other magic could I learn? It was a moment when the world infinitely expanded. I still vividly remember the excitement of that time. That's why I want to see and know new magic. For someone like me, AI's magic is truly revolutionary. It outright denies the current concept of magic that has been pursued in one direction for hundreds of years, pointing to a completely new path. How was that magic conceived and built? How do they manifest magic without blueprints or processes? My curiosity bounced greatly, as if I had returned to childhood. I wished I could attend AI's lecture, but the flow of conversation led us back to Maple Leaf. Honestly, returning to Maple Leaf with its strong, closed culture isn't interesting. They're so fixated on healing magic that they don't even look at other attributes, let alone magic from other countries. However, I'm curious to see how AI views Maple Leaf's healing magic. She will surely give opinions from a completely different perspective than ours. Thinking about it, this could be a good opportunity to shatter Maple Leaf's healing magic supremacism. Having decided this, I should quickly switch gears and keep my eyes peeled for any chance to see AI's magic. After all, AI demonstrated flight magic on the day of departure, something that countries had failed to achieve despite years of research. How? When I muttered in astonishment at that time, AI casually taught me about the magic. I couldn't understand it in one go, but I think it was something I could do if I grasped the logic properly before researching. And as I was excited about experiencing flight magic firsthand, we suddenly arrived at the Holy City. I must urgently take AI to the research lab. If AI looks at the magic we're researching, we might get some hints. No, more than that, I want to show AI's magic to those narrow-minded researchers. That's what I thought instantly. The magic users who dislike progress immediately say it's impossible when I talk about new magic. However, if they see AI's magic and their common sense crumbles, they won't say it's impossible anymore. Because there exists a magician named AI who can perform magic considered impossible. This is getting interesting. Without realizing it, I had a smile on my face. Do you understand? When I didn't say a word, AI asked, seemingly gauging my reaction. How should I answer? Should I honestly say I don't understand? Or should I give a vague answer to protect my pride as a small magician? The way of thinking and common sense I had as a magician until now were overturned in an instant. But perhaps sensing our confusion, AI turned their palms upward and began to speak. All objects are made up of tiny things too small to see. It's like this. Saying that, she mumbled something small in her mouth. Then, on AI's palms, small sand-like particles gathered, quickly forming a human shape. It became the figure of Alabaster, smiling with arms spread wide. What is that? I unconsciously raised my voice in surprise, while staring intently at the sand figure. It's abnormally precise. About the size of AI's face, it's a magnificent figurine like a masterfully crafted bronze statue. But is this also magic? No, I didn't hear an incantation, but it's undoubtedly earth magic. So, like this earth figurine, everything is made up of small powder-like things. When a researcher asked that, AI smiled faintly. That's right. Please think of it as being made up of things much smaller than you all imagine. When these small things move quickly, heat is generated. And when they stop moving, it cools down, although it's rough. This concept is undoubtedly greatly related to fire and water magic. There's no doubt that AI isn't lying. She's probably trying to explain it in simple terms for us to understand, but it still seems difficult to grasp easily. Can you use fire magic too? When someone muttered with a sigh, I nodded vigorously and opened my mouth. That's right, I've got a good idea. Even if 2 or 3 people hear this principle now, most magicians probably won't understand it. However, if 10 or 20 people listen, someone might understand. As I spoke, I raised the corners of my mouth at my own brilliant idea and announced to everyone, let's gather magicians from each research lab and have Sensei AI teach us all the attributes they can. Section, following my proposal, the researchers all agreed to follow AI to each research lab. If even one person could understand AI's magic, Maple Leaf's magic would evolve significantly. Strauss, aren't you going to stop this? Eliza called out to Strauss walking ahead. In response, Strauss sighed and shook his head. Not understanding the meaning of their exchange, I watched from the side as Court, a student, approached the two. Sensei Eliza, isn't it Sensei AI's intention to eventually influence the magic of various countries? If so, I think it's better to let Sensei AI do as her please in Maple Leaf too, to avoid complications later. But it's sure to become a big incident. Eliza anxiously asked, in response to Court's statement. Maybe she's worried that AI's demonstration of magic might lead to some kind of incident. Turning to the worried Eliza, Court spoke. Of course, there will be confusion and a big commotion. However, if we hold back here in Maple Leaf and AI ends up teaching magic in some other major country, an even bigger problem will arise. It might be thought that Sensei AI withheld knowledge only from Maple Leaf. That could be interpreted as the will of Fiddick Academy or the Kingdom of Verded. Are you saying this could lead to conflicts between nations? It's not just that. If we teach magic to the majority of major powers but leave some out, it could disrupt the balance. That might escalate into a war involving multiple countries, or weaker nations might have their territories taken. Oh no. The two began quite an exaggerated exchange. But Strauss, who was watching, nodded with a serious face. AI's magic is indeed excellent. Incantation-less magic and flight magic. Even those two alone would be revolutionary. However, even if such education were provided, the number of mages who could use it would surely be limited, even in major countries. While the balance of power might shift somewhat, the idea of it leading to a world-engulfing great war seems far-fetched. Well, I would never allow AI, who holds the future of the magical world, to go to war. If AI were to be lost in a war, it would be a loss for the entire world. That's what I had been thinking, but seeing Eliza anxiously pressing her abdomen with a furrowed brow, I began to wonder if there might be something wrong with my own thoughts. As I was pondering this, Ale and Shenli approached Eliza and spoke up. Please don't bully Sensei Eliza. Sensei AI won't start a war. They each criticized and denied Court's words. Court made a troubled face in response. Is that so? I think it's quite possible if things continue as they are. When Court said this, Shenli shook her head firmly. There's no way Sensei AI would let a war happen. Even if some country tried to start a war, Sensei AI would help the other country and stop the war. Shenli asserted a rather outrageous theory, even to an outsider like me. It implied that AI had power equivalent to that of an entire country, but court fell silent in response. Could it be that he felt it was worth considering? Such power would be on par with heroes who could defeat top-tier dragons single-handedly. And such heroes only exist in stories. Thinking this, I looked at Court's profile, but he seemed lost in thought and unlikely to provide an answer. Section: Fire burns when there's fuel, heat, and oxygen. The balance and amount of these factors affect the intensity of the fire. However, when activated by magic, these limitations don't apply. By forcibly increasing the heat and supplying oxygen, you can achieve this. Saying this, AI created a pillar of blue fire, melting and destroying the ceiling of the laboratory. The fire mages froze, their eyes wide open. Next, she demonstrated earth magic by creating a massive stone tower that broke through the laboratory ceiling. Then, with wind magic, she blew away the entire laboratory from the outside. Realizing that destroying the laboratory might be problematic, AI finally repaired all the laboratories with earth magic and apologized, but the researchers were stunned by this magic as well. The power of wind is immense. Even the largest tornadoes can destroy buildings and blow away even dragons. After confirming that all the laboratories had been repaired, AI began to explain how to enhance the power of wind, but the wind mages weren't listening at all. She had demonstrated magic surpassing Maple Leaf's advanced magic in water, fire, earth, and wind, all without incantations. Especially the water and fire researchers who had been accompanying her from the beginning were left speechless. At this point, I too began to realize that my own thoughts had been mistaken. Can Sensei AI use all types of magic? You've seen it so far, haven't you? No, I still can't believe it. Voices of astonishment could be heard. Looking to the side, I saw researchers studying water magic, fire magic, and earth magic exchanging glances and whispering among themselves. Some were looking sympathetically at the backs of the wind mages who remained motionless in shock. It's understandable. In just one day, the common sense of magic they had known until now had been completely overturned. Suppressing the trembling excitement in my whole body, I applaud to praise AI. I already knew, but it's truly amazing. Unbelievably amazing. I can't help but envy the students who will be able to learn from AI. AI is not just a genius. She's undoubtedly someone who will change the future of magic. If I could continue to witness new magic by AI's side, I wouldn't mind even if it led to a world-engulfing great war. Now then, Sensei AI, shall we go to the Healing Magic Research Lab last? So, with overflowing expectation in my heart, I said this. For better or worse, it's thanks to healing magic that Maple Leaf is considered a major power. That last bastion might now be destroyed. Yes, Maple Leaf's rigid concepts of magic, common sense, and unnecessary pride might be about to crumble from their very foundations. Section Side AI. After briefly checking the research content of each type of magic and demonstrating magic that could provide hints for future research, I realized that only healing magic remained. At Crown's suggestion, the number of people accompanying us increased with each visit to a research lab. As a result, the travel time between labs was filled with more and more questions. At the same time, I was also concerned about Crown's sudden closeness. You mentioned that fire needs oxygen, but how exactly do you add that? It seems all the magic was incantation-less, but isn't at least one verse of incantation necessary, due to the nature of incantations? How were you able to break through the laboratory ceiling, which is harder than rock? With earth magic. As I tried to answer such questions as clearly as possible, the number of people struggling to understand increased. This was troubling. Before I knew it, we had arrived at the Healing Magic Research Lab. The laboratory itself wasn't much different from the others, but the building housing it was more than twice as large. We have more than 3 times as many healing mages compared to mages of other attributes. It's to meet requests from other countries, but because of that, some haven't reached the minimum standard for court mages. Crown said this regretfully as he headed towards the research lab. As usual, he opened the door without hesitation. The other researchers seemed somewhat exasperated by this behavior. Apparently, suddenly opening doors was considered bad manners here too. It seems Crown was the unusual one. Oh, the chief mage is. As soon as he opened the door, Crown started to mutter this before falling silent. Then, a stern-faced man appeared from inside the lab. As Crown took a step or two back, the man came out of the lab. He was a man with silver hair and sharp eyes, appearing to be in his 40s. Despite looking somewhat worn out, he had an intimidating presence. "Are you Lady Ai Kaminat? I am Awad Smuggler, the chief court mage. I am currently recognized as a saint." "Ah, Mr. Awad, nice to meet you. I'm Ai, I'm a teacher at Fidik Academy." I returned the greeting with a self-introduction. Awad then observed me with furrowed brows. "You're quite young. According to what I heard from Balbria, you can use healing magic on par with a saint. I wonder in which country outside of Maple Leaf you learned such powerful healing magic. It's truly puzzling." He spoke in a normal conversational volume, but it was unclear whether he was addressing me or if his thoughts were simply slipping out. He had a unique tempo of speech. Awad's words caused surprise among the other researchers behind us. "No way, can she use healing magic too?" "Impossible. That would mean advanced level or higher in all 5 attributes of magic." Hearing these voices, Awad's frown deepened. 5 attributes of magic? Is such a thing possible? No, but those belonging to the research lab wouldn't make a mistake in seeing it. "How? I see, using National Treasure class magical tools, but could an individual possess 5 such precious magical tools?" I'd like to see each type of magic demonstrated once. Yes, that's fine." I thought he was talking to himself, but he suddenly addressed me. When I nodded in agreement, Awad raised his eyebrows for a moment before furrowing them again. "I heard you can manipulate quite advanced magic, but is it all right to show it to others so easily? I'm somewhat concerned, as with other matters. However, I would be grateful if you could show me, as it's what I'm most interested in seeing. But first, we must observe the healing magic that I'm most curious about." After Awad spoke one-sidedly, he closed his mouth. "Then, shall I demonstrate healing magic?" "Please do." Despite his unique tempo, there was no problem with the conversation. Rather, perhaps because I'm used to researcher types, he seemed surprisingly easy to talk to. "Please follow me this way." "Certainly, thank you." When Awad turned on his heel and told me to follow him into the research lab, I nodded obediently and agreed to accompany him. Then I heard more surprised voices from behind. "It seems she gets along well with the chief mage. Is Lady Ai also of an unusual personality? I've heard that those who delve deep into magic are often eccentric." I thought I heard some slightly concerning words, but I decided it wasn't worth denying. Owen and Glenn might have some odd quirks, but I consider myself quite sensible. The misunderstanding would surely be cleared up eventually. Following Awad into the research lab, I saw 5 men and women inside. While the bookshelves lining the walls packed with books caught my eye, what surprised me most was the skeleton lying on the table. "Is this a human model?" I asked in surprise, looking down at the skeleton placed on the table. It seemed very well made, but didn't appear to be made of wood, clay, or plaster. Awad shook his head expressionlessly. "No, these are ordinary human bones. I've made models too, but the real ones are better. You can learn about the body's internal structure and functions." I nodded in understanding at Awad's words. "I see. To understand the human body, you start with the bones." "That makes sense." As I nodded and voiced my agreement, for some reason everyone's gaze turned to me. Eliza, Ale, Liz, Belle, and others were twitching their cheeks, but learning about the human body from the inside is necessary, so it can't be helped. As proof, Awad was nodding expressionlessly. "There are bones, blood, organs, muscles, fat, and skin. When using healing magic, I believe it's important to understand the structure and mechanisms of the human body." Upon hearing this, Awad crossed his arms and looked down at the skeleton's abdomen. It's common among those lacking knowledge, but sometimes they only heal the surface while internal bleeding continues. This is most likely to occur in the abdomen. Why do you think that is? The abdomen contains a concentration of internal organs. Besides the stomach and intestines, there are important organs like the liver, kidneys, gallbladder, and pancreas. Even if you heal the flesh, skin, and blood vessels, complete recovery isn't possible without healing the internal organs. As I answered, the researchers other than Awad exchanged confused looks. "Gallbladder. Is that an organ name? Is it that gray thing? Isn't it the dark brown one? It seemed the organ names didn't translate well. However, Awad slightly lowered his chin and grunted as if understanding something. So that's why sometimes it looks like the wound is healed, but it's actually a failure. Those who can use advanced healing magic have also studied the human body. However, even among those who became saints or holy maidens, some aren't well-versed in human anatomy. Not well-versed, then how do they use magic? When I asked this, Awad crossed his arms and pondered. It's difficult to explain how. As you may know, the one called the first holy maiden of healing magic used magic for the first time at just 10 years old and instantly healed someone on the verge of death. Does that mean she intuitively understood the location and depth of injuries? I studied the human body and honed my healing magic until I was recognized as a saint. The senses of such geniuses are hard to comprehend. Awad said this while looking towards the back of the laboratory. I thought you might be a genius-type magician too, but hearing your knowledge and thoughts on healing magic just now, it seems that might not be the case. How strange. Muttering such things, Awad walked towards the back and opened a single door. Time is limited. Let's see your magic, Lady AI. 3 examination tables were placed in the hall, with shelves lining the walls filled with books, mysterious instruments, and boxes containing what seemed to be medicinal herbs. On each examination table lay a person who appeared to be severely injured, surrounded by about 10 men and women in white coats. While clearly different from Japanese hospitals, this was undoubtedly a treatment room where Maple Leaf could receive the best medical care. The one in the center is the most severely injured. Injuries include loss of the right arm, deep lacerations to the abdomen and right leg. Awad reported as he approached the examination table. The surrounding men and women noticed Awad and took a step back. I followed Awad and stood beside the examination table. Up close, I could see that the patient was a man in his 30s. His hair and beard were quite long and unkempt. Although the bleeding had stopped, the wounds were fresh and gruesome, making me want to look away. The lacerations are quite deep, reaching the bone. However, these aren't knife wounds. Were they caused by magical beasts? I asked. That's correct. This man is a criminal sentenced to hanging. When there are no urgent patients, we have such criminals fight magical beasts to create injured subjects. I could see Strass, and the others were shocked by these words. The healing mages, however, showed no reaction to Awad's matter-of-fact statement. Indeed, compared to other types of magic, healing magic has fewer opportunities for practice. Otherwise, healers would need to constantly be on the battlefield. As a result, they use criminals as efficient test subjects for magical experiments and practice. However, one thing bothered me. If a criminal's injuries healed completely, would they be injured again? If so, there could be no greater punishment. What did this person do to be sentenced to hanging? I inquired. Awad narrowed his eyes expressionlessly and replied, "This man deceived dozens of ordinary citizens and engaged in human trafficking. Moreover, he sold the women to illegal brothels where they met miserable deaths. And there's more." I understand. I interrupted, not wanting to hear any further details. Though he was clearly an enemy of women, it was uncomfortable to see him suffering. For now, let me perform the healing magic first, I said before proceeding. I used the highest level magic for treating individuals. To reconstruct the lost parts, I imagined the intact opposite arm. For the deep abdominal wound, I had to visualize entire healthy organs and bones. Once the image was complete, I infused it with magical power. While it couldn't account for individual differences, this would ensure that vital organs, bones, and muscles functioned normally. "Oh Devai," I chanted the spell name. As if possessed by will, the magical power caressed the patient's wounds. Within about a minute and a half, the severely injured man was completely healed. I estimated I had enough magical power left to treat about 20 more people. "He's fully healed. Any old scars on his healthy body remain," I said, turning around. Most of the onlookers stood motionless with their eyes wide open. Only Awad looked down at the healed man with a serious expression. He healed in the blink of an eye. The healing speed is equal to or greater than that of saints, but the process is different. It seems this is a different type of healing magic from ours. "You mean it's an entirely different kind of magic?" I asked for confirmation. Awad nodded slightly and spread his hands, pointing to the examination tables on either side. After chanting 5 phrases, Awad cast his spell, White Grail. The moment he cast the spell, white light of magical power, clearly visible, spread throughout the laboratory with Awad at its center. It seemed that everything within the range of this light became a target for healing. The 2 people on the examination tables enveloped in white light were also healed simultaneously. Although it took some time, within 10 minutes, all the severely injured were completely healed. The Maple Leaf mages exclaimed in admiration at this sight. As expected of Lord Awad, voices could be heard saying. Awad, however, looked at me without changing his expression. What you just saw is the highest-level wide-range healing magic used by saints. To be frank, if Miss AI can do something similar, there may be nothing for you to learn from us. Awad stated, causing everyone to turn their attention to me. Wide range, does that include targets hidden behind walls or objects? For example, if there were 5 visible people and 3 hidden, would it heal 5 or 8? 8. As long as they're within range, neither the number nor visibility matters, Awad replied. Then, I assume the area effect is due to the incantation. I would appreciate any information you could provide about that. As we were discussing this, Crown clapped his hands and exclaimed, Oh, it's said that the effectiveness of healing magic incantations varies between mages. Perhaps we could uncover the reason for this as well. Awad shot Crown a sharp look as he spoke excitedly. Unraveling the incantation, I see. Indeed, someone who uses a different type of healing magic might be able to approach research from a different perspective. That is interesting. Then, looking down at me, he continued. I'll show you magic books that only saints can access. They contain research on magic and original spells developed by the highest-level healing mages certified in Maple Leaf throughout history. We all learn the basics of healing magic in Maple Leaf and eventually reach that level. This also means that we may be unable to break free from the framework that has been passed down in Maple Leaf. If we look at this framework and research methods from your perspective, Miss AI, we might achieve dramatic progress. I immediately nodded in response to Awad's words. That's an offer I couldn't refuse. I came here hoping to see the best healing magic, I replied. Section. Side, Diageo. After the scheduled audiences and meetings concluded, I reviewed the petition letters and budget reports from last month. The budget had increased from the previous time due to magical research and strengthening of magic academies. Reading this line reminded me of AI Cornaminato, who should currently be touring the Holy City. Questioning the methods of my predecessor, who relied heavily on saints, I had commissioned investigations and research into other countries' magic since becoming emperor. Although I've received reports of various achievements, it's hard to say we've caught up to the standards of other major countries. Even our healing magic, said to surpass other nations, relies on the presence of saints. Some, like Glenora, disliked being consumed within the country and disappeared. I must change the current state of the country somehow. That's why I invited the rumored genius mage to the Holy City, but after meeting in person, I became somewhat anxious. Not just the ideology, but also the lack of restraint even when dealing with royalty felt quite unconventional. It's similar to Crown, who often argues with other court mages. If only Crown could understand politics a little better, he would make an excellent court mage, but things rarely go smoothly. AI had mentioned she would also visit the Magic Academy, so there was a possibility she might meet my daughter, Rose. Rose had become quite difficult in character after being mocked by her siblings for not being able to use healing magic. If AI and Rose were to clash, neither would back down, potentially causing some problems. If she had the sociability of my son Hiram, sending her to Fiddick Academy might have been an option, but my hesitation only made her feel more out of place. During a ceremony gathering potential successors from various countries, I had considered connecting her with exceptional individuals from other nations, particularly the Court Highland Federation. Our country primarily conducts diplomacy with the Kingdom of Carven and the Kingdom of Verded due to our shared borders. This means we rarely have diplomatic relations with the Bushmill Empire, which possesses valuable ores and resources, or the Kingdom of Grandsands, known for producing top-tier weapons and armor. Therefore, I wanted to build an alliance-like relationship with the Court Highland Federation, which actively engages in diplomacy with all countries. The quickest way would have been through marriage, but Court and Rose didn't seem to get along well, and we couldn't create an atmosphere for them to converse properly. While he seemed to remember her, Rose might have forgotten about him. I regret not being able to create a time for them to have a pleasant conversation. Sigh. In this quiet moment, my mind keeps drifting to all these troubling issues. As I was sighing while lost in these thoughts, someone came hurriedly to my office. A royal guard received a document from someone outside and walked towards me. What is it? I called out to the guard who was standing, waiting so as not to disturb my work. He held up the document in front of his chest and answered. Jem Westmeath, the vice chief magician of the court magicians, requests an audience. There are suspicions that Eikichi Onizuka, who has come from the kingdom of Verted, might be a spy. Also, there's a possibility that Crown Windsor is planning to defect with confidential information from the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf. A spy defection, very well. Show him in. Yes, sir. Upon granting permission for the meeting, the guard quickly turned and opened the door. The long corridor leading to the office came into view, and I could see Jem waiting, flanked by 2 guards. If I remember correctly, that man didn't get along well with Crown. Keeping this point in mind, I raised my hand. Shortly after, Jem arrived at the office, still surrounded by guards. As per meeting protocol, the guards stood 2 steps behind and to either side of Jem. In this position, Jem bowed and began to speak. Your Majesty, I am grateful for allowing this sudden audience. Indeed. Now, it seems you've brought some rather unsettling news. Cutting short the pleasantries, I inquired about the matter at hand. Jem immediately tensed his expression and nodded deeply. Yes. Actually, the other day, I confirmed that Crown Windsor was accompanying a faculty member from Fiddick Academy. Seeing that magic fanatic not only accept a simple guide role, but also engage in enthusiastic conversation, I sensed something was amiss and conducted my own investigation. Investigation? Did you tail them? I asked, wondering what he was suddenly talking about, but Jem, maintaining his serious expression, shook his head. I've heard that your Majesty has granted special permission to this person named AI. I couldn't make a half-baked report based solely on my own suspicions. Therefore, I contacted various departments and confirmed the contents of the tour. I've had reports submitted by those who accompanied them. Saying this, he produced 4 reports. He must have investigated energetically. All 4 reports had different handwriting, and each included details about the reporter. At the Magic Academy, they showed and introduced magic circles currently under research, and at the Magic Research Lab, they're allowing access to top-secret healing magic information at a later date. Absurd, I haven't given permission for anything of that sort. As I looked back at him, shocked by the contents of the reports, Jem opened his mouth with a frustrated expression. Your Majesty would never give such reckless permission. It's all the fault of the current chief magician and academy principal. They're focused solely on the pursuit of magic, not on the interests or future of the Holy Empire. That's why they were likely persuaded by this woman AI and Crown. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 10, Permission. It was my 4th day in the Holy City. I had been summoned by Diageo this morning. I was deeply disappointed, as this meant missing out on the chance to research healing magic and learn incantations in the laboratory. I might not even get to visit the lab today. Feeling dissatisfied, I was led by Alabaster to the audience chamber. I walked on the thick carpet I had trodden before, kneeling at the designated spot to lower my posture. Then I noticed that those standing around weren't just royal guards. Not only Awad, but Crown, Balbria, and even Cameron were present. There were also court magicians who were faculty and researchers. Apart from the guards, these were all people I had met over the past 2 days. As I glanced up at the top of the stairs, I saw not only Diageo and the Prime Minister, but another figure today. Standing 2 steps below where Diageo and the others were, was a man who appeared to be a court magician. If I remembered correctly, that was Jem Westmeath, the deputy chief magician. Jem looked down at me with a defiant smile. Something felt off about this audience. As I was pondering this, a voice called from the top of the stairs. Miss AI, How did you find your tour of the holy city these past 2 days? Tilting my head at such an innocuous question, I nodded and answered. Yes, it has been a very educational experience. I've learned about magical perspectives and approaches different from what I've researched, so if I could study those for a while. As I was explaining the results of the 2 days, the Prime Minister interrupted me. Isn't that confidential information that His Majesty didn't authorize? Hearing this, I tilted my head again. I was told the magic couldn't be disclosed, but nothing else was mentioned. Diageo lightly shook his head while touching his temple. We promised to treat you as an important figure from another country, and gave permission for tour of the academy and laboratories, not permission to view confidential magic books. Diageo clarified the permissions he had given me. I had thought this would be tacitly allowed based on our previous conversation, but it seems I was mistaken. In that case, I should ask for permission again. I see. Then, even if not current research, would it be possible to get permission to view magic of past saints and holy maiden? Hearing this, Diageo and the Prime Minister furrowed their brows and fell silent. Perhaps they felt reluctant to show anything. As silence spread, Jem shrugged and spoke up. Your Majesty, those words are as good as a confession. I don't know how the Chief Magician and Academy Principal were manipulated, but it seems they were trying to show confidential magic beyond your Majesty's intentions. Our country was nearly subjected to severe damage. Jem said this and looked towards Awad. Awad ignored him and turned to Diageo. Your Majesty, though I've only met Miss Ai for a day, I can assure you she harbor no ill intent. Moreover, Miss Ai's magic is extraordinary and will certainly benefit our country's magic. Awad said this and looked at me. His speech lacked its usual unique tempo. It felt oddly out of character. However, no one else seemed to notice, and Crown followed up. Exactly right. Rather, we should exchange information on healing magic and receive instruction on other magical attributes. The moment Crown said this, Jem's mouth curled into a wide smile. You've finally shown your true colors, Crown Windsor. Didn't you realize your words could lead to treason? Or have you already leaked important information? If you're brazening it out for fear of investigation, you do well to confess everything now. Jem criticized Crown with an undisguised look of joy, apparently interpreting Crown's words in his own way. Diageo and the Prime Minister exchanged glances. This wasn't going well. While there may be truth in the Chief Magician's words, Jem's words also carry undeniable persuasion. Now then, Balbria, you've been silent until now. As Academy Principal, do you have anything to say? The conversation turned to Balbria. Balbria opened her mouth, looking annoyed. I dislike lying, so let me be clear. Just today, I was in the process of resigning as Academy Principal. I was thinking of recommending Cameron as my successor. Balbria's sudden announcement caused the Prime Minister to interject hurriedly. Wait a moment. Lady Balbria, you, one of the Holy Maiden, why would you resign as Academy Principal? Asking in a voice close to a scream, Balbria looked back directly. As Lord Awad said earlier, I was deeply moved by Miss Ai's wonderful magical knowledge and techniques. To be clear, we are losing to Fidic Academy in every aspect. Only healing magic was on par with Miss Ai, but in other attributes, we're no match at all. As soon as Balbria said this, even the royal guards began to murmur. Then Jem spoke up, sounding exasperated. Just like the previous holy woman, focusing only on developing new magic leads to this. No matter how much you fantasize about foreign magic, it won't lead to results. Those who take magic seriously don't go down such side paths. We should steadily pursue the path of magic through proper methods. Jem expressed his personal philosophy. This further increased the tension in the audience chamber. Amidst this, I couldn't hold back and spoke up. That's a big mistake. What you're saying, Jem, gives the impression that you just don't want to take on difficult challenges or make the effort to learn new things. As I said this, Jem's face turned towards me. I'm mistaken. As Jem revealed his anger, the atmosphere grew even colder. All eyes were focused on Jem and me. Jem, still looking down at me, spoke quietly. It's quite an interesting opinion to say that I'm mistaken. But where exactly is the mistake in my words? Anyone who hears them should understand that they're correct. For example, I hear that advanced fire magic can annihilate a large army if used well in war. With such magic available, isn't it pointless to move fire around or change its shape? In fact, no magic created in the last 100 years has come into common use. In other words, it was just a waste of budget and time. After all, if you consider usefulness, magic that has been optimized through years of research is already available. So focusing on improving the efficiency of that magic is the most important research. Don't you agree? Jem presented his thoughts somewhat rapidly. After listening to it all and thinking carefully, I answered. I see. That thinking only applies if the current magic is truly optimal and covers everything necessary. From my perspective, there's so much lacking that I judge your way of thinking to be incorrect. What? Jem's face changed color at my words. Perhaps he had never been so clearly refuted before, as he could only open and close his mouth without words coming out. Seeing this, Balbria let out a small, suppressed laugh. This further angered Jem. How insolent, Your Majesty. This person is just lining up pointless arguments to object, but that's all idealism. New magic can't be created so easily. It's just using our country's magic as a pretext to gain knowledge of healing magic. As Jem desperately appealed, Diageo's face showed confusion, unsure of what to do. At that moment, a small figure appeared from behind the line of royal guards. Why don't we have them demonstrate? A low but beautiful voice echoed through the hall. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. The one who appeared was a small girl in a pure white dress with blonde hair. It was Rose. This is Princess Rose, why are you here? Thinking Rose's appearance might be to support Jem turned to her with a forced smile, looking flustered. While everyone seemed to be struggling with how to respond, Alabaster spoke up. Princess Rose, this is an audience granted by His Majesty to meet with Miss AI. His Majesty will be asking questions, so please understand. After this polite explanation, Rose slightly furrowed her brow. Are you saying not to sully His Majesty's name? I was merely suggesting a solution. Muttering this, Rose looked up at Diageo seated at the top of the stairs. Interpreting this somehow, Diageo hurriedly nodded. Ah, is that so? No, I understand Rose's feelings. Indeed, for Deputy Chief Magician Jem, who has long trained as a magician, Miss AI's way of thinking might feel like a denial of his own beliefs. In that case, it might be better to have Miss AI prove that her assertion is correct, right? As Diageo said this while breaking into a cold sweat, Rose smiled faintly. Exactly, so Jem. How would you be satisfied? When Rose asked this, Jem cleared his throat and nodded. Then, how about having them demonstrate several useful and unprecedented magic spells? No, I won't say it's difficult. If you claim that researching new magic is the proper path for a magician, surely you have one or two achievements even at your young age. As Jem said this with a half-smiling expression, Rose gave a small laugh. I've heard that creating new magic takes years, even decades. Isn't that an unreasonable condition? What are you saying, Princess Rose? We improve the efficiency of existing magic at least once a year, not just every few decades. The effects of this directly benefit Maple Leaf. So, it's only natural to expect equivalent national benefits from magicians researching new magic. Or do you lack confidence? Perhaps interpreting Rose's words as reinforcement, Jem became even bolder and made provocative statements. However, Rose's eyes looking at me were filled with curiosity. I couldn't tell if she wanted to see me lose or if she was interested in new magic. Under their gazes, I sighed and looked up at Diageo. So, should I demonstrate some magic? When I asked, Diageo wiped away his cold sweat and let out a dry laugh. That would be helpful. Hearing Diageo say this, I felt somewhat unsettled but stood up. I thought I was promised treatment equivalent to that of an important foreign dignitary. When I said this in an accusing tone, Diageo's face contorted. In his place, the Prime Minister began making excuses. We're truly sorry, however. Granting permission to view national secrets could potentially cause resentment, and we also wanted to have some tangible results to show in return. As the Prime Minister gave this seemingly contrived reason, Diageo nodded deeply. Sighing again at this, I looked at Jem, who returned a triumphant smile. What's wrong? Nothing, I just felt a bit irritated. As I said this and turned back to Jem, I saw Alabaster putting his hand to his forehead and looking up at the sky from the corner of my eye. Now, what should I demonstrate? If we're talking about useful original magic, perhaps flying magic. But I've already used that when coming to the Holy City, so Gem should be aware of it. In that case, Gem's confidence surely won't be shaken by mere flying magic. Come to think of it, you were saying something about fire magic, weren't you? Muttering this, I pointed one hand towards Gem. What? What are you planning to do? I'll have you know, I can cast advanced magic in 3 measures. Don't think you can win by brute force. Gem started saying such things while holding his staff. I had no intention of fighting, but it's true that experiencing magic firsthand would be more impactful. Well, for now, I'll demonstrate the magic and see how it goes. I'll use one of the strongest spells in my repertoire. I concentrated magical power at my fingertips, bringing all 5 fingers together in a knife hand shape. Pouring most of my magical power into it, I gradually extended it forward from my fingertips. When enough magical power had gathered, I opened my mouth. Divine Flame Spear Phalerica. The moment I whispered this, blue-white flames erupted from my fingertips. The flames enveloped my arm from the elbow down, and in an instant, a spear of flame extended to just beside Gem. The flame spear, which pierced halfway up the seemingly stone staircase, began melting its surroundings as if it were glass melting at high temperatures. The temperature at the core is set to around 1500 degrees Celsius, so it should be able to melt stone with almost no resistance. I've kept it more than a meter away from the people around to avoid burns. As Gem tumbled down the stairs to get away, I lightly moved the flame spear in that direction. The stone staircase melted further and was cut through. And new. Seeing Diageo's panicked expression on the stairs, I quickly shortened the flame spear to adjust its length. It seems I had melted about a third of the stairs, causing the upper surface to tilt. What kind of magic is that? Gem shouted, face pale. The hall was in an uproar and some even pointed their swords at me. It's an original fire magic. Red-scaled dragons living in volcanoes were resistant to fire magic, so I strengthened my fire magic through practice until I could defeat them. For now, it can easily cut through iron, mithril, and even orichalcum. Upon hearing this, Gem spat and yelled. Nonsense. Red-scaled dragons living in volcanoes are the highest-class fire dragons. There's no magician who can defeat such a thing alone. And orichalcum, you say. That's royal family treasure class, a metal so precious it's called the metal of the gods. There's no way a little girl like you could get your hands on such a thing. Seeing Gem, who had lost himself in anger, Rose stepped forward with a face like she had found something interesting. Seeing how easily it cut and melted the stone staircase, we can't necessarily dismiss it as a lie. One of the treasures of the Holy Empire of Maple Leaf, the orichalcum dagger, is in your Majesty's possession, isn't it? Rose said this with a somewhat pleased expression, and looked at Diageo on the stairs. Wait a moment, I can't possibly allow the use of this dagger. This is the most important treasure of the Holy Empire. I absolutely cannot permit its use for a test cut. Diageo hurriedly put his hand on his waist. Apparently, he always keeps it with him. Looking at Diageo protecting himself on the tilted stairs, I remembered that I had partially destroyed the audience chamber. I went too far because I got a little angry. Although we're in the middle of a conversation, let me repair it first. Stonecraft block rock. Muttering this, I used earth magic. I reshaped and solidified the stairs that had been melted and deformed. In about 10 seconds, it returned to its original shape. It should be twice as sturdy now, so I hope that will be forgiven. Just now was that chantless casting. As I was checking the quality of the stairs, Gem uttered in apparent shock. Then Balbria, who had come to the audience chamber, opened her mouth as if exasperated. Why are you surprised now? It was the same earlier, wasn't it? Besides, if you had thoroughly investigated for 2 days, you should have known that Miss AI can use magic without incantations. Did you choose to ignore everything inconvenient to you? As Balbria said this, Gem turned around with wide eyes. No way, chantless casting is impossible. How could such a thing? Seeing Gem unable to hide his agitation, Balbria snorted and waved his hand. It's that new magic you hate so much. Listening to it is tantamount to declaring defeat, you know? Just keep that composed face on and stay quiet. As Balbria dismissed him, Awad let out a deep sigh. Vice Magician Chief Gem. Miss AI was using magic non-verbally in the laboratory as well, according to reports for all attributes. Didn't you investigate? When Awad confirmed this in a form of follow-up attack, Gem fell silent as if choking. Vice Magician Chief Gem. Diageo uttered the name in a single word. Gem jumped at this and turned around. Why, Your Majesty, that is. Seeing Gem unable to hide his agitation, Diageo shook his head with a sigh. You'd better leave this room. Wait until I call for you another day. Told this by Diageo, Gem's face looked like that of a convicted criminal receiving a sentence. Under various kinds of gazes from everyone, Gem disappeared from the audience chamber. I thought about offering some follow-up as I felt a bit sorry for him, but I couldn't find the words. As I was thinking about this, I heard Diageo's voice. Miss AI. When I looked up at being called, Diageo was looking at me with an indescribable expression. Gem was disrespectful. It seems we were the ones who needed to learn. I too am a magician of sorts. I understand the nature of chantless magic. Also, I believe I understand the terrifying power of the fire magic you just demonstrated. If you'd be willing, I'd like you to teach our talented magicians your magic. For that purpose, I'm willing to disclose information about our country's confidential healing magic. Diageo's attitude had changed completely from earlier, becoming much more humble. It seems things have become easier to handle as a result. Thank you. However, Lord Awad has already taught me healing magic, so I'd like to see the magic of other saints or holy maidens. I express my gratitude while also conveying my request. At this, Diageo looked at Awad with a puzzled expression. You've already learned saint-class healing magic? Awad, what magic did you teach? As Diageo asked in confusion, Awad opened his mouth while tilting his head. Are you talking about that magic you saw just once? No, but how much could you understand from just one time? Even for the most talented magician, it would take years to comprehend the highest-level healing magic. Indeed, genius-type saints or holy maidens might create their own top-level magic, but to grasp someone else's magic after seeing it just once. Despite being in front of Diageo, the country's representative, Awad returned to his usual demeanor and began pondering. At this, Diageo's face showed confusion, and he turned to Crown as if seeking help. Crown nodded somewhat happily and turned back to me. Sensei AI, could it be that you've already memorized the healing magic that the magician chief used only once the other day? Normally, magicians spend months researching and breaking down complex incantations to understand them. To understand top-level healing magic with many special incantations after hearing it just once. As Crown asked with a somewhat expectant tone, I nodded modestly. Yes, I'm not sure if I've fully understood it, but I interpreted it in my own way. I even experimented in my bedroom last night, and it activated without any problems. You mean you understood it at first sight, and reproduced it that same night? Rose, who had been silent, spoke up upon hearing my words. That's right. When I answered, Rose put her hand to her mouth and directed an observant gaze at me. How did you understand Awad's incantation? It sounded like she was testing me. I held one hand palm up in front of my chest and began to explain. All the healing magic I use involves precisely imagining the structure of the human body and bringing it closer to a healthy body through supplementation and substitution treatment. However, Lord Awad's magic was different. After that preface, I actually perform the healing magic. I chant the incantation, spreading the magical power to the surroundings like ripples on a water surface. White Grail. White Grail. The moment I utter the spell's name, the magical power becomes visible as white light spreading around. Though there are no visible injuries now, I can feel the healing effect taking place. The hall falls silent as the magic's effect gradually fades. The meaning of the chant was to bestow healing power upon those within the caster's magical reach. Heal all wounds, that sort of thing. For this spell, there are parts I can't reproduce without chanting, showing the potential of incantations in magic. In terms of research, it's a chant with deliberately ambiguous meaning. As I explain, I look at Awad. I was worried he might be offended by having his magic analyzed, but he seemed more interested than anyone else in hearing about it. Feeling relieved, I see Rose raise one hand towards me and speak. This is my original magic, but can you imitate it? Saying that, after a 3-bar chant, she casts her spell, Icebound. The moment she speaks the spell's name, a brilliant white cold air bursts out from her hand. Immediately after, ice pillars break through the carpet on the floor, appearing one after another towards me. Despite the considerable distance, the ice pillars approach without losing momentum. Icebound, I cast the same spell towards the ice pillars approaching me. Then, shattering Rose's ice pillars, new ice pillars appear. Massive ice pillars, reaching even the high ceiling of the audience chamber, appear one after another, quickly devouring the entire carpet. The ice pillars' invasion stops just as they're about to reach Rose. Rose places a hand on the ice pillar in front of her and exhales briefly. Magnificent. Expressing her admiration, Rose raised the corners of her mouth. Section. In the audience chamber, with Diageo's permission and the Magic Academy and Research Lab personnel witnessing it, I can now learn Maple Leaf's magic without fear of reprimand from anyone. Although some people asked various questions, and it took some time, the meeting with Diageo was essentially over. Awad and Crown asked for my opinion on their ongoing magical research, while Balbria requested advice on academy lectures and magic circles. As both requests were exactly what I wanted, I immediately agreed. If I only wanted the latest magic, I should be constantly visiting the Magic Research Lab, but to raise the standard of Maple Leaf's magic, going to the Academy is also important. So, I plan to visit the Magic Academy and Research Lab alternately from the next day. I suggested this to everyone in the dining hall, but they seemed more curious about something else than where we were going today. Princess Rose, why are you here? Eliza timidly asks. Rose, who is bringing soup to her mouth at the far end of the table, looks up. Shall I say it's out of curiosity? As Rose answers and resumes her meal with a spoon in hand, everyone exchanges glances. Rose had suddenly appeared while we were all eating, but she sat down silently, leaving her escort guards positioned diagonally behind her. Until then, everyone had been chatting based on what I had said, but with Rose's appearance, the atmosphere became too tense for conversation. What's going on? Strauss asks me, and I tilt my head in confusion. I remember her showing interest in me before, but she didn't seem like the type to do something like this. Perhaps because I don't answer, the meal progresses with no one speaking. Then, Rose breaks the silence. I've met you somewhere before. Rose narrows her eyes, looking at Court. Come to think of it, I remember Diageo also mentioning something about recognizing Court. With Rose's words, everyone's gaze focuses on Court. He returns a slight bow with a wry smile. Princess Rose. I didn't think you would remember me. As Court greets her, Rose narrows her eyes to thin slits. The inter-country representative report meeting held in the Kingdom of Verded 3 years ago. Both you and I were there. No royal would forget a potential future associate. I apologize for my rudeness. Princess Rose is as astute as ever. As Court bows his head slightly saying this, Rose raises her hand to stop his sentence. Is that sarcasm? You were clearly ahead above the other heir candidates gathered there. I remember being annoyed at being compared to you because it was obvious to everyone. Murmuring this, Rose raises her hand in front of her face and casts a spell. With a single bar chant, she activates ice magic, creating a lump of ice in her palm. Ice magic was the only thing I thought I could beat you at, so in my childish mind, I desperately studied and researched ice magic. Thanks to that, I'm now called the most excellent ice mage in Maple Leaf. That's amazing. To receive such high praise at your age, His Majesty must be proud. Court offers words of unreserved praise. However, Rose's expression doesn't change. She melts the ice created by her magic in her palm and lowers her chin. Well, His Majesty seemed happier when I learned ladylike accomplishments. Since I became better at magic than mediocre court mages, he stopped saying anything after that. I wonder if he's given up on finding a marriage partner for me. Well, I'm not as socially adept as my brother Hiram, so I can't go to academies outside the Holy City either. As Rose murmurs a bit sadly, Court falls silent for a moment. Somewhat curious, I ask a question to the now quiet Rose. That ice magic just now, it wasn't changing the properties of water, was it? When I ask this, everyone's shoulders drop. Rose also lets out a small laugh, as if exhaling. That's right. That was my original magic that directly creates ice. It only makes ice a little faster, nothing particularly meaningful. To Rose speaking self-deprecatingly, I shake my head. No, that's not true. That magic, as I said about Mr. Awad's magic, is excellent research material for exploring the possibilities of incantations. After saying this, I turned to face Rose fully while still seated. Rose, would you like to come to Fitic Academy? If you'd like, I can teach you magic. It might solve your worries. My worries? To the confused Rose, I strongly assert, yes. If you become a great mage known, not only in the holy empire of Maple Leaf, but in all 6 great countries, you can marry even with just moderate ladylike accomplishments. You won't be left on the shelf. As I say this, making a fist in front of my chest, Rose's eyes widen and she freezes. Is that really the kind of solution we're going for? Strauss mutters softly, and the frozen Rose lets out a small laugh. I was aware that I was a bit odd myself, but you're an even stranger person. Really, you're interesting. As Rose says this and laughs, everyone exchanges glances. WL then, shall we go visit the Magic Academy? For some reason, even Eliza seems to be trying to change the subject. Feeling puzzled, I remembered that today's plan was to go to the Magic Academy. Yes, let's all go visit the Magic Academy together. As I say this, Ale and the others cheer. Yay! We can take our time, looking around this time. I'm excited. Although there were some twists and turns, from today on, we can freely enter and exit the Magic Academy and Magic Research Lab. Since we have this opportunity, let's properly check Maple Leaf's education system and research methods. I must pass on as much magical knowledge and techniques as I can, even if it's just a little. It seems like it will be busy from today on, but I've found new possibilities in the incantation of healing magic. This is a big discovery and well worth researching. With the feeling that a new door might open, I secretly felt my heart flutter. Section, sighed, Shenli. When I decided to go to Maple Leaf, I was terribly anxious at first, but as I spent time with everyone, my gloomy feelings changed. With reliable Sensei AI and the always cheerful and fun Ale and others by my side, even though we were walking in the holy city of Maple Leaf, I had the illusion of being on a sightseeing trip to an unknown city. Meeting Sensei Cameron at the Magic Academy reminded me a bit of the painful past, but seeing Sensei AI silence him with sheer ability made my chest feel lighter. I was able to feel that what I had been worrying about was very small. Thinking like that, I'm not afraid to go to the Magic Academy in the Holy City. If I'm in the Holy City, I probably won't have to deal with my family, the Rosensteel Viscount house. Oh, that bread looks delicious too. With my mood lightened, I said something like that and walked ahead of everyone. When I turned around, even Ale and the others were looking at me with wide eyes. I felt embarrassed and unconsciously averted my gaze. Come to think of it, this was the first time since returning to this country that I had expressed wanting to do something on my own. As I was wondering what to say, Ale came right next to me and put her hand on my back. It does look delicious, doesn't it? I wonder what fruit that jam is. Oh, I think it's probably green strawberry. Oh, sounds tasty. Come on, let's all go. As I was fidgeting, Ale came to my rescue. Liz and Belle quickly followed suit. Yeah, it looks delicious. I'd love to have some apple jam too. Laughing heartily at such conversations, I happily walked around the holy city. Section, after finishing the city tour, as Shenli was walking through the academy grounds with Court and Ale, there was a figure in the distance staring intently at them. The gaze could hardly be called friendly. Could it be Shenli? Why is she at the academy in the holy city? The figure whispered softly, then turned on their heel after a while. Their destination was towards the main gate leading out of the academy. As they stepped out from behind a building, the figure of a beastkin girl who closely resembled Shenli appeared. Her hair was tied back, but her face was nearly identical. The girl wore a white robe with a small black cape draped over it. I should inform Father. Coming to the holy city so casually, it's a disgrace to our family. Muttering this, the beastkin girl left without looking back. Section, sighed. Glenn. As an express delivery envelope containing a letter arrives, I suddenly get an ominous feeling. Could something have happened at Maple Leaf? I mutter while opening the envelope to check the letter. There's no writing on the outside, just a wax seal. I lightly heat the seal with the weakest fire magic to melt it. I'm afraid to look at the contents, but as the one who approved AI's departure, I must read it properly. I'll check the sender on the back first, just in case. With that Crown Windsor accompanying them, they might even accidentally blow up the royal castle. This is from the Kingdom of Grandsands? Oh, it's from the King of Grandsands. Well, it's not a complaint after all. Seeing the sender, I breathe a sigh of relief. If it were a complaint, diplomatic pressure, or an unreasonable demand that could worsen impressions, they wouldn't usually use the king's name. Remembering this common sense, I feel relieved as I check the contents of the letter. As always, it seems to be handwritten by the king himself. He could have had a subordinate write it, but he's so conscientious. Let's see, he's looking forward to the time of year when he can visit our academy again. Ho ho, that's very kind of him. As I read on in a good mood, I feel like I'm forgetting something and tilt my head. Come to think of it, he comes to our academy every year. What was it for? Something important that I wouldn't normally forget. I mutter while continuing to read. He says he saw something very interesting last winter, so he's looking forward to this time as well. However, he's wondering if the cultural festival schedule has changed this year, as he usually receives an invitation around this time. For a few seconds, my thoughts stop. Then I check the contents of the letter 3 times. I fold the letter once and place it on the desk. Cultural festival. After muttering this again, I close my eyes and look up to the heavens. I forgot. What a thing to happen. To forget the most important event where dignitaries from other countries gather all at once. Normally, we should have already started preparations by now. Of course, the schedule should have been decided, and we should have sent letters to the dignitaries from other countries who attend every year and been waiting for their replies. Am I getting old? I feel like I'm becoming forgetful. Anyway, we need to prepare within 2 months. I mutter with a sigh, then realize that the other teachers haven't mentioned the cultural festival either. Have we all become forgetful together? No, come to think of it, things have been quite busy lately thanks to AI. Everyone's been sneaking peeks at AI's lectures, researching their own magic and AI's chantless magic. Some teachers even completely restructured their lectures. They probably got so absorbed in magic research that they completely forgot about the cultural festival. I chuckle wryly as I think of the reason, looking at the letter placed on the desk. Still, I'm grateful to the King of Grandsands. It's good that we remembered at this time. But while it's nice that the cultural festival is popular, it does cause a lot of trouble every year. Well, it's unavoidable since it's an opportunity for each country to show its presence, but some people intentionally cause problems. There have even been those who try to investigate magical secrets when it's convenient. Remembering various past incidents, I let out a deep sigh. Then, suddenly, AI's face comes to mind. The stay in Maple Leaf is scheduled for 1 month. In that case, AI will be back at Fiddick Academy during the cultural festival. Oh no, this is bad. I can already see it. AI getting caught up in troublesome situations and blowing them away entirely with grand magic. I slap my palm on the desk twice and stand up. The cultural festival always includes royalty who have left their country for the first time, and such people often cause problems with those from other countries. And now, knowing about AI's existence, which is probably already a topic of conversation in other countries, they're sure to get involved in unnecessary ways. Oh, I'm suddenly becoming very anxious. Without any effort, the image of AI running wild plays in my head. And then, the image of royalty from great nations sitting formally in a line with their heads bowed, while AI lectures them. AI's lectures often hit the nail on the head, leaving no room for argument. But that's when dealing with those of the same rank. When dealing with nobles, especially royalty, there's a possibility of being punished for insolence without question. What should I do? In the empty office, I quietly held my head in my hands. Side story, the outlaws. In the darkness, illuminated only by moonlight, a man skillfully navigates through the back alleys. He's small and slender, with dark hair and clothes that seem to blend into the shadows. As he weaves through the narrow paths littered with obstacles, he suddenly stops and turns around. "Who's there?" His voice, though small, carries a peculiar, menacing edge. After muttering this single word, he silently glares into the depths of the alley. For nearly 10 seconds, the man remains motionless. Then, as if giving up, a figure emerges from the shadows. It's a large man, tall and broad-shouldered. "You notice me well." A deep voice echoes as the large man pulls out something. A wide, curved short sword gleams in the moonlight. "It would have been better if you hadn't." The large man mutters, barely suppressing a laugh. In response, the small man shrugs and sighs. "Is this your first time in this city, rookie? Or are you some delusional idiot who who thinks he can take on the royal knights alone. As the small man speaks with an exasperated tone, the large man visibly bristles, lowering his chin. With eyes brimming with murderous intent, he quietly responds. "You're acting pretty high and mighty yourself. Aren't your knees shaking? Or do you think I'm some amateur who's afraid of killing?" Saying this, the large man takes a step forward, lightly swinging his sword. "Are you trying to provoke me into charging so you can desperately slip past my sword? Or are you going to claim you're some master sorcerer?" Though his words are mocking, the man maintains his guard, sword at the ready. He continues to close the distance inch by inch. Despite the tense situation, the small man places one hand on his hip and waves the other dismissively. Definitely a rookie. This city never runs out of outlaws with dreams and ambitions, but the more overconfident ones always end up in a sorry state. Take my advice and go back home. As the small man speaks with apparent disinterest, the large man freezes in his tracks. "Are you trying to talk your way out of this? You don't seem like one of the Nevis family. If you're a man, fight your way through." The large man snorts, pointing his blade at the small man. Staring directly at the sword, the small man pulls something from his pocket. He pinches a small black stick between his thumb and forefinger, bringing it to his lips. For an instant, an orange light flickers in the pitch-black alley. He's lit a cigarette. The man takes a light drag, extinguishes the flame, and leisurely exhales the smoke. "I warned you, rookie. If you regret this, immediately drop to your knees and shout, 'I was wrong, I'll reform.'" As the small man speaks in a joking manner, the large man's anger finally boils over. He raises his sword and charges. "Die, you coward." He closes the distance in an instant, bringing his sword down with a shout. It's a surprisingly quick movement for such a large frame. However, the small man does nothing, simply watching the blade approach. Seeing this, the large man's lips curl into a smile, but the descending sword stops midair, as if blocked by something, before it can touch the small man's body. "W at the..." The large man shouts, seeing his sword halted in midair. He reflexively pulls back and strikes again, but this attack is also easily repelled. What's going on? The moment his second strike fails to connect, the large man leaps back to create distance. The small man's eyes widen slightly at this movement. "Oh, good reflexes. I can see why you're so confident. You'd probably rank among the top in our family." The small man speaks with interest, assessing his opponent's skills as he takes another drag of his cigarette. He inhales deeply and exhales the smoke. "But you can't beat me," he mutters with a defiant smile. Seeing this, the large man gasps. "En no way, are you really a sorcerer? I didn't even sense you casting a spell." Reassessing his opponent as an unknown entity, the man freezes, still holding his sword at the ready. At that moment, the sound of firm footsteps echoes from behind the large man. Startled by the reverberating footsteps in the alley, the large man spins around. "Time's up. Your movements were good, and you seem capable, but your situational awareness and danger perception are poor," the small man says with a laugh, cigarette in hand. His gaze has already moved past the large man, focusing on something beyond. The rhythmic sound of firm footsteps grows louder, approaching from the depths of the dark, narrow alley. "W what? Did you call for backup?" The frightened man redirects his sword towards the darkness, turning his whole body. Seeing this, the small man shrugs with a wry smile. "Don't say such presumptuous things. The witch of the academy herself has come for a mere underling's crisis." The moment the small man says this, moonlight floods the alley. As the angle of light changes, it gradually reveals the figure walking from the depths of the path. Long, dark hair with a purple tint. A small, delicate silhouette, yet somehow exuding an aura of intimidation. A beautifully symmetrical face. It's the figure of Eiko Nominato, a senior instructor at Fitic Academy, feared by some of the town's residents and known as the Witch of the Academy. "The Witch of the Academy, you can't mean." The large man mutters, his fingertips trembling as he stares at AI. Catching this, the small man snorts. "Did you think it was just a rumor, you fool? This is a crazy city where goods and money flow in from every major nation. It would normally be a constant war zone. It's because the Witch of the Academy really exists that such a healthy alliance is possible." As he speaks these words with a laugh, the large man glares at AI, still holding his sword. "D, don't come any closer. I won't give you a chance to cast a spell." The man, now half panicked, shouts this at AI. Immediately after, AI slightly opens her mouth. 100 pike. The moment she mutters this, countless thin, sharp stone spears burst from the ground around the man. The stone spears completely surround him, even knocking the sword from his hand. The man swallows pathetically as he sees AI's eyes through the wall of stone spears. Hick! Hearing the man scream, AI turns her gaze to the small man. How was it? As AI asks tersely, the small man spreads his arms and speaks. A great success. That guy seemed quite strong, but it was no problem at all. With this, we should be fine even if a horde of magical beasts attacks. He says this in high spirits, to which AI nods slightly before replying. It provides minimal protection, but we shouldn't be overconfident. It might not withstand a single blow from a slightly larger dragon. I understand, AI replied. The small man laughed out loud at that. All right, but that seems almost invincible to me. Ignoring his casual response, AI looked at the man still surrounded by stone spears. The man, now under AI's gaze, flinched his large body. I think you didn't know the rules of this town, so I'll let it slide this time. Please have Mr. Seabass over there teach you the town's regulations. After saying this, AI turned on her heel with an attitude that suggested her business was done. Immediately after, the stone spears surrounding the large man shattered into pieces. Without looking back, AI walked away confidently, while the man just stared at her retreating figure, speechless. After confirming that AI had completely disappeared from the alley, the man called Seabass spoke up. Hey, what's your name? Seabass asked for his name, but the man didn't answer. Tilting his head, Seabass asked again. Hey, just so you know, that person's magic isn't limited to just this. Your rebellious spirit is admirable, but in this town, only fools defy the witch. As Seabass said this in a slightly louder voice, the man turned around with a startled look. What rules was it? Your name, what's your name? Seabass asked again, irritated by the man's response. I'm early. Anyway, hurry up and teach me these rules you mentioned. You can't expect me to do it so quickly. The rules are absolute. If I'm going to teach you, I need to do it properly until you understand completely. Seabass scolded early, his eyes narrowing. By the way, I was thinking of having you guide me to the Nevis family's hideout. Take me there now. You don't know how to speak to your seniors, do you? Seabass complained in an exasperated tone at Early's rough way of speaking. Early snorted and turned around. Take me to the hideout, senior. As Early rephrased his request in a bold manner, Seabass dropped his shoulders and sighed. Follow me, junior. Section. At the Nevis family's hideout, Kalila Nevis was sitting in a large chair at the back. 5 tough-looking men were standing around him. Seabass, who's that guy? As one of the men asked, Seabass shrugged and glanced at Early. This is Early, a newcomer who just arrived in town. He's got a bit of an extended rebellious phase, but that's his only flaw. Be nice to him. As Seabass casually introduced him, everyone's eyes turned to Early. He's big. Looks confident too. Well, that doesn't mean much in this town. As the men chatted and laughed among themselves, Kalila, seated at the back, spoke up. Early, was it? I'll explain the rules briefly. If you want to eat good food and sleep peacefully in this town, never ignore these rules. Understood. After this preface, Kalila told Early the town's regulations. Do you have any questions? After listening quietly, Early folded his arms and tilted his head. So, fighting is forbidden. Stealing and killing are prohibited. Even slave trading is not allowed if done illegally. And we have to report our regular work once a month to prove we're working legitimately. As Early recited the rules with apparent dissatisfaction, the gang, except for Kalila, laughed mockingly. What? Did you want to make a living by stealing and killing? Know your place, newbie. Don't be so stubborn. As the others said such things, Kalila snorted and waved his hand. We were the same just a few months ago. Can we really laugh at the newcomer? Kalila said this with a sigh, but he looked at Early with a somewhat sympathetic gaze. Well, we're all outlaws. I understand how you feel. You came here intending to take over the underside of a town that's got the attention of various countries, right? If that's still your plan, I'd advise you to choose a different town. Kalila offered this advice. Early seemed to consider for a moment, then exhaled through his nose and spoke. The one who made these rules, is it the rumored witch from the academy? That's right. Kalila answered Early's question with a bored expression. Hearing this, Early puffed out his chest and looked down at Kalila. Is the woman I ran into earlier really amazing enough to control the underside of such a large town? Well, let's just say she's amazing enough to wipe out powerful individuals who could form large organizations in other countries in just one night. To be honest, she's a monster. We don't even think about defying her. Kalila said this with a dry laugh, and the men nodded repeatedly with serious faces. Early was about to say something in response, but before he could speak, the sound of hard footsteps, likely from heels, was heard from behind, and he shut his mouth. Who's a monster? A low, calm female voice echoed, and everyone present straightened their backs. Even Kalila, who had been lounging in his chair, quickly stood up and corrected his posture. When Early turned around, he saw AI standing there. No, there was a rumor about a monster-like magical beast appearing in the outskirts. Why, yeah, that's right, a black one. Are you an idiot? As the men tried to cover up in a flustered manner, Kalila looked at AI with a strained expression. You're quite early. Did you have some business? When asked this, AI looked at Early. Come to think of it, I've never seen the education conducted by the Nevis family, so I came to observe today. As AI answered, the men beside Kalila shuddered. She even comes to check directly when we're just teaching the rules. That's scary. Ignoring the men who were saying such things and trembling, AI looked at Kalila and Early. Are you finished? She asked no one in particular, and Early turned his whole body to face her and spoke. I've heard enough about the rules. I see, then I'll be back another time. AI nodded expressionlessly at Early's words and was about to turn on her heel. Wait a moment. Yes, what is it? As Early stopped AI from leaving, tension ran through the surrounding men. It would be terrible if the newcomer who had just finished his education picked a fight with the witch. That was clearly written on the faces of the men. However, Early didn't seem to care about this at all and boldly looked down at AI from the front. I've heard that you're a monster-like magician, but it seems I haven't fully understood that. Show me that amazingness once. As Early said this and clenched his fist, AI glanced at Kalila in the back. You guys, evacuate immediately. 1 second, 1 second. Jump out the window if you have to. Why, yes, sir. At Kalila's instruction, the Nevis family escaped from the hideout like startled rabbits. After that, Early completely submitted to and became devoted to AI. According to Early, he had met his ideal boss, but no one thought that AI would be troubled by Early greeting her loudly every time they met in town. Side story, Rox's struggles. When I discussed the dark casino with AI, I initially planned to simply destroy both the casino and the organization. However, AI suggested monitoring criminal activities from both the surface and underground to prevent future crimes, and I nodded in agreement. At that moment, though I'd never say it out loud, I was deeply moved inside. Until then, I had only thought about defining justice and evil and crushing enemies. But now I learned there were other ways of thinking. I felt like my perspective had greatly expanded. In fact, AI's proposal was logical, and once we were able to monitor from both sides, we gathered so much information that it was surprising how much we hadn't seen before. However, the process to get there was so difficult that no amount of words could fully describe it. After receiving AI's proposal and starting to act, the first thing I did was explain the situation to the Knights Order. The Knights Order, through their training process, is instilled with absolute loyalty to their lord and kingdom. They are educated to see themselves as the sword of justice that destroys evil and the last shield protecting the people. The highest commander for executing this justice is the noble who operates each Knight Order. That's why we had to keep secret the fact that we were deliberately overlooking and using some criminals. AI also taught me that normally, we should establish and use an organization focused on intelligence and espionage activities. However, as I was still a student, it was impossible for me to create a new organization. Therefore, we needed to carefully select knights from within the order who could cooperate. Even after somehow choosing suitable knights, the struggles continued. At AI's request, we needed to position the Knights Order at key locations during the Dark Casino raid to ensure no one escaped. However, moving the Knights Order required a reason, and once moved, results were expected. Concrete results at that. This was repeatedly emphasized by my parents, who even sent written instructions, so I had to produce results no matter what. So, I used the pretext of investigating the dark casino to move the knight's order. We had clear information about the existence of a dark casino, and we were conducting an on-site investigation. This allowed us to gather the necessary number of knights and ensure definite results. For me, who had never moved the knight's order before, everything was a first, and I felt I was getting practical training as a royal. However, I only realized this in hindsight. At the time, I was simply desperate to use my brain to fulfill AI's requests. Thus, I somehow completed the on-site investigation of the dark casino and even produced solid results, such as identifying nobles who had been using it. When I reported this, I secretly felt a sense of accomplishment, but immediately after, AI issued new instructions. The captured Nevis family seems willing to cooperate. Do you know of any hideout where we can keep them without the knight's order, finding out, or other organizations easily interfering? Faced with such an impossible request, I didn't want to say it couldn't be done, so I investigated desperately. It wasn't just that I couldn't say it was impossible. AI's instructions were definitely necessary for the future. Accomplishing this would be a big opportunity to make my presence known as a royal of the Verded Kingdom in Winter Valley, where royals and nobles from various countries and major trading companies were paying attention. I, who had been getting carried away being called a genius at the world's top magic academy, felt an unprecedented strong sense of mission in this task of moving the knight's order as a royal and destroying the dark casino that was victimizing the academy students. Despite various difficulties, I somehow found a hideout, and the Nevis family secretly moved there. With this, the Knight's Order could investigate the dark casino from the surface, while the Nevis family could do so from underground. Just as I thought this, AI declared that she would now investigate other organizations. As a result, I had to move the Knight's Order again, just like with the Nevis family. This time, it wasn't clear if we could produce results after the investigation. After all, we were raiding with the intention of making them cooperators from the start, so we couldn't destroy the casino and capture its members. With no choice, I narrowed down the number of knights and carefully selected new companions to accompany us. Even then, AI was at the forefront, neutralizing enemies, so the Knight's Order suffered no casualties. However, the screams of the members reached us as we were sealing the exits outside. And along with the intense roars of magic, the knights we had gathered were instilled with awe towards AI. I thought it was common sense for mages to keep their distance when chanting, to face multiple ruffians in a cramped indoor space. I shrugged at the knights' conversations. You all know Felter from the Knight's Order training I've taken you to. She's an unconventional mage who can defeat Felter, who specializes in physical enhancement, head-on with a sword. There probably aren't many who can beat her in close combat. Hearing this, the knights trembled even more in fear. Knights understand the terrifying nature of mages on the battlefield. The correct approach is to attack from a distance with arrows, or to get close and cut them down before they finish chanting. However, rumors say that the infamous academy witch can cast grand magic almost instantly. On top of that, being told she's strong in close combat as well, it's only natural for the knights to be terrified. But I couldn't bring myself to tell them that even their imagination fell far short of reality. We must never make her our enemy. Indeed, I felt like I witnessed the moment AI's impression was solidified in the knights' minds. While such things were happening behind the scenes, AI brought all the major organizations under her control in a short period. When I said she had dominated the dark side of the city, AI pouted and said, "I'm just receiving their cooperation." But I didn't take that at face value. In fact, the underground organizations, starting with the Nevis family, recognized that AI had taken control of the entire underworld of the city. Even afterwards, I often checked in with AI to get information about the city, and the stories I heard only confirmed this. This month, a new group came to the city from a small country near the Bushmills Empire. However, they only had about 30 people and didn't have routes to procure weapons, so they were all escorted to the Nevis family hideout the next day. I see. I nodded at AI's report. In a normal city, this could have been the spark for a major war, but hearing AI's report made it sound like no big deal. They all promise to abide by the law, so that group is also freely doing business in the city under the Nevis family's supervision. AI added this and then looked at me. I nodded at her gaze, cleared my throat, and responded. The Knight's Order isn't doing much activity in the city. Well, maybe just training. On the contrary, there were reports of a large magical beast sighting on the northern outskirts of town, so many personnel have been allocated there. Also, we're still searching for that troublesome bandit group from last month, but we haven't found them yet. We're currently expanding the search area from the south to the west. In turn, I informed AI about the Knight's Order's movements. A magical beast, if it's troublesome, should I go? No, it's about the right level of prey to improve the Knight's Order's skills. I don't think they need help. When AI's eyes lit up, and she leaned her face closer to mine, I involuntarily pulled my chin back and my gaze wavered. I need mental preparation to make eye contact at such close range. I pretended to think for a moment while averting my gaze, then replied. Is that so? Then, regarding the information about the bandit group, I'll also check with the Nevis family. After such an exchange, we each went about our activities. Section. The two of them had such exchanges once or twice a month to share information. Although it wasn't their original intention, this is how the two of them strengthened the information network, covering both the surface and underground of Wintervale. This experience would greatly change Rox's position as a royal, but it would be much later before Rox realized this. Side story: a day in the Holy City. With some time to spare, I was strolling through the beautiful White City in a touristy mood with Strauss, Eliza, Shenley, and the others. Teacher AI, that clothing store looks cute, said Ale. You're right, it seems not all clothes are white here, I replied with a nod. Ale, forming glasses with her hands, looked around curiously. It seems fashionable to add one color to your outfit with a jacket or shoes. That pale green is beautiful. Oh, the light blue is cute too. You're right, it's so cute. When Ale, Liz, and Belle get together, it can get quite noisy. As they rushed into the store with excited squeals, Court followed them with a wry smile. Watching this from the side, I turned to Shenley. Why don't you go too, Shenley? When I asked, Shenley made an uncertain face. Strauss and Eliza tilted their heads at her reaction. Is something wrong? They asked simultaneously. Shenley looked at the store with an anxious expression. Well, I'm actually from a rural part of Maple Leaf. I tilted my head and asked, is that a problem? Shenley looked down with a troubled expression. I'm not confident about the Holy City's unique fashion, like choosing just one color. It seemed Shenley was afraid of being exposed as a country bumpkin. Realizing this, I smiled and pointed to myself. Don't worry. No one's from a more rural place than me. Have confidence. As I said this, all eyes turned to me. Rural. Come to think of it, where are you from? Teacher AI's hometown. The three of them asked with curious expressions, so I put a finger to my chin and thought. Apart from my master, I'd meet other people about once a month when traveling merchants came nearby. Hearing this, the three looked dumbfounded. That's beyond rural. Such a remote place. That's amazing. I nodded at their words. Well, I was mostly focused on studying magic, but I think I had a fairly enjoyable time. Hearing this, Strauss furrowed his brow and spoke. Living in such a remote place already makes you an undoubtedly skilled magician, but it's surprising that just two people could live there. Eliza agreed with Strauss's words. That's right. As you move away from towns and roads, magical beasts increase. Especially in places where people rarely come, the types of magical beasts change too. Types of magical beasts. So, what kind of magical beasts were there where you lived, Teacher AI? Shenley asked, intrigued by Eliza's words. The mention of magical beasts brought back a few memories. There were large wolves with red eyes, pitch-black horses with horns, one-eyed giants, huge blue crocodiles. Oh, and dragons occasionally. Hearing this, Shenley nodded innocently. Amazing. Anyone but you, Teacher AI, would die immediately. As Shenley's eyes widened in surprise, Eliza let out a dry laugh and held up a finger. Ah, the large wolves with red eyes, are they evil wolves? And Black Parsha and Cyclops. Surely the dragons were only medium-sized, right? I nodded in response to her questions. Yes, mostly medium-sized. About the size of a two-story house, I'd say. I saw large ones occasionally, but not very often. That's plenty large. What size does AI consider large? Eliza exclaimed in a voice close to a scream. I sighed softly and pondered her question. The largest dragon I saw was about the size of a small mountain. There were different types, and the most troublesome was a dragon wrapped in wind that breathed fire from the sky. Its back and wings were so spiky and hard that they could deflect swords. As I recalled this, Strauss let out a deep sigh. It has the same characteristics as the ancient dragons that appear in the history and old tales of some countries. No, AI wouldn't lie. So, the ancient dragons that once destroyed entire countries have already been defeated by AI. Strauss muttered with a complex expression, seemingly unsure whether to be surprised or saddened. Beside him, Shenli blinked her large eyes and stared at me intently. As expected, Teacher AI is amazing. To defeat such terrifying dragons. Shenli voiced her admiration. Sensing there might be some misunderstandings, I decided to add some clarification. No, it wasn't just me. I can handle the others alone, but for that dragon, I defeated it together with my master. That person is also extraordinary, but when we heard the name before, it wasn't familiar, was it? Eliza tilted her head. Strauss nodded, crossing his arms. If I remember correctly, it was Owen Miller's, for such a great magician to be unknown. Seeing their puzzled expressions, I couldn't help but smile as I answered. Yes, well. He had been secluded from civilization for over 100 years, immersed in magical research, so it's natural that no one knows him. As I said this, all three responded in unison. 100 years. Over 100 years, you say. Wouldn't that be lonely? I chuckled at Shenli's question and looked at Strauss and the others. According to him, he's a pure-blooded elf. He used to brag about how rare that is. Indeed, that is rare. Is it that rare? I heard that the headmaster is also a half-elf. I asked, curious. Strauss shook his head. Elves are long-lived and have high magical aptitude. Perhaps because of this, elves have difficulty having children and their population was small. Over the long years, pure-blooded elves gradually decreased, and most became half or quarter elves with humans. I hear that only the royal family in the elven country remains. Strauss says, and Eliza nods in agreement. After listening to their explanation, Shenli speaks up before I do. The royal family? Does that mean Lord Owen is also one of the elven royalty? As Shenli mumbles this, I can't help but burst out laughing. Haha, Owen is royalty. That's quite amusing. He doesn't look like royalty at all, and he's a dedicated shut-in. I laugh out loud at the word so far removed from his actual personality. Strauss and Eliza exchange glances. Shenli, caught up in the laughter, continues to ask questions about Owen. So he's not very royal-like. I guess he's more of a great magician, like a researcher. A researcher, yes, I suppose. He's more like a mad scientist, or maybe a neurotic engineer. Mad? What's an engineer? Strauss and Eliza tilt their heads in confusion at my analysis. It seems my description didn't quite get through. It would be easiest if they could see him in person. As we're talking, Ale and the others return from the store. It looks like they bought clothes and changed immediately, as everyone is now wearing matching outfits. They're all in white clothing with only small differences in the color of their capes. Ale's cape is light green, Liz's is bright yellow, and Belle's is pale blue. Court has also changed, with his cape matching Ale's green. Did you change too, Mr. Court? Shenli asks, looking at Court. He smiles sheepishly and answers. Well, Ale forced me to buy it. Ale laughs cheerfully as Court looks embarrassed. It suits you, so it's fine. Oh, Shenli, let's go too. Everyone should come. Ale, now in high spirits, grabs Shenli's hand and invites us to go shopping. Shenli shakes her head with a troubled expression. I don't really understand fashion besides. Teacher AI and the others probably won't change. Shenli, unable to make up her mind, looks to us for help. Seeing her gaze, I can't help but smile. Watching the students laughing loudly and showing off the clothes they bought on their trip brings back memories from the past. I was once in charge of chaperoning a school trip, but as a teacher, I was so busy that I only had a moment to enjoy the town with the students. Checking head counts, confirming schedules, reviewing the day with other teachers at night, and planning for the next day to avoid mistakes. Most of my memories from the school trip are of rushing around, but I genuinely enjoyed when the students called me over to help choose clothes. The female students gathered around, noisily selecting clothes for me, and somehow I even ended up trying them on. When I came out to show them, Even some of the male students had gathered, making it even more lively. These were nostalgic memories from my time as a teacher in Japan. For a moment, I gaze into the distance, but seeing the faces of the students looking at me, I smile and speak up. Why don't I buy something and change too? As I say this, not just Shenli but Ale turns around as well. Really? Ale exclaims in surprise, and I tilt my head. Is it that unexpected? Both Ale and Shenli nod in unison. Most of the clothes at Maple Leaf are white. Teacher AI always wears black, so I never thought you'd actually wear white. As the two honestly explain their reasons, I chuckle softly. Sometimes white clothes can be nice too. Strauss, Eliza, are you okay with this? When I ask, Eliza immediately nods and pats Shenli's head. That sounds good. If we all wear it, Shenli won't feel embarrassed. Oh, if you don't want to choose a color, we can all choose for you. Then choose for me too. You too, Mr. Strauss. Come on, Strauss is an adult. He should choose for himself. It's troublesome, so black is fine. Just like Ale and the others earlier, the teaching staff creates a tourist-like atmosphere. It seems both Eliza and Strauss understood my intention. Shenli looks puzzled at our behavior. Since teacher AI is saying this, let's all go to the store. Come on, come on. Ah, wait a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Ale grabs Shenli's hand and starts walking. Although Shenli panics, Ale and Eliza are smiling. Since we're here, let's enjoy sightseeing in the holy city too. Saying this, we all head towards the store. Walking at the back of the group, I watch everyone chatting excitedly and smile contentedly. Special short story: the disciple's fluffiness belongs to the master. The tradition of seeking apprenticeship under a strong master to hone one's skills, was it a tradition of the Bushmills Empire? Or perhaps it was a custom of the Felter family. Well, in any case, having been recognized as a strong individual by Felter, I was now regarded as a master. Although he had boasted that he could absorb any teaching I offered, it would probably be best to focus on developing Felter's strengths. Felter-kun has a blessed physique and courage. So, I'd like to focus our practice on further refining body enhancement magic as the main axis. Upon hearing this, Felter nodded in response. Understood. Speaking with such a grave tone, Felter didn't look like a student at all. With his lion mane-like golden hair swaying and his muscular build visible even through his clothes, Felter stood with his arms crossed, exuding an intimidating aura that could make even adults tremble. We were now standing outside the town, at a distance from the main road. Well then, regarding body enhancement magic, let's confirm the chant you're currently using. As soon as I said this, Felter began to use body enhancement magic at full power. The chant was 4 measures long. I felt it used to be 3 measures usually, so perhaps he had added a twist to it. Half of it seemed to be his own creation. Felter's understanding of body enhancement magic was indeed deep. I see. It seems you've focused on body hardening, increasing leg muscle mass, and improving reflexes. Your perspective is very good. The legs are the foundation of everything. Not only for explosive power and movement speed, but also because better footing allows you to efficiently apply your body weight and strength. This should improve overall power, speed, and defensive capabilities in terms of evasion. After I gave this brief evaluation, Felter nodded, looking slightly pleased. Seeing this childlike side of him, I was momentarily struck with the urge to pat his fluffy hair, but I suppressed it and continued speaking. However, this method has its limitations. Eventually, if you specialize in one area, you'll need to enhance other areas as well, either due to the increased load or to seek definite effects. So, I'd like Felter-kun to learn body enhancement that improves overall abilities while also increasing flexibility. Upon hearing this, the wrinkles between Felter's eyebrows deepened. Flexibility. Mulling over the word as if searching for its meaning, Felter groaned. You'll realize its effectiveness when you actually use it. In my case, since I use a sword, I particularly value wrist flexibility. I even do flexibility exercises daily. When I said this, Felter nodded deeply. Understood, I'll do them every day too. Felter's obedient response made me laugh involuntarily. His puzzled expression in response to my laughter was amusing as well. Since becoming my disciple, Felter had become very obedient. I find serious students endearing. Well then, let's start with body enhancement magic. Please try to mimic the chant. All right. And so, we conducted training with Felter quite frequently. Basically, we practiced using magic in open spaces and engaged in light sparring, but occasionally we would enter the forest for magical beast hunting or take down bandit groups that the Night Order had failed to capture. Practical experience is crucial. Today, we were in the forest hunting magical beasts, using the newly learned body enhancement magic that greatly increases attack power and mobility. Next to an overturned giant boar, Felter was lying spread-eagle on the ground. Ha ha ha. Your breathing is irregular. Try to exhale completely, even if you have to force it. That will help regulate your breathing. Upon my advice, Felter, grimacing, managed to exhale fully and then quickly inhaled deeply. Seeming to grasp the technique, he gradually regulated his breathing. Meanwhile, I stood at the edge of a pond in the forest, enjoying the quiet space without a breath of wind. We had discovered this area during our special training with Felter. Amidst the densely wooded forest, a pond suddenly appeared. It was quiet, with clear water, making it a pleasant spot. As I sat on a rock by the pond, leisurely gazing at the water's surface, Felter quietly walked over. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, he came right next to me. Come to think of it, we haven't learned how to fight against aquatic magical beasts yet. That's true. As I replied to Felter's words, my gaze was drawn to his lion mane-like hair, swaying right beside me. It looked so fluffy and pleasant to touch. Before I knew it, I had already grasped Felter's hair with both hands. Although he glared at me intensely, I couldn't let go easily after having held back for so long. However, unlike usual when he would quickly escape, today he didn't run away. If the day comes when I can win against you one-on-one, I'll make you stop that. Felter muttered softly, which made me laugh involuntarily. Afterward, thank you very much for reading this web novel. I think this work in a sense also portrays AI Sensei's reformation of another world. This includes not only the way of thinking about and conceptualizing magic, but also AI Sensei's educational guidance on issues such as aristocratic consciousness, chosen people ideology, and racial discrimination, which I believe will lead to a revolution in the consciousness of the other world. However, in that world, it's a kind of common sense that royalty and nobility hold strong power, and ordinary citizens are often oppressed. In such a context, the existence of AI, who doesn't care about status, power, or violence, is unusual and will attract attention for better or worse. I believe AI's personality and charm lie in her strong core and her ability to correct unreasonable opponents through her own capabilities. So I'd like to continue emphasizing this aspect in future developments. In the beginning, I wanted to show AI not backing down against royalty, and in this arc, I aimed to portray AI not yielding to an entire country. In the future, I hope to show various educational guidances within academy life, befitting a teacher. Finally, I'd like to express my gratitude to all of you who are following this web novel. End of Volume 2.